Gallery, Parking John, and the Gearbox and Paddock area. Elkhart Lake Lions, Plymouth Optimists, all of those stands going to be open throughout the weekend. And Casey, Wisconsin will return 12, Elkhart over 14. I don't believe it's going to be open this weekend, but in this situation, we've got the concession stands throughout the grounds. Also going to have the Britain's Best Motorplex open 9 today for spectators party, if you're so inclined, but that's going to be weather dependent as well. We get some dryness happening that will probably pick back up. Family Fun Zone from 10 to 3 over in Turn 1, presented by Bank First over at Los Amigos concession stand just outside Turn 1, south of the VIP Gallery. So that's where we're at right now. This is our scheduled start. We're doing DriversEye Live.
Welcome to a soggy Road America here for the 69th WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, the final 2 rounds of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Okay, I got all of the naming and everything in there.
69th consecutive. WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints.
I'm Brian Bielanski. He's Gregg Ginsberg.
The corrector, yeah.
Yes, yes. Greg is my brain at this hour as I sip on another cup of amazing coffee.
It is still 5:30 in the morning, 5:20 in the morning for Brian. I want to apologize for the delay coming on the air here. This morning, the track had been under a lightning delay for quite a while this morning, and kind of precluded us from getting on and cracking open the PA system as we simulcast this to both the stream and also to the paddock here. But cars are on course, and Brian, let's give a quick rundown here as our drivers are on what are going to be a pretty slow out lap right now, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. We are going to have 3 qualifying sessions to open up the morning. These are 20-minute qualifying sessions, and we're going to be starting off, as you can see, with our touring cars, and then actually, this is not T2, no. T3, T4. I'm sorry, this is STL, STU, and SMX.
Right.
Silly me. Thank you for correcting me, Brian. We're then going to have Formula cars and prototype cars, and then our touring cars.
Right.
We'll round out our qualifying for the day. Somewhere, obviously the schedule has been pushed a little bit, somewhere maybe a little bit after 10 a.m. this morning, we're going racing. We're going to have 25-minute sprint races, 10 races for you on tap here today. And then, of course, we'll go feature racing tomorrow.
Yes. It is, as we said earlier, soggy. You probably figured that out without us telling you, kind of like, you know, okay, dummy, we know that. But yeah, and the one thing I was here yesterday afternoon while Greg was doing qualifying, and the one thing we learned yesterday was when it stops raining, this track dries really fast. And then when it starts raining, it gets wet really, really fast. So we're hoping that we can get more dry than wet here. But there have been times this morning, specifically when I was running from the place to get food to my car, where it opened up like holy heaven and rained on me to make me feel like a drowned rat. So there's lots of heavy rain that's coming in and out of the area. Very typical Wisconsin weather for this time of year. Growing up in this area, you get these big bursts and then long times of drizzle.
And it'll be sunny and 95 degrees in about 35 minutes.
Exactly.
Actually, would not anticipate that today. We're looking at pretty damp weather, I think, all day long. And thoughts and prayers, of course, to Brendan Kazmarek, our producer, who is, I think, still putting some cameras around the track. He had to delay that a little bit due to the lightning warnings in the area. But Brian, heading on track, as we said, and they're coming out of turn 14, out of the final corner now. They're going to head up the hill on the Road America straight to start their very first flying laps of beautiful 4-mile, 14-turn, damp National Park of Speed Road America. Let's quickly take a look at how things played out in the dry yesterday as these racers were on track for their practice session.
I don't know if flying laps is the right term, maybe backstroke laps.
Yeah,
is maybe more accurate this morning, but I get your point.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of
already some cars having some trouble there over at turn 1. But Sean Lovett out of Santa Rosa, California, in his Liqui North Bay Bavarian BMW was your fastest STU driver. He turned in a time of 2:46.8. David Fiorelli out of Coppell, Texas, in his Ford Mustang, the 190 car, was second fastest. He was about 0.8 of a second off. In STL, David Palfinier was your fastest driver. He's out of Miami, Florida, running an NC Mazda MX-5. It's the Emergent Cold KRS machine, and he turned in a time of 2:48.502. Second fastest STL driver, quite a bit further down the order, it was Danny Stain at a 2:53.646. And I'm trying to remember if it was damp. It had not started raining yesterday for them. We didn't get the rain until the afternoon. In SMX, we have a very, very big SMX field, Spec MX-5. Ethan Jacobs was our fastest driver. He's out of the Milwaukee region. And Oshkosh in the Jacobs Design Holmes machine, he turned in a 2:48.99. Let's just call it a 2:49. Matt Novak out of Bartlett, Illinois, in the Advanced Autosports machine, second fastest, just about 0.8 of a second off of that with a 2:49.8. And I believe we've got here this weekend in STU somewhere along the lines of 40. Actually, see in STU, 7 drivers in STU. In STL, we've got 12, and in that very large SMX field, and I think the largest SMX field that we've had, certainly this year on the Super Tour, Brian, 37 entries. Definitely,
and you know, that field have been good fields all year long, but obviously this is the June sprints. This is the, you know, the after the runoffs, kind of the granddaddy of amateur motorsports here in North America, and so people want to be here, whether it's to prepare themselves for October or because it's just the June sprint. So,
exactly.
A great fields across all of our groups this weekend.
Yeah, well, it is the largest June sprints on record that we know of. 580 some entries, and you know, I would suspect that we're going to probably have somewhere along those lines when we return here in the fall for the national championship runoffs.
One would think.
Yeah, I would think. You know, always a big warm up when the runoffs come back. Of course, the last time the runoffs were here at Road America back in 2021. So nice to return to the National Park of Speed, as we are starting to see some times come in. At the moment, Sean Lovett, who was our fastest driver yesterday in the dry, with only a single flying, I'm going to couch that by saying it's only a single flying lap at this point.
Right.
Sean Lovett, your fastest STU driver, a 3:05.34, so about 20 seconds off the dry pace. Cam Eben, and we may get a chance to talk to Cam sometime this weekend. He'd asked to come on up. Cam is local here to the area. He's right out of Appleton, Wisconsin. He's driving the M Zone mechanical machine. He has a time of 3:07.57, and then an STL, just now completing his second flying lap, jumping up to the top of the leaderboard. Multi-time STL national champion Danny Stain out of Fort Lauderdale in his Mazda MX-5, a 3:05 flat.
And I'm pretty certain, and you can correct me if I'm wrong because that's your job, that we're going to have a split start. So the STL,
Yep.
STU is going to be in one group, and SMX will be in another.
That is correct.
Which is really good, because in these wet conditions, these different cars might make their speed in different ways,
right,
and we would have a really jumbled up field tomorrow or later today for the races. So,
well, you know, and for example, we have a number of front-wheel drive cars in the Super Touring light field. We have a number of NC Mazda MX-5s in the STL field, and the big difference is most of those drivers have the ability to aid their grip somewhat by aero.
Aid in a bet.
Yeah, exactly. With wings and what have you on the rears, the SMX cars don't have that.
Right.
But it also means the SMX cars maybe have a little bit less drag on the long straightaways here as well. So exactly, it'll be the Super Touring machines behind a pace car, and then the SMX drivers starting probably around 3 turns further back,
right,
in a behind another pace car. As a matter of fact, we can see here is a couple of the NC Mazda MX-5s come out of turn 14, and the car without the wing on the rear actually gets a nicer jump out of the corner.
Ooh.
But there's another one there that well,
there's another one.
Probably could use a little bit more grip on the exit of 14.
Yeah.
But let's do this, Brian. We're running up already about halfway through a 20-minute qualifying session. Let me make a first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a quick little break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 8, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2, please head to the grid. Race group 8, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 drivers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with more qualifying action from the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back to Road America, the National Park of Speed this morning. No, we've got some wet weather in the area, but we're back racing. Started a little late today because of I call it a weather delay, because we don't really stop for rain unless it's like really, really dangerous. But
Like lightning, yeah.
It was the lightning that was the problem this morning. And when you've got volunteers or even not volunteers, we've got a yellow flag there. So
Actually, we are going
to
to a full course caution, Brian.
Okay.
And yes, I think we have something over at possibly coming out of turn 1, going down to turn 2. I'm trying to get some information on it now, but we are going to a full course caution here in this qualifying session. Of course, the clock will continue to run for this 20-minute qualifying session, and we have just about 7 minutes remaining. As we've got the field now, and they should be under control of the safety car fairly soon. Let me do this. Let me go and we'll kind of try and reset the field here real quick, since things are scrolling by on our ticker on the left-hand side of the screen kind of quickly. Let's start off with our fastest drivers on track, and that is the STU class. And in STU, currently Sean Lovett, your fastest driver, with a 2:59.31. That's 1.7 seconds up on David Fiorelli. They were actually pretty similar to that yesterday in the dry. Joe Moser, who's a multi-time STU national champion, is your third fastest driver. He's in his Honda CRX. He is another 0.2 back from Fiorelli. Ford Koch, fourth fastest in a Toyota GR86, and then Thomas Noble in his BMW 330i, the 172 car. That's your top 5 there. In Super Touring Light, and this, Brian, this I think might be one of the stories of the day if this holds. Caleb Patry, driving the number 98 Honda Civic SI. He's out of Waukesha, Wisconsin. Waukesha, thank you.
See, now I get to correct you once in a while.
Absolutely. It's just like Dahlonega.
It's that pop sensation Waukesha.
Yes, exactly. All right. So Caleb Patry, for those of you that were with us last year, had a brake failure in his Acura RSX and went off at a very high rate of speed at turn 5. Ended up the car didn't last any longer. He is in a brand new entry right now, a Honda Civic SI, and currently your provisional pole sitter in STL. He's got a 1/10 of a second now on David Palfinier, and another second on Danny Stain. Bryce Mersberger, currently 4th fastest in his Mazda MX-5. Jake Anton in his Mazda, 5th fastest. Mike Taylor, and great to see Mike having a good qualifying here in that front-wheel drive Acura Integra here, the Cumming Georgia driver, currently 6th fastest. In that very large SMX field, though, Cam Eben is currently your provisional pole sitter with a time of 3:04.6. Camden Gruber out of Winchester, Virginia, 3 seconds off those times. Austin Hill and Austin out of Frankfort, Ohio, 3rd fastest. He's another 3 seconds back. Justin Anaconis, 4th fastest. Rocco Pasquarella, 5th fastest.
And they've black flagged this session with 4 minutes left. So my guess is this session's over. here, and we'll get this thing cleaned up and get into our next session here. So that is my suspicion here as we finish up here, and it's just soggy out there.
Yeah.
And the problem is if you exit the racetrack and you get into the grass, it can be really, really difficult to get out.
Right.
So depending on where, although at turn 1 they probably end up in the gravel trap. So
well, and we saw that yesterday, and it looks like we've got coming out of turn 1. Just saw some of the emergency services vehicles there responding. Looks like even before you get into turn number 1, but that would explain the waving yellow that we saw right there.
Oh, yeah, we can see where that car went off right there going into the grass here. That definitely looks like it's fresh.
When you just miss the escape road.
Yes. Yes.
By a couple of feet.
Yeah, and if you look at the trajectory of that tire path, it's going right towards some tires that they didn't want to hit, is my guess.
Yeah.
So they probably have to do a little bit of cleanup and put there. And I now see the checkered flag is in the air. So you want to give us a little bit of a rundown here of who we got, and then we'll get ourselves a short little break?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll give you what we think is going to be the top 10 in STL STU, because they're going to be in the front group, and then we'll move over to SMX. Sean Lovett should be on your pole when we go racing later today in his BMW E46. That's the STU number 37. David Fiorelli also in an STU car, Ford Mustang, second fastest. He should be starting on the outside of the front row. He was 1.7 seconds off. Row number 2, 2 more STU machines. Joe Moser in his Honda CRX, and then Fred Koch in his Toyota GR86. Then we will have Caleb Patry and David Palfinier, your 2 fastest STL drivers. They'll make up row number 3, with Danny Stain and Thomas Noble making up row number 4. Stain in an STL Mazda MX-5, Noble in a BMW 330i. And then we'll have Bryce Mersberger in his Mazda Miata, and Jake Anton also in a Miata making up row number 5. That's your top 10 in Super Touring. In SMX, it's Cam Eben as your provisional pole sitter, with 304.6, 3.1 seconds up on Camden Gruber, another 3 seconds back to Austin Hill. He and Justin Atticanis will make up row number 2. Rocco Pasquarella out of Boca Raton, Florida, and his Florida compadre Noah Harmon will make up row number 3 there in Spec MX-5. Then Will Lucas and Helio Mesa will make up row number 4. Cooper Hicks and Don Squirick making up row number 5. That's your top 10 in SMX.
All right, let's take a short break. When we come back, our qualifying for prototypes 1 and 2 and FE2, that is next. Stay with us. You're watching the Chicago Region, WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live. We'll be back in just a minute.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
You might not know it, folks, but we are back to action here at Road America for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. It is hazy, foggy, wet, misty. We have a veritable cornucopia, a plethora of weather conditions going on right now as we get ready for the qualifying session for Prototypes 1, Prototypes 2, and FE2. And we are out here. Weather is really, really tough right now, especially for these open wheel cars. They're going to have, or open cockpit cars, they're going to have spray coming into their face right now for the entire track. Here they come, some of our cars coming out of turn 14. Really, really treacherous conditions here at Road America for qualifying for these three groups this morning. And today's weather going to be very, very damp. Weather's in a forecast for most of the day. But tomorrow, good news is we're supposed to have much, much better weather tomorrow. So we are watching our cars here coming down right into our living rooms here in turn 5. So this is the prototype and FE2 cars. You can see a lot of these cars on sticker wet tires this morning because they don't run wets very often.
They went out on sticker dries yesterday, Brian.
That's right. So, but this is how we have it this morning. A long 4-mile lap here to deal with these conditions. And this is the run out of turn 5, up the hill towards turn 6.
Yeah, towards that iconic Corvette bridge.
Yes.
Here coming out of turn 6, the really behind left-hand corner. And we had during some of our sessions yesterday, notably I think our very last session of the day yesterday, where cars, as the track got very damp, would spin coming under the bridge and going into this final corner, or not final corner, but into turn 6.
Right.
And it makes it a very difficult thing for the drivers coming up the hill because they just can't see it until they're literally feet away from whatever car is there.
That's where you need to be really reliant on your flaggers and your flagtronic system to hopefully give you just a tiny bit of warning.
That's right. And look at this, Brian. We have the camera back up. We can see drivers entering Speedville once again.
Nice.
Here, a very damp Speedville. More importantly, Brian, as they leave Speedville, they're going to be entering what we consider now to be at the brand newly named Mission Bridge. They're going to be entering Chipville, so it's a very soggy Chipville here today. I don't know if corn chips would be better suited or flour chips would be better suited over there, but it is indeed very, very damp.
Yeah. This is the exit of the gate. You can't even see that area of racetrack. So that's just some of the dangers and the things that these drivers are dealing with. It's always a little easier when you're not seeing the cameras, but it's still very, very difficult to see here through that situation. Various calls from the corners about cars getting a little loose and sliding off and sliding back on. Just really hard for these drivers to make any kind of time here.
All right, so we've got our drivers. They're just now, as we see, coming up the hill, up the Road America straight. Those FIA rain lights a-flashing, starting their first flying laps. We do already have, it looks like, one driver who has decided to take to the pit lane. I'd hate to surmise that he might have gone out on dry weather tires. But we'll see here. We'll see if we can get the number of that car.
Yeah.
Oh, and that is one of our prototype tubes.
That's the 98 car.
Probably Lucian Pancia, I think. Is that the 98 car of Pancia? I think.
Let's see. Well, it is the 98 car.
Right.
And it is Lucian Pancia.
Yeah.
So, yep. You know, it's funny. I heard a lot when the SCCA mandated these FIA rain flights. A lot of people complained about, oh, we got to buy these special. And then I talked to a couple of drivers after they used them in the rain, and
they're amazing.
Those FIA rain lights, they actually work in the rain.
Yeah, you can actually see them.
Because some of these in the olden days, before those lights, rain lights were basically there, but not useful at all.
No.
So now you can actually see the cars in front of you. So
heck, we were able to see them all the way up the hill in the wet there.
Yep.
As we're starting to see now. And interesting, of course, Brian, this is the second time the June Sprints have been here with the newly repaved Road America. It had been repaved back in the late fall, early winter of 2022. And then in 2023, we had brand new pavement. It hadn't rained before. We saw what the effects of the rain were. It made it for a very slick racetrack. But interesting to see how these racers now are modifying their lines and their way
Right.
around the racetrack as they are experimenting really every single lap to try to determine where the grip is here
Right.
on this race course, because most of them have not encountered this before. They don't know where the most grip is, where
Well,
the track's been rubbered in,
Right.
which will make it even more slick.
I had a talk with Ed Zabinski when we did our preview here for
Right.
the sprints, and that was one thing he said. People ask me, where's the rain line? And his answer is always wherever you can find the grip.
Exactly.
You know, and it varies from track to track, and it may vary from lap to lap, you know, depending on the track and how things are drying. So it's a very interesting situation for these drivers. Some of them, lots of experience in the rain, some of them not so much. So
Yeah, indeed. So let's look, because we've got a couple times coming into the books now, Brian, and he did incredibly well yesterday in Spec Racer Ford. Currently, your fastest driver on track. It's not one of our prototype cars. It is Caleb Schrader out of Tigard, Oregon, in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine, a 2:34.868. He's got almost 3 seconds on Jim Davenport in his Prototype 1 Elan DPO2. He's running a 2:36.675, obviously the fastest driver in that class. Steve Whitston and Adam Jennerjohn, 2 Formula V racers, are your 3rd and 4th fast, and I say they're Formula V racers, they're in FE2s this weekend,
Right.
but they've come to us out of the Formula V ranks. They are your 3rd and 4th fastest drivers overall, and only 0.18 of a second separating those 2 drivers. Tim Day Jr., your fastest Prototype 2 racer, and he is currently 5th fastest with a time of 2:42.8, but things are changing quickly as, again, more experimentation. We've got more racers coming across the line here to complete their second flying laps. But, you know, I don't want to say oddly, I think what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of these FE2 machines go up towards the top of the order, and I think a lot of that possibly, Brian, given the amount of standing water that we have on the track right now, these prototype machines with their incredibly flat floors and not a lot of gap between the pavement and the bottom of these cars, I think those racers are probably taking things a little bit more cautiously here as they go out than the Formula car drivers are.
yeah, definitely. Brian Stasinski in the track asked, how does this compare to last year's Buttonwillow rain event? Well, the difference is last year a lot of rain fell in the overnight hours and created this ginormous pond, essentially, that covered a good section of the racetrack. Here, it's been more of a steady state rain off and on here, and they have a better, well, the draining here is working really well.
Very well.
So while it is a very damp racetrack, it drains nicely.
Yeah, and I was talking to one of our stewards here early this morning, and he is with the Chicago region and has been here for many, many dune sprints, and he noted how different the track drains now versus before. He when this morning at like 7 o'clock in the morning, he surmised that if this was the old surface,
Right.
we wouldn't have race cars on the track at this point because we'd have standing water, very
Right.
deep standing water everywhere.
Well, and the only issue that I might see coming as we get deeper into the day, if this rain continues, when it drains off the track nicely, but at some point, I don't know where the water will go once it gets off the track, and once it gets so saturated, then we might have some problems. But right now, everything looks pretty decent from that standpoint. No huge puddles out there that I can tell, and that's good news. And some of these cars getting a little bit of racy, trying to make a bit of a pass there going into the kink. I wouldn't recommend that in the dry. I definitely don't recommend it in the wet.
No, not at
but
all.
They did it.
And look here, Brian, at this shot going through the kink, how late drivers must be turning in at the kink in order, you know, as they are finishing up almost center of track. But also notice, and we picked this up yesterday, look at the steam rising up off the track and it's only 65 degrees here right now, Brian. But this is, you know, we're starting to see this rain dissipate quite a bit just from the weather conditions, and it's certainly not a dry line coming up there, but we can see where water is being evacuated off of the lines. All right, so let's do this, Brian. Let's take a quick look now at where things stand as drivers are now starting to come across the line and complete their third flying lap. So we've got another car off in turn one, almost the exact same place that we had in the previous group. And we will try to get some information there.
So
Yeah,
I'm
it looks like
wondering,
it's continued.
Greg, if the problem they're having is there's so much spray that they're missing their turning and braking points.
Could very well
and
be.
they get to that point and they've got nothing to do but be able to drive off as straight as possible.
And they are also all the way over driver's left, which is the traditional braking point in the dry. There just may not be as much grip there as they need. All right, so let me go and we'll quickly run down here the order. Your fastest driver on track currently out of Los Angeles. Funny how the West Coast driver, I almost expected the Oregon driver
Exactly.
to know what to do in the wet, but Adam Jennerjohn, in his Formula Enterprise 2 car, he's out of Los Angeles, California. He is your fastest driver on track, 2:34.35. That's half a second up now on Caleb Schrader. So FE2 cars, your two fastest drivers currently. Jim Davenport now is your third fastest racer. He is 3.2 seconds back from the Formula Enterprise 2 drivers. John Yateman in his Formula Enterprise 2 now moves up into fourth, as does Darrell Willis. Let's do this because our next Prototype 2 driver is, our next Prototype 1 driver is our reigning national champion, Todd Vanacore, who's all the way back in seventh. Let me kind of break things down in the prototypes by class here, because what we are going to have when we start this race a little bit later today, we are going to have the prototype cars grouped together and then the FE2 cars separate. So it is Jim Davenport, Todd Vanacore, John McAleer, your third fastest driver in P1, and then Greg Case. Interesting to note, Case is the first of only, I think, 3 drivers in the class that are running stores, almost everybody else in an Elan. In Prototype 2, it is Tim Day Jr. He's got a 2.2 second advantage over Bart Wolf, another 5 seconds back to Greg Guyan, and Mike Rupert is a second back from there. And of course, we've already given you the top drivers in FE2. Let's do this, Brian. We're just about, actually, we're a little bit more than halfway through this 20-minute qualifying session. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 9. Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. T2, T3, T4 racers, please head to the grid. Your qualifying session, our last qualifying session of the day, is next. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Road America.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And welcome back to Road America, the National Park of Speed, everybody, for the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and apparently coming right into your living room there, along with Lucian Pancia, who just went a little deep down into turn 5. So, Brian, we've got a couple minutes left in qualifying here, and seeing some changes here. When we went to a break, Vaughn Scott was our third fastest prototype 2 machine. He now falls back in the 5th of Vaughn Scott. Interesting story about Vaughn, because I've known Vaughn now for about 20 years, where he started off racing in improved touring, driving a Porsche 924. He is racing and has been racing for a number of years what is known as a Hadari Firefly. That is a prototype 2 machine that he built from scratch, and he's done quite a bit in the way of modifications to the body of that machine. He is a principal engineer for chassis control at Bosch. Okay, and so a lot of the suspension systems that you have underneath your street cars have had a lot of Vaughn's thought go into them, and he's again working on a chassis that he built up from scratch to be 4th fastest or 5th fastest here at the sprints in a very wet conditions. Very, very strong running for him so far.
Yeah, and I think those chassis controllers, we've got a checkered flag coming out right now. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like, as we can see, we got a car off of turn 1 just as the checkered flag now is being displayed at start-finish. Thankfully, that car is off in the grass, but my guess is that he's probably going to need to get towed out of there at this point now.
Yeah, the good news for him is he's kind of pointing downhill, so he might be able to. There we go.
There we go.
Now, if he can just get out of the way before the next car comes.
And I'm not sure, but that might have been the 119 machine of Vanacore.
Okay.
Your reigning national champion. I'll try and verify the number there. But we do have an incident. It sounds like, or I don't want to say an incident, but cars off over by Canada Corner currently.
Well, that's a popular spot.
And much like we saw yesterday, as we see now, drivers having.
So did you see what happened? Right, that driver got off on the curb and was not able. As soon as he hit the brakes while on the curb, he got a little wiggly, sneaky snake in the back end, and that's exactly what can happen. These painted curbs, especially the yellow and the big yellow and red ones here, can be really slippery when you're wet. They're wet. Indeed.
All right, and so again, the local caution over at Canada, we're also seeing that there was quite a bit of debris, and I think a lot of that is gravel from the gravel trap on the exit of turn 3. We saw yesterday when we had many cars go off over at turn 3, as they all went through the gravel trap, they basically dragged it back out on track with them. And it sounds like it's 9-on-9 violence, Brian. The number 9 car is in the gravel trap at Canada, came together with the 09 car down there at turn 12, and I'm going to try and get the names to go along with the cars here. The 9, that is Greg Case in his Prototype 1 store, and the 09 machine, that is Gabe Fehrbach, and that's Gabe, a big fan of our show.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Gabe there in his Formula Enterprises 2 machine involved in that as well. But it sounds like it is the 9 machine that is currently beached over there at turn 12. And I'm now showing green flag over there. So basically that car may have been able to get out of the gravel trap and continue on. Obviously, checkered flag out. That's going to be the end of the session. Let's do this. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 9, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 drivers, please head to the grid. All right, let's run down the order here and see where things ended up in our qualifying session. Going to the top of the leaderboard, he got around Adam Jetterjohn. Caleb Schrader, your fastest driver on track. Again, the Tigard Oregon driver. You would think somebody from like Oregon or Washington State would probably be very good in the rain. He was your fastest driver. Adam Jetterjohn, 2.7 seconds back. Then Dexter Suba, John Yateman, your top 4 drivers in the session. Again, we're going to have a split start with our prototype cars behind one pace car, the Formula Enterprise 2 drivers behind the second. So now let's take a look at prototype 1 and prototype 2, that second group. It's going to be a couple prototype 2 cars, Brian, at the front of that other field. Mike Rupert in his store WF1. He's from pretty much right outside the gate here, Hubertus, Wisconsin. Your fastest P2 driver, your fastest prototype driver at a 2:36.105, a second faster than Tim Day Jr. Then Bart Wolf, Lucian Pancia, Todd Vanacore, and Greg Guyon. That is your combined P1 and P2 field.
All right, so I think we're good. Let's take ourselves a quick break here. When we come back, we'll have one more qualifying session, and then we will go racing. Stay with us. You are watching the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints and the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Racing is premium limited kart counter and pro manufacturer. Competition of the racetrack is for CTEX storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passion and storage expertise, CTEX products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, or your garage, or at your place of business, taking your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from CTEX. Welcome to Road America, race fans. And don't let days like today rain on your parade. With WeatherTech on board, foul weather doesn't stand a chance. Our iconic floor liners and cargo liners help keep your vehicle's interior pristine, while our mud flaps help protect its exterior from damage. Ross Protect, your line of cleaning and detailing products help you rinse away the dirt after the rain to keep your vehicle looking like new. Visit WeatherTech.com to find the American-made products that protect your assets today.
We are back at the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg here, and as you can see, we have the headlight-clad touring classes, touring 2, 3, and 4, heading out for their qualifying session. 20 minutes in this session, and then we get to go racing, folks. Greg, this has been quite of an adventure this morning.
It has. Oh, and I feel for that one driver who's only got. Of course, he's driving a German car. You'd expect this. He's only got one headlight working. There. More importantly, that the lights in the rear work as well.
Yes.
Actually, he's not the only one. Yeah, it's all the German cars that only have one working headlight. Go figure. But as our drivers are heading out, this is T2, T3, T4, 3 of our 4 touring classes. Brian, let's quickly, not that it matters in these kinds of weather conditions, but let's take a look and see where things ended up yesterday in practice. In Touring 2, fastest drivers on track, Charlie Peter out of Olathe, Kansas, in his BMW M2 Club Sport Racer, the Phoenix Label Redline synthetic oil machine, turned in a time of 2 minutes, 26 seconds, .214. That was about 35 hundredths of a second faster than multi-time national champion Mark Bowden out of Winnetka, Illinois, in his Porsche 997, the Fall Line Motorsports machine. Then we had Brian Bielanski from Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota, in a BMW M3, the Orr Motorsport machine, the Orr Autosport machine, the number 15 car, turned in a 2:30.5, so he was about 2 seconds back from our top 2. Mark Fedler out of Denver, Colorado, in a BMW M240IR, the Summit of Everest group machine, third fastest at a 2:30.564, so he was only 300ths of a second back from Bielanski. In Touring 3, fastest driver Sean Lovett in the number 37 BMW E46, the Liqui-Moly North Bay Bavarian machine, turned in a 2:31.16. Second fastest Derek Wagner in his BMW 330, the Sims by Racers.com machine, the Jordan, Minnesota driver, turned in a 2:33.18. And then third fastest Derek Chan in a Nissan 350Z, the S-Equip Palm Autosports machine out of Rosemont, Minnesota, a 2:33.771 was the fastest time in the books. Now, if we jump over to Touring 4, Mark Cefalo out of, how do we pronounce it, Brendan? It's Sawyersville. He's going to keep telling me that S is silent. Of course, he hasn't told me if it's the first S or the second S, so for all I know, it's Oyersville.
Oyerville.
That's right.
Maybe they're all silent.
He's in the Planet Miata Mazda MX-5. He turned in a 2:39.545. Christian Bronlich, and we'll have to talk about Christian a little bit this year. He surprised us in the runoffs last year. He is out of Fort Mill, South Carolina, in his very first year running in his Mazda RX-8, put the car on the podium. He was second fastest here in the rain at his first time ever to Road America, turned in a 2-minute 40.487. And then third fastest Richard Mooney. But we've got a car off at the, sounds like, over by the Kink here as the rain is picking up again, Brian.
Oh, boy.
And yeah, we could see it there, one of our Mazda MX-5s. That's one of our Touring 4 machines. And we are going to a full course caution. And given what we see there, there's going to be a little bit of cleanup involved,
Brian. It's going to take a little bit of time. Yeah. I would not be surprised if they black flag this to make the cleanup faster. Yeah. And, we've just gone black flag, so we're going to get all of these cars on the pit lane and give the corner workers, first of all, a clear track to work faster, but also a clear track to be able to work safer.
Yeah, we can see there with a wheel having removed itself from the chassis, it's going to take a little time to get that car up on a rollback to bring it down.
So the good news here is that the track emergency crew here at Road America is just fantastic. So they will be able to get that up as quick as humanly possible, and they've got all the tools to do it here as well. So that's also when you come to one of these tracks that have, big pro races, they have a modicum of tools to send out there to make these things clean up about as fast as possible. So let's do this. Since we're on a break, let's take our break right now and get that out of the way while we're sitting here with no action. And then when we come back, we'll talk to you a little bit more about what's coming up next.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 1, Formula V, Formula 6, and Formula F. This is the first call to the grid for your race, Formula F, Formula V, and Formula 6. Please start heading to the grid. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from a very damp Road America.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
We are back here at Road America, and as you can see, folks, from this camera angle, it is just coming down right now. We had about a 20-minute, 30-minute lull in the rain just before this session started, and now, as you can see, there is not a lull anywhere near, and we're just getting this big line of yellow coming at us here. And of course, you know, as us amateur weather watchers know, the yellow is the heavier, more intense rain. So, and a lot of green and blue behind it. So there is, we've got definitely at least a good hour or so before this moves through. And I don't know if Jordan, at some point you can widen that out a little bit more just so we can see what's coming behind it. We'll take a peek at that. We're going to have some time to talk about stuff here because this is going to be a fairly extensive cleanup out here at the kink where that car went off. And we're going to get that thing all put together here. So we're probably going to guess probably another 5 minutes at least, or maybe even 10 minutes before we get back to action here. So that is the situation here. But as you can see, plenty of rain here, and we are under a full course. Okay, so there is our little wider view of, and as you can see, even behind that big storm, there's still plenty of rain coming at us down there. So we just kind of have to hunker down and prepare for a lot of sogginess today. Good news is tomorrow looks like it's going to be a whole lot better. So our feature races tomorrow, we should be able to go to dry course conditions with a very green course tomorrow as well. Won't be a whole lot of rubber on the racetrack tomorrow, but that is the situation right now. I don't think we had a whole lot of time to put down laps here before we went to that full course condition here, but let us look at what we've got at the moment in our classes here. Our fast cars in Touring Tour 2 at the moment. Charlie Peter, Max Fedler, Bassam Abdallah is your top three. Brian Spiewak in fourth. John Steller in fifth. That's in Touring 2. Then you've got Touring 3. Anthony Pacelli is your fast car there right now. Sean Lovett, Derek Wagner, Nick Heyman, and Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez is your top 5 in Touring 3. Then if you look at Touring 4, a guy we see up at the top at Touring 4 all the time, Mark Cefalo, and then, of course, a guy who's been on our broadcast a bunch as well, Scotty B. White. He is in second place. Christian Bronlick is in third right now. Ethan Barker fourth, and Angelica Sprague is in fifth. That's how they stand right now in Touring 4. So still looking and seeing how all that cleanup is going on, and I'm seeing just multiple emergency vehicles out there. So we're still a little bit of ways here before we get to back to action here at the runoffs. I'm future talking now, Greg.
I was going to say
I'm
you're
projecting what's going to happen as opposed to what's. We're going to a little bit of time before we get back to action here at the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, but we got a lot going on. So also want to let people know we have a really exciting announcement that we're going to give today.
Yes.
And that's going to happen just when we get done with our race just before lunch. So stay on with us, and we're going to have Eric Prill from the SCCA is going to come and make what I think is a pretty. This time I have a little insider information. I can't share it with you. But
people tried getting it out of me yesterday, and I wasn't going to do it. I don't want to be that guy.
Exactly, and I want to come back and do the Super Tour next year. So,
or the runoffs. You've been talking that up quite a bit here, but that should be right around towards the end of our Spec Miata race this afternoon or this morning, which will be our last race, our fourth race of the morning.
So yeah, lots of little bit of cleanup. Well, lots of cleanup right there at the kink, and we will get that going here. And then right after this qualifying session, we go racing, Greg.
We do.
So that should be exciting. As you can see, Greg, Greg's been out running around doing a lot of house cleaning for us.
Yes.
And we appreciate
sweeping.
Exactly, sweeping.
Mopping.
He was swabbing the toilets in the men's room for us. But while you were gone, though, Greg, as you can see on the screen, a lot more rain is coming down now. It is. I would say we have a full-on gully washer here. This is Wisconsin in June, though. This is what we get here. So, lots of. I'm glad I'm not the guy driving the little tram shuttle, because he doesn't have a lot of customers today.
No.
But
no, anything golf cart like without a big windshield on it and a giant enclosure, I don't think is.
So
what
here's what I don't understand, Greg. Looking at the Speedville camera, don't switch this off, Jordan. With that grill going on over that track right there,
that's what's keeping the track warm and dry.
Why isn't it more dry there with that grill being hot all day long like that? I would think that section of racetrack would be really, really dry.
Why is over at Chipville, are we not soaking up all the water off the track?
Oh, there's no laws in Speedville, including the laws of physics and thermodynamics. So thank you, Brandon, for helping us out with that.
That was Brendan Kesmerick, for those of you in the National Park of Speed user group on Facebook.
He is our Nobel Prize winner in physics here, working with us this weekend. And you know what? I have to thank him because, his job is hard on a regular basis, but in these weather conditions to go out and keep these cameras going and getting up on roofs during lightning, and he is definitely a better human than I am. Even without the weather, he's a better human than I am, but in this particular situation, he is just a rock star for us. As he reminds me, he's younger than me too. So, but then again, so are most people. But yeah. Still waiting to get some more word as to when we're going to get back to racing action here. And I'm still seeing several emergency vehicles at that scene right now, but it does look like they've got the car maybe up on the rollback at this point. So we're pushing along here to try to get us going and get us back to qualifying action here. Also waiting for word to see if they're going to extend this session out from our friends at Master.
I mean, we haven't gotten a flying lap in. The basically is the cars came down the pit lane. That's when they tripped the stripe to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, it was pretty early. Yeah.
I
had not remembered how early it was. So. But yes, we got some really stacked fields here this weekend. As I start looking at the list of drivers here, we've kind of gotten a lot of the faster and always near the a lot of runoff contenders here
Yes.
are here this weekend. So it's always fun to get this level and quality of cars and talent here in one location. And when it is at Road America, it makes it just even better.
Yeah, I mean, look, we talk about, of course, talking about having the Bowdens here, having
Yep.
Mark Bowden, who's had so many championship wins. We have here, we've got Roger Eagleton, who is racing in T2 this weekend in his Ford Mustang. He's your 2019 Trans Am GT class champion out on the West Coast. And also has raced quite a bit in IMSA in a Mercedes AMG GT4 machine. Here also, we've got Hans Charlie Peter. I think we saw Hans Peter earlier. Who's a multi-time national champion.
Right.
We always talk about multiple generations
Yeah.
of SCCA racers, but Charlie's a 3-time podium finisher at the runoffs. Here, I mean, there are just so many people. With Nicholas Hammond, who is racing in T3 this weekend in his Nissan 350Z, 2014 Nissan GT Academy winner. For all those folks that came from sim racing into the real world, he won that. Was second in the Pro-Am and 4th overall at the Dubai 24-hour race in a Nissan GTR. So many strong racers here this weekend.
Let me interrupt you real quick, Greg. Yeah. All of our safety vehicles are now in motion, so the situation 11 is cleared up. While we're waiting to go back to action, let's say hi to some people in the chat.
Yes.
Jeff Horbinski is in the chat. J.C. Ogle in the chat. Thank you for your nice, kind words there. Also, Jeff is at the Turn 6 flag, or John Mustinen. Hi from Station 6 and 6 flag crew. Hi to you guys. I hope you're as dry as possible. Thank you for being out there. And that goes for all of our flaggers. Anybody working here, volunteering out in the elements, thank you, thank you, thank you. Nicole Cooper-Cephalo is here. Of course, she's always with us. Thank you so much. The Daily Racer includes our has enjoyed our analysis of the Speedville Bridge and the thermodynamics of that.
That's Blair Deffenbaugh.
That's Blair. Very nice.
Blair Deffenbaugh, noted B-spec racer and handcook driver. And
Daisy, Dizzy or DZ in the chat asks us, what is our favorite Wisconsin beer? I got one.
I'm always going to say Spotted Cow, but I want to defer to Brendan for this.
Okay.
Brendan says anything from Three Sheets.
I'm a Leinenkugels guy. Yep.
All right. Brian, real quick, I have an update from Race Control. Yes. We are going to be putting 10 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
When these drivers leave the pit lane, that clock will start. So that's not going to leave a lot of time, especially in these damp conditions. They'll probably get 1, possibly 2 flying laps in. I would probably put my money on 1 the way it's going here. And we're getting ready to send these cars back out on track.
George Banning says we should stick our head out the window so we can be one with the cars. See, George, I'm a microphone diva. That is the joy of being able to sit here, is that I don't have to be out in the elements anymore.
They're on the other side of the track from us, so it'll be more than just sticking our head out the window. It'll be running through puddles and lots of rain, and I don't like it when my socks
Nicholas Naranjo is in the chat now. Mike Tesh is in the track. Or is in the chat. He shout out to our senior citizen Mike Dalton in turn 4. I'm thinking that's a backhanded compliment. This track is turning into Lake Winnebago. I've spent some time on Lake Winnebago.
I spent some time in a Winnebago.
Yeah, well, then we've both had our Winnebago experiences.
Yes.
But, yeah, it is very damp here, folks. And as you can see, you can actually see the rain falling on the racetrack. That is the heaviest we've had it here since we've been on the air here, a little around 8:20 this morning Central Time.
All right, we're going to be starting to send cars out here in just a moment. And here they come.
At this pace, we might get 2 laps in this 10 minutes.
That's just what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So the clock is now, I think, starting to run.
Yep. Might be deeper in Lake Winnebago. That is definitely possible. So We are here at the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is in the house. We're actually both in the house today.
Yes, we are. Don't break the.
Oh yeah, everybody knows
the
now.
Mystery.
Everybody knows now. But right, got it. So when we put the timer up, it's going to be unofficial time on the pylon because there really isn't a way for us to sync that up in this type of a situation. We're going back to action. So it'll be 10 minutes-ish on our timer. But, of course, the people in timing and scoring got it all figured out, and they'll do it properly.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, the clock is at 9 minutes and 46 seconds.
All right, so.
And Mark Cephalo, the first driver off the grid, or off the pit lane here to head back out on track. And Michael Collins called you a microphone diva.
Yes, I'm good with that. I'm all right with that.
And I think the second driver that we saw come off the pit lane there, Andrea King, and we talked a little bit about Andrea yesterday. She's racing in multiple classes this weekend. She's also racing in Spec Racer Ford with her husband, Russell.
Yep. Stevie Ray says it should be the Lakeville Bridge, not the Speedville Bridge. I like what he did there. Slowville, yeah. A slow boat to Speedville. Okay, so good gamesmanship here, by the way, by Mark Cephalo. This is a situation where you want to be the first car out.
Yes.
You're going to get as clear a vision as anybody out there.
No spray.
No spray in front of you. Oh, he might not be see?
Well, he might have lost that advantage. Well,
no,
he's still got a gap. He got it
fine.
together. There is such a large expanse of concrete out there. And there goes Miss King. All right, and the Mustang got underneath her. That was Andrea King in the BMW.
And we've got cars who are going to avoid.
And we're now going to a full course caution, Brian, and I would suspect, again, because of the amount of cleanup there, that we are then going to be going to black flag once again.
It's possible that they can just get a break and pull the stuff off the track, and that car might, there's a cutout there right at turn 5.
Where we've seen those cars coming at us.
So they might be able to get that car off the track. You can probably just drive right off.
Yeah, it looks like the bumper's actually been moved out of the way.
Yeah, it's just a big water puddle there. It kind of looks like the water park at the Wisconsin Dells right now, you know, and people are out there trying to negotiate those things without the benefit of a rudder.
Yeah.
To be able to steer with. But, yeah, it's just really, really treacherous out there. And any little bit of, you can see, wow, when that hit the apex, that a big splash of water there. So now we've had so much rain where we are starting to get some standing water in some areas because the ground is so saturated now.
Yes.
There's not much room. When it does run off the track, there's not much room for it to go anywhere. It can't get absorbed into the grass anymore. And this is the first kind of standing water on the racetrack I think I've seen since I've been here.
Certainly this weekend, and from yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, since I've been
today.
here this weekend, right.
Yeah, it's. We talked this morning about how easily and how quickly this track had been drying and how it had been draining off to the sides. But as you said, and you can see it here at the edge of the kink, where we are just saturated ground right now. There is nowhere for that water to go.
It gets to the end of the track, but once it gets off the track, it doesn't have anywhere to go. So the checkered flag is now in the air here. They're going to black flag the session.
Yeah, and so, Brian, I don't know how best to explain this, because as best we can tell, most of the drivers here, actually I said that they had only completed there are only a handful of drivers that got a flying lap in.
Right.
We had, I think, 19 drivers out of 42 that actually got a real lap in. Mark Cephalo was the first driver that had not gotten a full lap. So I mean, I think at this point, and you know, we do have the timing stripe on the pit lane.
Right.
Again, we'll have a better understanding a little bit later on how this is going to be handled.
Right.
You know, but technically those are completed laps.
Right.
So let's do this.
What's our first race group?
First race group is going to be Formula V, Formula 6, and Formula F. And so let me make another call to the grid for them. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 1, Formula V, Formula 6, and Formula F. Please head to the grid. Formula V, Formula 6, and Formula F racers. This is your second call to the grid. All right, so I was going to say, let's kind of look at what we know so far, and there's not much here.
Well, my concern right now, Greg, is that with these small formula cars coming out and as much standing water is I think we're getting to the point now where there's a real safety concern. And we're gonna take a break here in a few minutes, and I'm gonna walk over to race control and kind of see if I can gauge the temperature of what the situation is. But a lot of concern, I think, right now for everybody. So because there's just a lot of water. Anyway, let's reset.
Yep. So let's take a quick look here, and at this point, I'm gonna give you the top 10. And I'll tell you, all of these top drivers, they are all in either T3 or T2. Fastest driver on track from Olathe, Kansas, BMW M2 Club Sport, Charlie Peter. Anthony, and this, wow. And Anthony came up to me yesterday. He said he was going to blow up a turbo in my honor this weekend. As I made some comments about that.
Well, he wasn't able to go fast enough to do that here.
So Anthony Pacelli in, get this, a Subaru Impreza WRX STI, an all-wheel drive car.
Of course.
Your second fastest driver on track, granted about 4 seconds off of Charlie Peter, but the T3 driver out of Mowertown, Virginia, currently scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Max Fedler in his BMW M240i, third fastest. Bassem Abdallah, also in an M245 IR. He's out of Austin, Texas, fourth fastest. Right now, those top 4, 3 of them are T2 cars. Pacelli, our sole T3 car up there. Brian Spiewak in a BMW M3, fifth fastest. Sean Lovett, sixth fastest in a BMW E46. John Steller in a BMW M2, seventh fastest. Derek Wagner, eighth fastest. He's in a, repeat after me, everybody, a BMW. He's out of Jordan, Minnesota in a BMW 330. Nick Hammond, who we talked about just a few moments ago, the GT Academy winner a number of years ago, in the number 41 Touring 3 Nissan 350Z. Probably 370Z, and he's out of Elkhart Lake, so he's right outside the gate here. Matt O'Toole in his Touring 2 Porsche 997, Porsche 911 car, 10th fastest. If we move down to Touring 4, and again, the Touring 4 cars, none of them got a flying lap in here. Let me give you the order as it stands. Mark Cefalo with a time of 4:08 flat, so again, a minute and a half off of what everybody else was running in T2 and T3. In Scotty B. White, second fastest driver, 600 or probably 0.6 of a second back from Cefalo at a 4:08.7. He's out of Auburn, Washington. His Mustang. Christian Braunlich in his Mazda RX-8, third fastest. Ethan Baker in a Mazda MX-5, fourth fastest, 12 seconds back from Braunlich. Angelica Spray, fifth fastest in her Toyota GR86. She's just now moved into Athens, Alabama, spent a number of years out in Texas. Paolo Salvatore, James Eben, Gino Carini, and that's the entire Touring 4 field. There is, at the moment, in Touring 4, a 1 minute and 15 second split. But again, not a single one of them got a flying lap.
All right, I'm just hearing from race control that we're going to go racing at 10 o'clock this morning. So we're about 10, 11 minutes away from that. And they're going to work on getting the track with a little bit of drying here or moving some water around. But we're going to go racing at 10 o'clock. So let's take a break. When we come back, we will we'll have some racing action. Well, let me do one more call to grid real quick. If you'll hit the button for me. Attention the paddock. Attention the paddock. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Group 1 cars. Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 6 to the grid for your race. We will be back in about 10 minutes, folks. Stay with us. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live here from Road America.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Brian Bielanski here, Gregg Ginsberg as well. We've got Group 1 race about to get going in very damp conditions. This is Formula F, Formula 6, and Formula V. Greg, let's do our starting lineups.
That's it. First of 10 races today, Brian, all scheduled for 25 minutes. All right, so we're going to have a split start. You can see the beautiful Chevy Corvette pace car bringing out our Formula 600 racers, or Formula 6 racers. There is another beautiful Corvette, I believe it's a Corvette, so far down in the fog, I can't tell. We'll have the Formula F and Formula V racers behind. I'm going to give you the top 10 drivers in each one of our 3 classes. We're going to start off with Formula V, where starting 10th is going to be the number 88 Vortec of Mark Richardson. He's out of Washington, Illinois. Brandon Abbott, out of Farmington Hills, Michigan, is driving a Vector AM1. He starts 9th. Steve Whitston starts 8th today. He's driving a Protoform P2. He's out of Georgetown, Texas, with Rick Shields starting 7th. Rick is driving a VDF, and he's out of Bridgeville, Pennsylvania. Then we've got Zach Whitston. He's going to start 6th today in Formula V. He's driving the number 127 Protoform. He's out of Austin, Texas, with John Adams. Not that John Adams, but John Adams driving an Adams V2. He's from Whitmore Lake, Michigan. He starts 5th. Starting 4th, driving the number 5 Protoform from Neenah, Wisconsin, Ron Whitston. Brian Varnum's going to start 3rd today in Formula V. He's driving a Silver Bullet. He's from Medina, Ohio. Andrew Abbott starts on the outside of the front row in Formula V. He's from Livonia, Michigan, driving a Vector AM1. And your pole sitter in Formula V, Andrew Whitston out of Neenah, Wisconsin, the number 12 Protoform, his ride for the day. Let's move over to Formula F, where we had 20 qualifiers. I'm going to give you the top 10. Starting 10th, driving the number 8 Van Diemen RFO2 from Auburn Hills, Michigan. It's Robert Dietz. Alex Barron, driving the 173 AB. He's from Menifree, California. He starts 9th. Starting 8th is Nathan Down. Nathan's driving a Swift DB6. He's from Thornton, Colorado. Demetrius Constantinitis is starting 7th today. He's in the number 33 Van Diemen. He's from Chicago, with Trevor Russell starting 6th. Trevor is driving the number 32 Ray 1600. He's from Tucson, Arizona. Jonathan Kodak in his Swift DB6 from Atlantic Beach, Florida, will start 5th today, with Theodore Burns starting 4th. Theodore is driving the number 81 Piper DF05. He's from Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Calvin Codd starts 3rd today. He's in the number 3 Piper, the Honda-powered Viper. He is from Geneva, Illinois. Then we've got our front row in Formula F. Starting 2nd, driving the number 27 Van Diemen RF99 Honda-powered machine, is Zach Rivard. And then our pole sitter today, driving the number 80 Magali from Edwards, Illinois, it's Mateo Naranjo. Starting now in Formula 6, we had 10 qualifiers. Here is the field. Starting 10th, driving the number 38 Red Devil from Rushford, Minnesota, is Stephen Jondal. Glenn Tilke, and great to see Glenn here out in the field. I think this is his first June sprints in about 20 years. He is actually the data collection expert for the Sports Car Club of America and the Super Tour. So good to see him behind the wheel.
So he's smarter than me.
Yeah, well,
it's a low bar.
Yes, exactly. He's from Rubicon, Wisconsin. He's also driving a Red Devil. He starts 9th. Starting 8th, driving the number 86 Scorpion from Tony, Alabama, George Bugg, with Rick Escola in his Invader from Tomahawk, Wisconsin. You know, you're from Tomahawk and you're driving an Invader. Anyway, he starts 7th today in the 04 car. Starting 6th, driving the number 03 Red Devil from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, Daryl Greening, with Ethan Alexander starting 5th. Ethan is also driving a Red Devil. He's from Grafton, Wisconsin. That's the 83 car. Starting 4th today, driving the number 22 Scorpion from West Lafayette, Indiana, James Weeda, with Jason Martin starting 3rd. Jason's driving the number 78 Novacar J10. He's from River Grove, Illinois. Starting, and you know what? I think I got the numbering wrong. No, I think I got it right here. Starting 2nd today, Aaron Ellis. He's driving the Ellis AE16. He's from Farmington, Minnesota, starting 2nd. And your pole sitter today, 2nd fastest qualifier this weekend, because our fastest qualifier taking the day off for the Sabbath. He's from Holt, Michigan, driving a Novacar J7, two-time national champion, Sven de Vries.
Kudos to Aaron Johnson in the chat. Is a line in the ground considered a bar? So thank you. I appreciate it. Nice trolling. Good stuff. I love it.
You and your red lines.
I know.
Anyway.
I know. Here is our Formula V field going under the Speedville Bridge here, or as we renamed it, the Lakeville Bridge. So We have a special guest with us for this race. Bill Stasinski is here. Bill, welcome. I would rather Formula V racer. I would rather have you in a car racing, but you're here with us. Thank you for being here.
Well, I'd love to be in the car, but you had some misfortunes yesterday, but I'll be in the car tomorrow.
So not only yesterday, you are the driver who took that pretty remarkable tumble at Mid-Ohio, and we're happy that you're safe and good. And it's the car that you were in Mid-Ohio that would have raced today, right?
Correct. Yes.
How was the thrash to put that thing back together?
It was a chore. Yeah. But I still had time to go to We'll wait till
we'll talk some more about
yeah.
that, because we might have some time in this race to talk about that.
That's
All right, here comes our cars up the hill for the first time here. The pace car is on pit lane, and we will hopefully get a green flag here pretty quickly.
And it looks like a few fewer than 10 cars here in Formula 600. It looks like 3 rows of 2, and jumping out to an early lead there, Sven the V's, Brian.
Yep, we're going to get our green flag here, and you can see them coming eventually.
I guarantee you the green flag came out.
Yep.
De Vries there in that white number 7 machine directly next to him. That is Jason Martin, who came out on the front row. Wida and Alexander there as well. And we can see already what these conditions between the spray and the very dark conditions already here at Road America, what they're doing to our Formula 6 field, as our Formula F drivers are coming through turn 14 now.
Bill, this pace lap was real important for these drivers, right? To be able to find where the puddles are a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely, because there's streams all over, and you don't want to be hitting those without knowing they're there.
All right, here comes our second group of cars going up the hill. This is our Formula F field. So this is a triple split start here.
Yeah, we're going to see the Formula V's.
I've never seen a triple start, so here we go.
And they're the V's, and of course your son's in the field too.
Yes, he is, the 84 car.
Brian Stasinski, and we'll see him here in a few moments as our Formula F drivers come under that NTT data bridge onto the front straight, waiting for the green flag to fly for them.
And we will hear them before we see them here, because our next camera is closer to turn 1 than our start-finish line right now.
But the green flag, Brian, it's in the air. I swear it is. You just can't see it there.
Yep.
As our Formula F field now heads down into turn 1. Naranjo to the outside in that yellow number 80 machine. Calvin Cox, I think, in the number 3. Coming underneath him, coming down the hill into turn 3. Cox in the black car right underneath there.
Here comes our Formula V field through the first turn for the first time. And I'm going to wait for a second before I give some kudos here. But all of our drivers have really taken their time to find where the best places to go are here, and see how this first lap kind of shakes out. But so far, but at some point, Bill, they're going to get racy, because that's what race drivers do. But this first lap's a little bit tentative.
It is, and yet it doesn't look like it's as bad as I thought it was out there.
Okay.
They seem to be managing pretty good right now.
How are the rain tires on these cars?
Not bad. I mean, I've been running on old ones, so I was hoping to get out there and run my brand new ones and see how that was. But they disperse a good amount of water, but at some point you can still hydroplane on these big time. Yeah.
All right, we've got.
Well, we saw Matteo Naranjo jump to the lead coming out of turn 5. Got around our second place runner in Formula F, Calvin Cox, with Burns and Jonathan Kotek a little further behind. And also, Brian, it appeared that the Formula V's that had started quite a bit back from the Formula F racers, because of how strung out the Formula F racers were originally, the V's have already caught up to the back of the Formula F field, and they're actually starting to make their way around some of our Formula F racers now as they come down out of the hurry downs and, into Speedville.
Right. So, Bill, the V's probably have a little bit of advantage here, because they have a less power when you put the gas on, so you can control them a little bit better in these conditions, right?
Absolutely, yeah. It gives you a little more ability to control the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think with the narrower tires, it helps you out in the rain.
It's an advantage to have less contact patch there as well. Yeah. All right, so we have had so far, I believe, only 2 racers cross the start-finish line at this point, Brian. That is Jason Martin, who is your leader in Formula 6, with Sven de Vries second. We're just now seeing the rest of the Formula 6 field come across. Wida in third, Ethan Alexander fourth, George Bug fifth, And as we can see here, really these racers tiptoeing, looking for grip at this point.
On that first lap, we did have one of the Formula 6s go off in Canada corner, but they've continued on, so we're back to green there. So we do have at least one car into a wall. It looks like a heavy impact. Yeah, there it is. That's turn 13, so that's 2 cars now off. And so one car got into the wall there on the right, and then we've got this car trying to do a quick U-ey to get back going. At least he's out of the way now, so hopefully he can get going here without too many problems. That is going to be going to be a discussion with the stewards probably about that little move there. But he's going, so I guess there's that.
All right, and it sounds like that the white Formula F that continued, I believe that was it sounded like it was the 1.6? There is no 1.6 in Formula F. And we do have the other car off is over on the wall with a broken suspension. We'll try and get the number of the other car that was involved, the white car that he's coming up the hill now. But as you would expect, we're starting to see cars off in a number of places right now. It sounds like we've also got possibly off at Canada corner. That's one of the Whitston brothers that has gone off at turn 1.
It's interesting, Greg and Bill, that the different parts of the racetrack. Look at the fog here. That's not when we see some of our other cameras, and it's not just our camera being condensation, because I'm seeing some reports as well that they're definitely more foggy conditions in different parts of the racetrack. So how hard is that part of this?
You know, the visibility in the rain is the biggest thing. In fact, my son Brian had mentioned, you know, I have no idea what it's going to be like with this big pack of cars and all the spray coming down into one. But
yeah.
And real quick, we are going to be going to a full course caution as I think they're trying to get the field under control while they respond to those incidents over by Bill Mitchell Bend. And by the way, the driver that had gone off over at turn 1 in Formula V, I believe, I'm fairly certain that was Andrew Whitston, who was your leader in Formula V. So we'll see here in a few moments where he stands amongst the rest of the field, as we just now have the 78 Formula 6 machine. Jason Martin completes lap number 2. He's your overall leader, and he's going to get picked up by the safety car here.
All right, so Greg, let's do this. Let's take a break.
Sure.
We'll get that out of the way, and then when we come back, hopefully we'll have some green flag action here for the rest of the race. Let's do a call to grid as well.
Attention in the paddock, Race Group 2A, E Production, F Production, H Production, and GT Light. Please head to the grid. Race Group 2A, E Production, F Production, H Production, and GT Light. This is your first call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here from a very soggy National Park speed in just a few moments. It's the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June 6th. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at the Hoosier Racing SCCA Super Tour, the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and in with us today, Bill Stasinski. Bill, let's take a minute while we've got the full course yellow. Talk about, you had a pretty big shunt at Mid-Ohio a month ago or so.
Right.
And we're very happy that everything turned out well with that. Tell us a little bit about that endo that you did. It looked worse than it turned out to be, thankfully, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I got hit from kind of the side of my rear tire and flipped me over, so I skidded across the pavement.
Right.
And then when the car hit the grass, then it flipped up in the air and did a couple flips and came down upside down. And I think that's the worst part of it, is hanging there for minutes waiting to get the car flipped over.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, your son Brian was a couple cars back, kind of saw it all happen.
Right.
You know, so he's in the car hoping everything's good. That had to have been tough for him as well.
He said initially, yeah, he was just frightened. What happened?
Sure.
How am I? All this other stuff. Then when he saw me out of the car, then he's like, yeah, I pick up 2 positions. I needed those points.
That's awesome. That is
Thanks,
so good.
Dad.
So, yeah.
That's so good. So a big effort to get the car back to the racetrack for this weekend. How much work did you have? How many hours did you put into
Oh,
that?
God. I'm glad I don't log hours into it, because I think I'd stop racing, because it's just not. Sometimes it feels it's not worth it, but then you get here and it's like you see everyone again, and it's just fun to be here.
So were any of the 4 corners no work needed to be done on them, or did you have to do something?
No,
all the way around?
I had to replace the front axle beam and one of the spindles on the front end. The back end, it was the exhaust and the tail section. Okay. So
and your son was up here talking to us on Thursday afternoon, I think, while he was waiting for you to
finally get here,
get both of the cars over here, and he said that on your car had pretty much an unobtainium exhaust system that was lost in the roll. How does that affect the performance of the race car?
Well, yeah, that exhaust is the Pistori exhaust that they're no longer making, but it was better than what I had, previous to that. However, hey, big shout out to a couple people. John Adams had a tail section and an exhaust system that I could put on the car, so that was awesome. Wonderful. And then the Farnhams are loaning me an engine to get in the car for Sunday's race.
So that's great, because I guess we talked about the after all the work to get the car together and get it here and race, as you went out for qualifying yesterday, had engine issues.
Right. 2 laps in, I was done.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But that's great that we're going to have you on course tomorrow for the feature race. And we had who do we have? We had Trevor Carmody in the booth with us at Watkins Glen. I was talking to Larry McLeod and I about essentially the big Formula V family, and of course there's a big contingent up there in the Finger Lakes region as well, but also in this area and in the middle part of the country as well. And it looks like everybody basically just comes together to get racers on track.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was talking to Andrew Abbott yesterday and told him my weekend's over, all this, and he says, well, where's your spare engine? I said, I left it at home. I didn't have time to get it loaded up, and I was trying to get the registration on time. And he said, well, go back and get it.
Yeah.
So my son was getting ready to. He got to my garage and was going to put it in the car, but then we got the offer from the Farnhams to use an engine. So
That's great.
Yeah.
So when we had the incident at Mid-Ohio, of course, we don't talk about the people involved until we know for certain that everybody's okay.
Sure.
But what was really cool is not Brian, your other son,
Dan
jumped right in our chat and said, "Hey, Dad's okay. Whatever, going to be a little sore, that kind of stuff." And then Brian jumped in a few minutes later after the race was over and kind of updated. Then you came in the chat. You became our producer of the weekend. I don't know if you know this.
No.
We hand out producer of the weekend.
Congratulations, by the way, you've won a prize.
Exactly. So you became our producer of the weekend because not only did you roll your car, you came in the chat to tell us you're okay. So that was just so cool to have that kind of an update from you guys.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather have the.
You'd rather not be the producer of the weekend?
the producer of the weekend.
Fair enough.
but hey, I'll take what I can get, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, we're happy to have you here, but we'd rather have you in a car. But
I'll be there.
But we'll see you tomorrow on the racetrack. And are you going to be able to have everything put together to be at the runoffs this year?
That's the hope. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, we still have the Cat National here, so.
All right, real quick, Brian. We're getting word now that the safety car is going to be leaving the track. I think we're going to be going back to green flag racing this next time by. Just to quickly reset the field here. In Formula 6, it's Jason Martin with Sven De Vries second. De Vries was our pole sitter. James Weida, George Bugg. That is your top four. In Formula F, it's Matteo Naranjo with Theodore Burns, Calvin Kotz, Jonathan Kotek, your top four. And then in Formula V, Brian Farnham is your leader now with Andrew Abbott and Brandon Abbott, second and third. Zach Winston currently running fourth.
Yeah, so Mike Tesh in the chat talking about the rivers between the Carousel and Canada Corner. This is becoming a sequel to the movie A River Runs Through It, because there's little rivers everywhere, and I feel like I should pull out my fly rod and try to do some guppy fishing here or something. But it is pretty damp out there. But looking at what's falling, it is still falling, but it does look like it's falling at least at a slower rate than it was about 20 minutes ago. And while there is fog, it does feel like it's brightened up out there. So I'm trying to find the happy layer of this not so happy onion here. But I'm hoping that we can get.
Well, hopefully somebody peels the fog away soon, Brian, because
That's right.
we as I'm looking down the front straight here out of our window here on the media center, and our starters on the start stand are looking. They can't see all the way down to the end of the pit lane from where they are. There is so much fog. There's that shot.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This guy Dan Stazinski in the chat says, "Hi, Dad. Don't quit your day job. Leave the commentating to the professionals." You're being trolled by your own son.
Oh my God!
On live.
There you go.
Hey, Dan. Just so you know, your dad is getting paid more than we are right now for this. So. Right now, he's the professional. We're the amateurs. Hey, I want to thank Mike Kelly for joining us in the chat. Mike dabbles from time to time in Formula V, primarily races a Volkswagen Golf, and has also been racing Legends cars of late. So I want to thank Mike Kelly, another former Rookie of the Year in the Washington, D.C. region, and a Mars champion, I believe, in H production. He'll correct me if I'm wrong. All right, safety car, when it brings the field here around turn 14, should be peeling off, turning the field back over to our overall leader. That is Jason Martin out of, oddly enough, Brian, River Grove, Illinois.
All right, here comes our pace car onto pit lane.
And can I use my pun now?
Go.
This is the time when our racers sink or swim. Thank you.
Oh, there we go.
All right, had to do that.
Cinch up those belts and wipe off that visor, folks. We are back to racing action here as they come across the start-finish line. I can tell you they are coming across the start-finish line, and we'll see them in just a minute. And we will hope that they all negotiate turn one nice and safely. And here they come. Right into our...
And with Matteo Naranjo and our Formula F leaders now getting around Jason Martin. Matteo was second in line there with Theodore Burns, who had gotten around Calvin Kotz and Jonathan Kotek. By the way, Kotz has now fallen back to fourth in Formula F.
Right.
Did not get a good run out of the final corner and up the hill. So it's Matteo Naranjo, your overall leader, then Martin, then Burns with DeVries after that.
Right.
As we see DeVries in that little white with red Formula 5, and then in the black car, that is, I believe, Jason
Right.
Martin's in the red one. It is Weta in the black car behind.
Well, and the biggest problem now is that all those advantages that we had by having the split starts earlier are all gone. And as you can see, being the couple first 3 cars is such an advantage here because you don't have to deal with the spray, right, Bill?
Oh, the spray is awful. I mean, and I do love the new rain lights. I mean, I know there's a big issue, but racing vintage in the rain a couple weekends ago, and they have these little, little 15-watt light bulbs.
Incandescent bulbs.
Yeah, you just can't see anything. So, so kudos to that to make that happen because it does help.
We
a
were
lot.
talking about that earlier. People were complaining about the right lights until they actually used them in the rain and realized how awesome they were.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so we're starting to see here Farnham and Abbott. Farnham is in, I believe it's the orange number 15 Silver Bullets.
Correct.
And then Abbott, who's in the red number 25 directly behind. They have just really started to slice through the Formula F field and start to make their way through. And we've got a number of the other Formula V drivers. We have the Whitstons not all that far behind. Actually, I think Brandon Abbott, who's in the 26 car, is the next one in line.
Right.
But they've all started to make their way through this Formula F drivers who are still absolutely tiptoeing around this course right now.
Red Keith in the chat says if the fog's bad enough, they'll have to stop the racing. I'm not sure that our cameras are a good determining factors what it actually is out there to see from station to station. But you're right. If one corner station can't see the next, then they will have to shut it down. But right now, these guys trying to make their way here through the kink and be as safe as possible here with about 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race. They're trying to get a couple of really good green flag laps here to be able to kind of decide who's going to win this race here as we get to our closing moments here.
Yeah, and so Brian, let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group as we predict that this race will probably go 7 laps. We're currently working lap number 5. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2A, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, please head to the grid. Race group 2A, E production, F production, H production, and GT Light racers, please head to the grid.
And because this lap is so long and because we're in the rain, we just got the word from the timing and scoring folks, white flag, next time by.
Yeah, so it looks like 6 laps for our racers, not 7. Actually, well, let's take that back. Lap 6 will be the white flag lap.
Right.
Yeah,
So
there we go.
That's what they're saying. So
Yep.
they're predicting 7 laps total, according to our timing and scoring chief, Bill Skibby. Thank all those folks for keeping us on the straight and narrow here. We're trying to figure out who's going to win and who's not. So, and as you can see, you've got all of these varying weather conditions, and some people like the rain better than others, right?
Oh God, yes, yeah. Some people do the rain dance, and they want to be out there, the great equalizer, and other people just hate it. I mean, they don't want to even go out. I was down in Arizona with my brother who races a Ford, and it had rained, and every Ford went home because of the rain.
Have they ever seen rain before in Arizona? This was something that was not only on a racetrack but just in general might have been foreign to them.
Yeah, they just didn't. They all just packed up and left. So I won the race. The first time in a Ford.
Well, and my wonder is how many of them even had rain tires to put on the car.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, at this point it had quit raining though.
Right. Yeah.
But it's a different mentality though.
Exactly.
It really is.
Well, I mean, years ago when I raced ITA, I had a competitor, John Cummins, who raced in a Mazda RX-3, and I always talk about how great Mazda RX-3s are in the rain because they've got a very, very wide track. He literally used to go and do a rain dance all the way down the pit lane, more as an intimidation factor than anything else.
Yeah.
And and I'd actually seen drivers leave the grid when he started to do it.
Just hearing Zach Rivard's car broke on the grid, so he never even got to make the race. So, and apparently he is really good in the wet. So this would have been a great day for him.
And he was our second fastest driver yesterday in practice. Did not have a great qualifying session, as I believe it was in the wet.
Hopefully they can get that car fixed and back out here for tomorrow's races. So.
All right, Matteo Naranjo crossing the start-finish line. He is now starting his final lap here at Road America. We know this has gone very, very quickly. So starting lap number 7, and the time he puts in a 2-minute 45. And talk about the spread here. We've got lap times anywhere from 2:45 to 3 minutes and 40.
Yeah, a little bit of debris on the track that we just saw on that last camera. Not quite sure which car that came from. There it is there.
Yeah, right at exit of turn 1, or right past the apex of turn 1.
Thankfully, it's not in the racing line. So if everybody, well, then again, with the rain, the racing line might not be the racing line. But it's far enough out where I think we'll be able to get the session finished. Someone in the chat's real upset that your son's in the race car because we don't get his notes in the chat when he's in the race car. So
well, there's no texting and driving.
That's actually Trevor Carmody. Who
is that who it was?
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So,
I'm sure you'll get your fill of it after he gets out of the car. So
I'm sure I will. So. We really enjoy everybody who helps us out in the chat here. So time's running out on this session. Got a couple of corners left to go for Matteo Naranjo, who is because he's out front and because he didn't have to deal with the spray, has had as easy a run of it as anybody. I was going to say had an easy run, but it's not easy even when you're out front in these weather conditions.
Hey, there's Kelton Jago. He's saying hi to us, and I'm sure he's thanking his lucky stars that he did not bring his FE2 machine out from Michigan to run in this wonderful weather here. But hopefully, I'll see him at the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series events at either New Jersey Motorsports Park or at Summit Point here in July coming up. His wife also racing with us in that series. Hi, Kelton. How y'all doing? And here we go. And look at this battle for the lead in Formula V.
They come together.
And that is Farnham, and that is Andrew Abbott, I believe.
Andrew.
So, and that's going to give the lead in this race to the third place car in Formula V, which is Andrew Whitston. He's going to take advantage of that. And Brendan Abbott and Steve Whitston, they're now going to inherit the top 3, but those cars have started to move on. Wow, they were able to re-enter the fray.
They're able to re-enter the fray. I believe that was a 0-8 to Steve Whitston, the yellow Formula V that we saw coming up the hill, the yellow Protoform. So it looks as though both Farnham and Andrew Abbott have been able to hold off Steve. So it looks like Steve likely will stay in 5th position.
Okay. So that would move Andrew Abbott down to 3rd place, it looks like. So he might be able to salvage a podium finish here. Checkered flag is in the air on her front straight.
Matteo Naranjo taking the win in Formula F. Finishing 2nd is going to be the 81 machine. That is Theodore Burns. That's your top 2. And it sounds like we may have a car still off over at turn 5.
Oh, maybe he just pulled out of the way, which is nice because that allows us to finish under green here. If that is what he did, appreciate whichever driver made that decision.
Actually, now I'm getting word, not turn 5, and maybe over turn 7 going into the hurry downs.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he tried to go a little further and realized that he didn't have maybe some suspension problems because they hooked the car that was trying to overtake hooked the right rear of the lead car when they came through there, and one of them kind of got up off the ground just a tiny bit before they came down. So as we get everybody across the finish line here, we'll start looking at our finishing orders here.
Taking the win in Formula 6, Jason Martin, who got that early jump on Sven de Vries, our pole sitter in Formula 6 today. Margin of victory, Brian, 23 seconds.
Oh, we've got a race to the line here.
Yeah, so let's take a look here as they are making their way up the hill and across the line. And who do we have taking the win in Formula V?
I thought it was Andrew.
I was going to say, was it Brandon or was it Andrew? Brandon Abbott taking the win by 14 hundredths of a second over Andrew Whitston. Andrew Abbott will come home in 3rd. Steve Whitston will get around Brian Farnham. Steve Whitston will finish just off the podium in 4th. Zach Whitston 5th. If we jump back to the other classes, we talked about Naranjo and Burns, our top 2. Jonathan Kotek will finish 3rd. Calvin Kautz, who had been up as high as 2nd and challenging for the lead, he will finish just off the podium in 4th. And then finally in Formula 6, we talked about Martin and de Vries. George Bugg works his way up to 3rd. James Weeda will finish 4th. And I'll tell you, hopefully for all of these racers, you included, Bill, much better weather conditions tomorrow. These racers will be out for their 13-lap feature race tomorrow morning, starting right at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time.
That's right. All right, so we're going to make another call to grid before we take our break, and then I have another announcement that we need to make.
Attention to the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 2A. E production, F production, H production, and GT Light. Please head to the grid. E production, F production, H production, and GT Light racers. This is your final call to the grid.
Also, all drivers and teams who have cars that require your rain light to be turned on, I'm being reminded by race control to remind you to make sure that you do turn your rain lights on. They don't do you any good if they are turned off.
They don't do your competitors any good.
Well, that's true. They might do you good,
Yeah.
but it won't help your competitors at all. Anyway, please turn on your rain lights.
All right, so before we take a break, Brian, let's, of course, thank Mr. Stasinski for joining us here in the booth. And now that we've told him his race is at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, hopefully we will see him on the grid. And good luck to you tomorrow, sir.
Well, thanks. I'm looking forward to it.
And thank you so much for joining us here in the booth. We greatly appreciate all of your insight and all the information. And
there you go.
we're going to wish you luck tomorrow. So thanks, everybody. That is Bill Stasinski. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our production and GT Light race in just a few moments from the National Park of Damp Speed. It is the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Are we live? Hello, everybody at home. Brian Bielanski here. We are waiting on Group 2A's race. Just want to let everybody know, anybody who might not be following us in the chat, although I would highly suggest you follow us in the chat because it's entertaining and sometimes it's actually informative. We're on a bit of a hold here. We got a bunch of oil that was laid down during this last session, and it is being cleaned up right now. And of course, the water on the track does not make that any easier. So that's what we're on a hold for. I don't know how long it's going to be. I've not been given any word from race control how much more time it's going to take. But they're working hard at it. And as soon as that oil is cleaned up, we would love for you to stay with us, and we will get back to our racing action as soon as that happens. So stay with us, everybody. We'll be back in just a little bit with Race 2A.
information. North American Safety Team still working on return 5. Just looking up at my screen just a little bit high to my right. We've got the safety team still continuing to work over return 5 from 6 and 7 as well. Just passing by a little bit of supplemental fluid going down the racetrack. So stay up to KBC at American National Public Team. Download the Road America app and keep up to date on the schedule.
All right, hey everybody, it's humble announcer Gregg Ginsberg here at the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints. Just a quick little update, and I think you can see right on the screen there what part of this update is. I had oil put down on the track from right around turn 7, where we've got some of our safety workers inspecting the track right now around through the carousel. And so we're still under a bit of a delay here while our Road America staff is checking that out. As soon as we get some more information as to when we are going to be going to our second race of the day, which is E Production, F Production, H Production, and GT Light for their 25-minute race, we will let you know. So I want to thank you all for hanging in there with us as this is being worked on. Of course, for those of you that were with the SCCA for the runoffs back in 2022 at VIR, which was also struck by a lot of rain, when oil gets put down on the racetrack in wet and damp conditions, it is very difficult to get it cleaned up, and much harder. You can't just simply put down kitty litter and oil dry to make that go away. So a little bit longer process here. As soon as we get a little bit more information, we will definitely jump back on the stream and let you know. We want to thank you all for waiting things out with us here. All right, everybody, quick update here from the announce booth right across the front straight from our grid. The 5-minute warning has been given to our drivers for our next race group, E Production, F Production, H Production, and GT Light. They are going to be taking to the track for their 25-minute timed race here at Road America in just a few minutes. They said it might be a long 5 minutes. For those of you that aren't keeping stopwatches with you, is there's still, although that area over turn 7 has been cleared up, still a little bit of track inspection going on. But we'll be back here in just a few moments. We'll run down the grid, and we'll get back underway here from the National Park of Speed in just a few moments.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 9 cars. Group 9 cars. Want to let you know that the decision has been made that your qualifying order, the starting order for your race, because there were no hot laps during your qualifying session, they're going to revert back to practice times from yesterday. So they will use yesterday's practice times to grid the cars for your race.
All right, so let's get underway here, Brian, as... Well, I see headlights. Those are from that beautiful Chevy Corvette C8 race pace car. And we are now going back to racing here at the National Park of Speed. Next up, our production car classes, E Production, F Production, and H Production, as well as our GT Light racers. We had, let's take a look here. We had 41 drivers set times in qualifying. We're going to give you the top 30. I apologize to the last 10 here. But let's run down the top 30. Starting 30th, driving the number 116, H Production, Mini Cooper Clubman from Davisburg, Michigan, Frank Schwartz. Roy Lopshire is going to start 29th. He's driving the number 98 Toyota Tercel. He's from Blue Springs, Missouri. Isaac Preston out of Northbrook, Illinois is driving the number 06 GT Light Toyota Tercel with Jim
Dentisi.
You'd think I'd be able to say his name. Jim Dentisi, starting 27th today. He's driving the number 77 at GT Light Honda CRX with Rich Walke starting 26th. Rich is driving the number 75, E Production, Austin Healey 3000. I love those cars. From Akron, Ohio, we've got Dave Stripmotter. Dave is driving the number 28, F Production Acura Integra, while Graham Fuller, who is our reigning national champion in GT Light, he's going to start 23rd today in his Toyota Tercel. He's from Summit Point, West Virginia, starting 23rd, driving the number 177. GT Light Mazda MX-3 from Howell, Michigan. We've got Eric Vickerman with Jack Sparks starting 22nd. Jack's driving the number 91 F Production Honda Civic. He's from St. Charles, Illinois. Hubertus, Wisconsin's Greg Gopper will start 21st today. He's driving an H Production Honda Civic hatchback with Rob Bax starting 20th. Rob's in the number 33 H Production Mini Cooper. Bill Verdian is going to start 19th today. He's in the number 6 Mazda Miata. He's from Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. Too many M's, too many E's, too many N's. Don Tucker is going to start 18th today. He is in the number 9 E Production Mazda Miata. He's from Memphis, Tennessee, with Bill Miller starting 17th. Bill is driving the number 37 E Production BMW 328. Chris Bovis is going to be starting 16th today. He's in the number 178 GT Light Honda CRX with Ken Kennard, where I believe he is our reigning F Production national champion. He starts 15th. He's driving the number 51 Acura Integra. He's from Sebring, Florida. Jesse Prather will start 14th. Jesse's in the number 34 H Production Mazda 2. He's out of Topeka, Kansas, with Chuck Mathis starting 13th. Chuck's in the number 54 H Production Volkswagen Rabbit. And with the number 1 on the side of his car starting 12th today, driving the Volkswagen Jetta GLI, moving over from a Volkswagen Golf, it's Chris Schaafsma. Starting 11th, driving the number 163 F Production Mazda Miata, we got Steven Simons. Steve Sargis will start 10th today. He is your H Production pole sitter. He's out of Hartford, Wisconsin, driving his iconic Triumph Spitfire. David Bednarz will start 9th today. He's in the number 47 Mazda Miata. He's from Dexter, Michigan, with Stephen Powers starting 8th. Stevens in the number 145 Mazda Miata. He's from Phoenix, Arizona. Then we've got John Brackey. He's in the number 89 BMW Z3. I believe that's Jesse Prather's old race car. He's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, starting 6th. We've got Mason Workman. He's out of Canal, Winchester, Ohio, driving the number 52 Mazda Miata. And we've got Doug Weaver starting 5th. Doug's driving the number 3 Mazda Miata, representing the Detroit region. He's from Chatham, Ontario, Canada. Michael Lewis is your GT Light pole sitter today. He starts 4th overall in the number 32 Mazda RX-7. He's from Poway, California. Then we've got Tim Schreier in the, well, I have to go back. It's not the Pizza Mobile, but it's the Pizza Wagon, I think. Tim Schreier starting 3rd overall today in his E-Production BMW 325 IS. He's from Dubuque, Iowa, and your front row. Driving the number 4 F Production Acura Integra from Dallas, Texas, Joe Moser, and your pole sitter from Clearwater, Kansas, driving a BMW Z3 with a qualifying time of 2:51.920. I suspect our lap times will be quite a bit off that qualifying pace here today. In the number 151 car, Tyler Ladd.
All right, we've just gotten word from Race Control. Because of our delay, we're going to move the schedule around a little bit, and lunch will now happen after the B-Spec race.
Okay.
And then we'll pick up our schedule after that. So 2 more races, this one and the next one, and then we'll be taking our break for lunch. All right, we get ready to get this race underway here. Here is the field heading down through the kink. And the good news is this is about as dry as we've had it in quite some time.
Yes.
The bad news is there's still a lot of water on the track at the moment, and we will hope to negotiate the first couple laps here. But what we learned yesterday is if it is not raining, although I do still see some rain falling, when it does stop, this track will dry very, very quickly. So.
By the way, Tim Schreier's BMW, it's the Pizza Bimmer. I think we talked a little bit, there he is in the white BMW on the front row,
right
there next to Tyler Ladd. I think we talked about it a little bit yesterday. He's been driving that car. It was his very first vehicle that he owned, has been driving it since 16. He was a pizza delivery boy in that BMW.
That's so cool.
That's where the name comes from. All right, pace car now heading over and onto the pit lane. Brian turning things over to Tyler Ladd out of Clearwater, Kansas in his BMW Z3.
All right, here they come up the hill, really bunched up nicely. That's about as good a looking starting lineup here of 2x2 as you're ever going to get as they come up the hill. Even the back of the field's now starting to form up nicely here. So waiting for the starter to take a look and see what they see, and we will know soon. And the green flag is in the air as we head them down now towards turn 1 for the first time. And we've got all of these production cars in anger for the first time, 3 wide across the line for a couple of the cars in the back part of this field.
Wow, and look at this, Brian, coming up this, there was one Mazda coming up the center lane.
Yeah.
Made a huge jump. Also, we see there where Steve Sargis now has Chris Schaafsma directly behind him. They had Schaafsma, who started, I think, much further back than he expected in H Production here this weekend, in a brand new chassis to him, now having to work his way through the field. And there it is. There's that big, well, that's not the big yellow Golf of course, Schaafsma. That is the Volkswagen, because Schaafsma now in a white Volkswagen Jetta. Looks very much like his championship car. Was that Chris Albin?
In the yellow?
Yeah, in the yellow. Well, I'll have to get the number on the yellow.
Sure. The
yellow Golf there, but he wasn't in our top 30s. Sorry.
And now they come out of 3 and towards turn 5. Now this was problematic earlier because there was a lot of standing water here at the bottom of the hill, but looking to see if everyone can negotiate through 5 pretty better today, or in this race than the last one. A lot less water on the racetrack now than we had a little bit ago. Here comes your cars up the hill. Weather conditions, I'm hearing that.
All right, and we've got, sounds like we might have had a couple cars get together before we got to turn 5, Brian. So they're coming down the Marine Sweep into turn 5. And it sounds like we've got at least one car that went off into the wall there before turn 5. We'll try and get some numbers on those cars momentarily. There are a number of racers that did not make the field here today. Brian, Joe Moser in his Acura Integra, who was scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. Chris Bovis in his GT Light Honda CRX. Jim Dantisi in his GT Light CRX. Isaac Preston, Roy Lopshire, Perry Simmons, Ron Olson as well. As we're going to be going now to a full course caution, Brian, here on lap number 1.
Yeah, we're hearing that the car who went off at 4 is the 95 car of James Samaras. So that is the Mazda Miata. He is out of Lisbon, Wisconsin. So let's do this since we're going to that full course yellow. Let's take this opportunity now to get our break in, and then we will come back after that break and hopefully get cleaned up and back to racing here pretty quickly. You're watching the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints and the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at a Wet Road America. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
We are back here at Road America. We're going to make a couple of quick announcements here if I can get the tones, Greg.
Of course.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. We have a schedule change. The lunch now will be after race 2B, after the B-Spec race. We are going to take our lunch break then. That's because of our delay earlier. So the schedule has changed. Lunch will be after race 2B, and then we will resume after that with Group 3, which is Spec Miata. So that is going to be, that's the new schedule change. Also, want to let everybody know that in Group 9, your race grid, starting grid, is going to be based on Friday's practice times, because your qualifying session did not have a single hot green flag lap. So we are going to revert to the practice times. I can also tell you, though, that the qualifying times, the grid for Sunday, will be based on today's race times only. They are not going to aggregate those practice times with today's race. So that's how that's going to work out there.
No, actually, Brian, we've got a note now as of 11:20, so 7 minutes ago, and I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that yesterday's practice times are probably going to be faster than today's race laps.
Right.
For Group 9, the use of practice times to set the grid for tomorrow's feature race has now been approved by the SOM. So
things changing rapidly here.
Yes. So I feel for drivers that maybe did not go out for yesterday's practice session, but that is the decision, and that's how they're going to grid up today's race. And well, look, if you run faster than somebody else's practice time during today's race, yay moving up through the order. As we are currently working lap number, what are we working, Brian?
This is lap number 2.
Lap number 2. So we have one lap now in the books as our race is going. Let's quickly reset the field, although we've got the ticker here on the side of the screen for you. It's your top 5. Tyler Ladd in E-Production is BMW. Steven Simons, and Steven Simons had a heck of a jump through the spray in that number 163 Mazda. I think that's the white and blue Mazda, if I remember correctly, and we'll see him here in a few moments. But Simons had the fastest race lap there. Of course, part of it was behind the safety car, but he is running second. Chuck Mathis, who is our pole sitter in H Production, third overall in that orange number 54 Volkswagen Rabbit GTI. Tim Schreier, who started on the front row, he is sitting fourth. Mason Workman, and we've said before, Brian, how aggressive Mason Workman is in damp conditions in that black number 52 open top Mazda Miata. John Brackey in the BMW Z3, now sitting in sixth.
And one thing about when we say aggressive, not in a dangerous way,
no.
in a way that he is really good in the rain.
Exactly.
So he is confident that he can put his car maybe in some places that other people can't. So I didn't want that to come across as
absolutely
he does something dangerously aggressive. It's just he is that good in the rain.
Yeah,
so,
he is an amazing runner in the rain. He was the 2023 points champion on the Super Tour, and more importantly, he was our winner here last year. And remember, one of our races for the June sprints, this group was mired in rain. We had the rain come out of nowhere, and then had lightning come out as well. He's had multiple top 10 finishes in the runoffs as well.
So also want to take an opportunity. Kangaroo Productions in the chat mentions that in the rest of the world, corner marshals are all wearing high-vis colors. Here, we wear white on the corners.
As long as you don't wear red.
Exactly. But yeah, our corner workers, they wear red, white on the corners when it's not raining. So you can see a guy in a gray rain suit at the moment. But yeah, that's just the tradition here. We call them our angels in white, and they are there to help whenever they need to. So. But I appreciate you bringing that up. Good little point to discuss here. As you can see now, our field starting to come across the start-finish line here for the third time, I should say.
And as they come across, Brian, we talked about Chuck Mathis, who moved his H Production Rabbit up to third overall. Chuck is the 2006 G Production national champion, and he's won the ARC at Road America, or pardon me, at Road Atlanta a number of times. finished second in G production in 2005 and 2007 at the runoff. So he had a great 3-year run in G production. And he's been spending the last number of years doing engine work and basically crewing for Chris Shaftsma, who's now two-time national champion, repeating national champion, for Andy Whittle, Eric Nordquist, Chris Albin, who we mentioned earlier as well, Angus Chrome. So great to see that machine all the way up at the front of the field here.
Yep.
Right now.
Some shout-outs in the chat. Bryce McGuire, Aaron Johnson, Charlie Richardson, Boy from New York. Hello, Boy from New York is here all the time.
By the way, Boy from New York, oddly enough, didn't put in enough time with us at Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago. I was a little upset about that. I think his attention was diverted by some other racing events that weekend.
Could be. Carl Swanson's in the chat. Thank you for thanking us. We appreciate you watching, and we love producing the stream here and sharing this all with everybody. So we enjoy it as much as you do, I hope. I think Logan Williamson. I don't think I've mentioned Logan yet today. William Madison is here. Going through everybody. Chris DeShong. Chris is a regular in the chat. Welcome, welcome. PJ Pindier. I probably messed that up. PJ, I apologize. Doug Piner's in the chat, working on his car. We're distracting him from getting to work. Yeah.
BMW Z3 e-production car. Yeah, we don't want to distract Doug. We want to have a strong car when he comes out here in the fall for the runoff. Some other people may want a destruct car.
Yep. Coming up on 11 minutes to go on the clock, waiting for word that we're going to go back to green flag here. Have not gotten it yet from race control. As soon as we get that word, we will certainly share that with you.
Let's do this, Brian. Let's make a call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Race group 2B. That's B-Spec racers. A lot of B's there. Race group 2 Bravo. B-Spec racers, please start heading to the grid. Your race is next. And again, we've received word that will be the last race before we break for lunch. Race group 2B. B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
Is this where I get to make the race group 2B or not to be?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. I am nothing if not cheesy and predictable.
The fact that I knew what was coming next probably says a lot.
Quite predictable.
About that.
Quite predictable. You know, Greg, this is the 39th race. Well, no, because we both skipped a race or two here or there.
Yeah.
But like the 36th or 38th race that we've called together, and it is when you sit next to the same guy so long as we have. You get to know each other pretty well. I'm starting
to sense a backhanded compliment coming.
No.
Which, by the way, would be Brian knocking me across the back of the head.
Literally, in this situation.
After talking about that, yes, absolutely. Well, yeah, and it's been great. And of course,
hey,
you know, as the 2024 Super Tour is winding down.
Yeah.
It's been great working with you once again, and of course we've gotten some good words about what's coming up for the runoffs.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that coming up right before lunch here. Mike Mockey's in the chat. Hi, Mike. Say, your dad Tony was good friends with my dad back in the day. Tony was the Milwaukee Region RE at one point in time. So hello to the Mockeys in Milwaukee. Getting ready to hear. I'm getting a word that we're going to talk to the pace car here. What are they going to say?
Now they're trying to get the word on where he is.
Are the lights out on the pace car? Lights out are on the pace car, folks. We're going to get ready to go back to racing action here. Lucia is in the hurry downs.
All right, so as the field now goes through the kink, brings this very large field into, I think in this group we had 41 cars. And Brian, yesterday during the practice session, we had our production and GT Light cars combined with B-Spec that we had somewhere close to 90 cars out on track. It made for some very hectic practice. And that is why we've split them up for the rest of the weekend here. So we'll get back to racing. It's still going to be pretty darn hectic as these cars And we'll have to see because most of these cars, especially in the case of the H production cars, also the GT Light cars, very much momentum cars, as they say. What they're going to do coming out of turn 14 and coming up the hill in the Road America Straight, you can bet, because of what we do in the SCCA for our single file restarts, as soon as we go green at the starter line, the yellow flags come down at all of the flag stations. And there are probably going to be a lot of racers just coming into Canada Corner when we go green. Racers are going to have their eyes on those flag stations, and we'll probably see a big shakeup in the order here, especially midfield, as some of these racers get back underway. And maybe a few found a little bit unawares.
It looks like here, at least in turn 13, the rain's picking up again.
Yeah, perfect timing though.
Perfect timing. I think we need to let go of the hope that we're going to have much dry weather today. I think this is kind of our lot in life for the day. Tomorrow, though, is supposed to be really nice, so we're looking forward to that as well. Okay, I'm being told from our weather guesser that there is a nice 2-hour window after lunch where it's going to be dry. Yes, Brendan, our producer, was a meteorology minor, so you are a very amateur weather guesser.
All right, pace car Brian on the pit lane.
I want to thank Chris Shaftsma for giving me the weather guesser line.
Yes.
So he said that last year at the Runoffs. I'm like, I'm going to steal that.
All right, green flag is in the air as Tyler Ladd brings the field down the front straight. That means, again, those yellow flags, they drop all around the course. And wow, big start there. Doug Weaver and his Mazda Miata. I think he might have actually gotten the jump on Mason Workman as they came under the starter bridge. Let's take a look now as they come down into turn 1.
Turn 1, all of my fingers and toes are crossed. If we can get through turn 1 here cleanly for this second time under race power. And so far, a little bit of slippy slidey, but so far everyone's going through fine. Some cars here, front-wheel drive cars, might do a little better in this situation than others. We have lots of different types of cars in this field: older British cars, older sports cars, and the newer cars.
And newer Japanese cars,
exactly,
and German cars, which are still 35 years old.
Yes, yes. Well, comparatively newer.
Yes, exactly.
Comparatively newer.
And by the way, the car that got the jump that I was talking about, that was Doug Weaver, and he got around Stephen Powers. I think the big mover though, Mason Workman, I think got around Tim Schreier. Let's take a look, and there is that 52. Is Mason Workman in that black number 52 machine as he's trying to get around Schreier. Running wide, that is Jesse Prather in the number 34 Mazda 2, the H production Mazda that runs very deep into turn 1. Good thing there's a lot of runoff there, Brian.
And there is another car going deep off. Is that?
That's Ken Kennard in the Acura Integra, our reigning national champion in the class, using every last bit of asphalt and some of the concrete as well.
But that's the nice part about turn 5 here. We've got all of that extra space, and people can use that to get themselves recollected and get back on the racetrack.
All right, looks like we've had a couple cars drive off and exit the... Ken Kennard in that 51 car pulled his car through the runoff at turn 5, and he's headed back to the paddock. So his race is now done as the rest of the field filters through. And again, we can see how these different classes now have been intermixed, Brian. Some of the GT Light cars now starting to get some heat in their tires, starting to move through the field. The H production cars, which today very heavily populated with front-wheel drive machinery, having some complications here, making their way up through the field. As we just saw a non-front-wheel drive H production car, that is Ken Sargis in his Steve Sargis, pardon me, in his Spitfire. He's held position in H production that a lot of the front-wheel drive cars haven't been able to get around him. Jesse Prather, we saw with that off down at turn 5. He now is absolutely hounding one of his own customers coming into turn 14. I think that's Stephen Bowers in the 145 car. He gets around Powers. That's going to move Prather, I think up in the 7th position as they come out of 14.
3 minutes left to go in this race, so we are coming into, unfortunately, the closing laps are only on lap 3 or 4 of actually green flag racing action, but there's got to be some moves to be made if you want to take the chances here. There is some places to make moves and some time left in this race.
Well, and Brian, we've gotten word now as we only have 3 minutes left on the clock, 3.5 minutes left on the clock, that our leaders right now, that is Tyler Ladd and his BMW Z3. They will get the white flag the next time by. Let's do this. Let's make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 2 Bravo. B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. B-Spec racers, this is your second call to the grid.
Right, making sure everyone gets through turn 1, or hoping everyone gets through turn 1. Now when they start to see, and it'll be probably another half a lap before that white flag comes out, but that's kind of the a lot of times things happen in that white flag because you don't have any more time to get it done. So.
Exactly. This is when you start to see drivers starting to push their aggression levels a little bit higher, starting to push the limits of grip a little bit higher, and sometimes a little bit beyond the limits here. As in E-Production, it is currently Tyler Ladd, your leader, then John Brackey, but Brackey is all the way back and was back in 7th position at the line. Tim Schreier, who started off on the front row today, finds his BMW now, at least when we started this past lap, back in 12th position. It is Steven Simons and Mason Workman leading F-Production, running 2nd and 3rd overall, with Doug Weaver running 6th, 3rd in F-Production, and then the H-Production machines, Chuck Mathis in that bright orange Volkswagen Rabbit, your leader, Jesse Prather 2nd, and then Chris Shaftsma, who we just see now coming into Speedville. Chris Shaftsma is your reigning national champion. He's currently running 10th overall, 3rd in class.
We talked earlier about Mason Workman all the way up to 3rd place now, and he has got his eyes on Steven Simons. He will try to get this done in the next lap and a half. I don't think either one of those cars have enough get up to Tyler Ladd. As long as Tyler Ladd can keep the car on the racetrack, he is in really good position. He also has no spray to have to drive through, so that is the big bonus. And you can see there is the gap between Steven Simons and Mason Workman. He's got about 4.5 miles to be able to make this thing put together here.
And Brian, Jesse Prather, who's the next car coming out of the Bill Mitchell bend into turn 14, he has gotten around Chuck Mathis.
Yes.
And Mathis, we'll have to see where the Mathis Rabbit is, because he's now dropped back considerably. We're starting to see a couple of our F-Prod cars starting to get lined up behind Jesse Prather. And matter of fact, I did not see the orange 54.
I did not either.
Just saw Chris Shaftsma coming into turn 14. Here comes the Volkswagen Jetta now. Well, we weren't going to see him now coming out of 14. We'll have to wait a little bit later. As the white flag, Brian, in the air, less than 4 miles remain.
That's right. We've got less than 4 miles, probably about 12 turns left. We have an incident in Canada Corner right now. It's a local yellow at Canada Corner, so they'll have to negotiate through that as well.
And Brian, I think I have just found Mr. Mathis and his Volkswagen Rabbit. He is over there at Canada Corner. Did not make it out to finish lap number 4. And we'll see if that car gets back underway, but it looks like that is where he is going to spend the rest of his race.
Got some cars out there with those windshield wipers just going like mad, trying to keep as much of a view as possible. And as we talked about with some of our earlier races, its visibility is often even worse than the actual track conditions.
Yeah, indeed. With the water spray coming up, just a lot of times those windshields, and you'll see a number of these racers have modified their windshield wiper situations that they may only have one blade there in the name of saving about 6 ounces of weight and cutting down the wiper motor. There's not a lot of work there to pull the water off their windshields. And then we've got these open top racers, Brian. Yeah, no windshield wipers at all. As Mason Workman now works his way past Steven Simons, coming through turn 8 over at the Hurry Down to move Mason Workman into the lead in F-Production, 2nd overall.
Just a few more corners left before Tyler Ladd can take a checkered flag here. As long as he keeps it on the racetrack, it looks like he is in pretty good shape. Last time by, he had a 4.6-second lead over Stephen Simons, and Stephen Simons is now in third place. So that lead's probably grown just a little bit.
All right, as our leaders now should be making their way down towards Canada Corner, or as I like to call it, the Twilight Zone.
There is your leader right now.
There he
That
is.
car is Tyler Ladd coming up through turn 13. He's got 2 corners to go, and then the long pull up the hill. There is second and third place. In front, that's Mason Workman. Right behind him is Stephen Simons, still trying to hold on. If there's any kind of a bobble by Workman, Simons right there to pounce. And look at it, even looks like he's closing the gap a little bit, but Workman's able to hold him off going into turn 14. They'll be coming up the hill now for the final time. The checkered flag is in the air. There is your race winner, Tyler Ladd. Second place coming across the line in just a second. Here he comes. There it is. It is Mason Workman, then Stephen Simons.
All right, and it looks like John Brackey, who sets the fastest lap of the race on that final lap in that red BMW Z3. He's out of Milwaukee. He's going to finish 4th overall, 2nd in E-Production. Jesse Prather will take the win in H production, something, Brian, that I don't think either of us anticipated when we saw him go deep into turn 5 when we went back to the green flag racing. But Prather taking the win there in H production. Doug Weaver will take the last step on the F production podium. He finishes 6th overall. Michael Lewis works his way up to the win in GT Light. Congratulations to him. He finishes 8th overall. And finishing 2nd in H production, Chris Shaftsma. Robert Bax in his Mini Cooper takes home 3rd in H production. Let's take a look at the rest of that GT Light field. And actually, you know what? I spoke about 2 seconds too soon, Brian. Steve Sargis finishing 3rd in H production.
We had some people asking about Sargis in the chat. So there you go, third place.
Yeah, he'll finish his 3rd, and Robert Bax had a very challenging last couple of corners. He's going to finish then 4th in H production. Bill, let's take a look here, and we'll take a look into GT Light, where we said Michael Lewis took the win in his Mazda RX-7, finishing 8th overall. Finishing 2nd will be Graham Fuller in his Toyota Tercel, finishes 18th overall. And Eric Vickerman in his Mazda MX-3. Of course, we knew Vickerman for years racing in H production. Vickerman finishing 3rd in GT Light in the number 177 Mazda MX-3 out of Howell, Michigan. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our final race before lunch, Brian. That's in the paddock. Final call to the grid for B-Spec racers. I see a lot of you up there already, but I also see some holes in the grid, Brian. B-Spec racers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from the National Park Speed, where you're watching 6th to 9th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We are back here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Road America is the location. You might not be able to tell that. Well, you've got the big Road America logo, but if you had that logo,
look at the sign
you
there
can't
on the
see
left-hand
much.
side.
Well, you know what? It's funny. A half hour ago, we couldn't actually see that sign. There was so
That's
much
true.
fog. So at least the fog is lifting a little bit, the rain not so much, but that's part of what we're doing today anyway, folks.
Meanwhile, that cameraman gets the best view. We've got a better view of him than we do of the starters.
Well, we need to thank all of our camera people out at the corners this weekend for standing out there with our cameras. Really appreciate that. So B-Spec coming up, Greg. You've got the starting lineups, and this is going to be fun because these guys have really good rain tires, so this should be exciting.
Indeed. We had 36 drivers set qualifying times yesterday. Brian, let's run down the starting order. Going to give you the top 30. Starting 30th, driving the number 78 Mazda 2, representing the Washington, D.C. region from Spotswood, New Jersey. This name is not because of his on-track activities, I should say. Rob Miles, record boy, Rob Miles. All right, starting 29th, driving the number 21, B-Spec Chevrolet Sonic from Kenosha, Wisconsin, Kevin Stuckey. Thomas Bartz is going to start 28th. He's in the number 133 Mini Coupe from Plymouth, Wisconsin. Rob Connors starts 27th. He's in the 137 Honda Fit. He's from Cedarsburg, Wisconsin. Appleton, Wisconsin's Austin Boynton is going to start 26th in the number 105 Honda Fit. Jonathan Wickert, who has joined us here for a couple fits and starts, Honda fits and starts, that is, starting 25th today. He's in the number 03 Honda, Chevy Sonic. He's from Janesville, Wisconsin. Mark Goodman is going to start 24th. Mark's in the number 5 Mini Cooper. He's from Nashville, Tennessee. Stephanie Anderson, I think she calls Texas home now, Dallas, Texas home, but she's a Racine, Wisconsin girl by heart. She's driving a Mazda 2, the number 138 machine. She starts 23rd. Wesley Clark is going to start 22nd. Wesley's driving the number 2 Mini Cooper. He's from Sandy, Utah, not to be confused with not Sandy, Utah. Peter Zeckert is going to start 21st today, making a move over from GT Light. He is driving the number 85 Honda Fit. He's from Maryland Heights, Missouri. John Phillips driving the number 43 Toyota Yaris. Sorry, Brendan. He's from Sealy, Texas. He's your 2019 national champion. He starts 20th. Josh Schmidt from Babyface Fabrication starts 19th today. He's in the number 119 Chevy Sonic. He's from Kannapolis in North Carolina. Trenton Kramer starting 18th. Trenton's in the number 20 Mini Coopers from Perrysburg, Ohio. Rob Pekarczyk from Brunswick, Ohio, is driving the number 99 Honda Fit, starting 17th. Steve Castor starting 16th. He's in the number 164 Ford Fiesta. He's from Little Suamico, Wisconsin. Frank Schwartz, we just saw him, I think, in the very same car racing in H Production. He is starting 15th today in the number 16 Mini Cooper Clubman station. Joe McClugan starting 14th, driving the number 136 Mazda 2. Starting 13th today, he's in the number 97 Mini Cooper. He's from Cypress, Texas. Stephen Pounds. Chris Taylor from Chris Taylor Racing Services starting 12th. He's in the number 92 Mazda 2. He's from Elroy, Texas. With Bill Collins from Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota, driving a Mazda 2 representing the Land O'Lakes region. It's the 63 car. Connor Kelleher starts 10th. He's in the number 114 Mini Coopers from Angleton, Texas, with Gail Corley from Willis, Texas, driving a Ford Fiesta. The 111 car starts 9th. Matt Wolf, who apparently does not like Luc Dubois, he starts 8th today. He's in the number 71 Mazda 2. He's from Canton, Michigan. Ricky Holmstrom will start 7th today. He's in the number 05 Mazda 2. He's from Florence, Wisconsin. Chris Doherty was scheduled to start 6th today, Brian, but if you look out your window, you're going to see the 00 Toyota Yaris 4-door on the pit lane. He is not out for the pace lap, so it looks like Holmstrom's going to move. Everybody's going to move up one. Starting 5th, driving the number 14 Honda Fit from Hawley, Minnesota, Andrew Jansen, with Riley Salyer, who took the national championship in B-Spec here back in 2021, or probably 2020. Was the year. He's from Longview, Texas, racing a Mazda 2 this weekend. Starting 3rd, driving the number 46 Honda Fit from Brownsburg, Indiana, Eric Yeagle. And by the way, I think I kept referring to Eric's newborn son. His daughter, Alexandra, is quite upset with me about that. So my apologies to Eric and his beautiful wife, Sydney. And your front row today, multi-time national champion in B-Spec, driving the number 0 Mazda 2. We got Chris Doherty. And from Greensboro, North Carolina, driving the Chevrolet Sonic. It's the number 40 of Stuart Black, your pole sitter today.
Yeah. And I can't wait for the first Sonic driver to do a Sonic the Hedgehog livery, because that would be awesome.
Meanwhile, Eric Yeagle, I think that Road America is a Pepsi product track.
Oh no!
But he's in the Coca-Cola red Honda Fit there, starting on the second row, and yes, it does say Coca-Cola as the field now. Fairly well formed coming up into turn 14. That looks like record boy Rob Miles, who's still trying to figure out how not to spin his car in front of the person who rented it to him.
So we should explain. His name is Record Boy not because he wrecks or not because he needs the record. It's because his other racecraft job is emergency services driving the record at Summit, right?
Well, he used to be the record driver for the Eastern Motorsports Racing Association, which was very big a number of years ago on the East Coast. His green flag is in the air and getting a great jump from the outside of the front row, David Doherty. Brian, we'll see if he can hold off the rest of these drivers as they come down into turn number 1. But of course, Stuart Black is going to have the advantage, and he jumps ahead of
There's a boop.
Doherty.
We got a wreck on the side there. That's the number 92
That's the 92 car. That's one of those Chris Taylor Racing Services machines, and it might actually have Chris Taylor behind the wheel. I'll try and check that out here as they come along.
And that car's not damaged too badly. He's trying to get back into the action here, and we will.
That's Jacob Williamson in one of the CTRS machines, and I believe that is the second car. He had a motor blow up on him earlier during the test day, Brian, back on Thursday, and so that 92 car was the machine that Chris Taylor was going to be racing.
Well, and just before that happened, I was about to say it looked like David Doherty was trying to make a move to go underneath Stuart Black into that first corner, and I'm looking to see who comes through first here. And I do believe that is Doherty.
No, well, the car that came out first, and we've got one of the Mazda 2s pulling up. No, that is actually Eric Yeagle in the red 46, the Coca-Cola car, is your leader ahead of Stuart Black. And then we've got Riley Salyer in the number 24, the gray number 24 Mazda 2. He now slots into third position as David Doherty dropped back through the pack. Doherty is, I believe, in a white Mazda 2. We'll double check that as they come around here in just a moment. I was going to mention Jacob Williamson. He is a certified flight instructor. That wreck coming into turn 1, probably not the flight he envisioned here today.
Exactly. All right, here they come now, going through under the Speedville Bridge here. A nice little gap there for Eric Yeagle. He's actually pulled away a little bit, and the best thing he can do is to keep out of the spray and keep out front.
And that is actually David Doherty, who has moved up to third. He's got the big yellow 0 on the car. It is then Riley Salyer right behind him, sitting in fourth position. I think we've got Jansen and Holmstrom there as well. And Chris Doherty, that is David Doherty's son.
Oh, there's a sideways car. There's a car going sideways into the kink. Your second place car.
Yeah, it looks like he gave it that was Stuart Black, who was your pole sitter today.
Wow.
And he gathers it up, Brian, but you can see there he's just lost probably a good 10 positions or so.
What a great fortuitous moment, though, for Eric Yeagle.
And as record boy Rob Miles brings the back portion of the field then into the kink, look at that huge river.
Right.
Most of these racers, if they turn in, and they would normally turn in right at the very end of that curbing, drivers left for them, they should miss that river, but there's a lot of water there. But look at what it has done now to Eric Yeagle, who's got maybe a 30 car length advantage now over our new second place racer.
All of those cars from second back had to check up when that car got sideways in the kink. Eric Yeagle was out in front when that happened, and he has just been able to pull away. Look, he's up and beyond the hill before they even get to the hill, Greg.
Yeah, so that is absolutely tremendous in B-Spec for these lower speed, high momentum cars. We just now, as they come across the line, the 111 machine, that is actually... I thought that was Riley Salyer. That is actually Gale Corley, who started 9th today. He is now up in the second position as he passed David Doherty, coming up the hill out of turn 14 in the white with black Mazda 2. Doherty in that gray number 0 car a little bit further back. And then we have behind them the Mazda 2 of, I think Riley Salyer is in the red 24. Matt Wolf is in another gray Mazda 2.
So right now the battle is for second place and back because Eric Yeagle, 8.8 seconds across the line. That is a huge lead after one lap here in B-Spec. And the rain falling now harder than it was for the last hour or so. We're back to a pretty heavy on rain situation here.
All right, and so this is where Eric Yeagle just has to be able to maintain pace, put his head down. Again, do that experimentation, find where there is more grip, but more importantly, be safe, keep the car on the track. Not saying that this is an insurmountable lead that he has right now, but 8 seconds here in the wet could be very close. Looks as though our pole sitter, Stuart Black, in that red with white stripe Chevy Sonic, starting to make some headway, move back up through the pack. He's picked up a couple of positions. When they completed the last lap, he was in 10th position behind Bill Collins, number 63, Mazda 2. It looks like he's gotten around Bill Collins. He might have also gotten around Connor Kelleher to move up into 8th position, as we just had a driver come down the pit lane, call things early. That was one of our Ford Fiestas. That was the blue and yellow Ford Fiesta, James Hugger. The out of Woodstock, Illinois. Looks like his race is now done.
The hard part about all of this is these cars would love to be able to pull out from behind the car in front of them to get some clear vision, but the draft's still so important in these cars. You want to stay tucked up behind the car in front of you as much as possible to be able to make pace and possibly get back to the front here, but it's hard because you're trying to see, and when you're right up behind someone, look at all of the spray coming off these rain tires, these Goodyear rain tires, which drivers just absolutely love this rain tire. Oh, big car, hard hit into the kink. That car is going to be done for the day, and there's a little bit of debris there also that is, I think that looks like more like dirt than anything else.
Well, we're trying to see, there's dirt on the pavement, but if we look also on the concrete at the curbing there was something that came out from underneath that car.
Yeah.
And we can see here where quite a bit of steam coming off the front of that Mini Cooper, obviously with the hit that it took. It's not going anywhere, Brian, as we are going to a full course caution now with about 6.5 minutes remaining on the clock here. And so we see the front of the field now coming through the final corner, turn 14. We'll reset the field as they come up the hill and start to cross the finish line. We do have Eric Yeagle as our leader. And Brian, for Eric Yeagle, this is probably the worst thing that could have happened because this is going to compress the field back down and bring everybody back to him. The question is, though, with 7 minutes remaining in this 25-minute race.
It's actually 17 minutes. We're 7 minutes into the race.
Oh, 17.
So,
oh, my gosh.
So we're okay.
Sorry. We have Eric Yeagle, maybe not so okay. Ricky Holmstrom is your new second-place runner out of Florence, Wisconsin, in his Mazda 2. He got around Gail Corley, and he got around Andrew Jansen, who's running fourth. David Doherty now sitting in fifth. Riley Salyer running in sixth. Matt Wolf seventh. Connor Kelleher, Stuart Black in ninth, and Frank Schwartz. And Schwartz was winner in the feature race at Watkins Glen just a few weeks ago, Brian. Frank Schwartz, who started this race in 15th position, he is now up in the 10th.
All right, well, let's take our break, and we'll get that out of the way here, and we'll have as much green flag action afterwards as possible. We do not have to do a call to grid because we're going to lunch after this, so let's go right to our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back in just a moment.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Back here at Road America, talking about the crazy wet rain conditions and difficult for the drivers today. Also difficult for them in their qualifying yesterday.
Yes, very difficult. We were just talking about Rob Miles. So Miles, and I know I've known Rob for years. He's a good friend of mine. He was 6th fastest in practice yesterday in the dry, and obviously not doing very well in the wet with a Mazda 2. He normally races a Mazda Miata, a spec Miata. He's made up 2 positions. He's now up to 28th position, I believe, in the number 78 machine. So good to see that. But if we reset the field here, it is Eric Yeagle, your leader in his Honda Fit out of Brownsburg, Indiana. I'm sure Alexandra is hoping that he can hold off the field for the rest of this race, as we have now 13 minutes remaining, give or take, and I know we don't have that up on the ticker. We're going to try and get that up for you. Gail Corley running 3rd, Andrew Jansen. David Doherty is a multi-time champion in the class, running 5th. Riley Salyer, who won the national championship the last time we raced here at Road America for the Runoffs. That was back in 2020. Matt Wolf up to 7th in the number 71 machine. Connor Kelleher 8th. Stuart Black, who is our pole sitter today, he is now 10th. Frank Schwartz is currently 10th with Bill Collins right behind. And great to see Bill back out here. Bill was our 2017 and 2018 Super Tour points champion in Touring 2 in a Chevrolet Corvette. And especially for 2017, which was the first year of Hoosier's title sponsorship of the class, he ran every single one of the Super Tour races all across the country. And he is now moved over to B-Spec. And great story with Bill, if I remember correctly. And let me bring this up. He ran in the 1972 Trans Am Series in a 1971 Javelin that was also driven by Mark Donahue.
Oh, wow. There's some provenance there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Finished 5th in the series and was Rookie of the Year that year in 1972.
Speaking of Mr. Donahue.
Yes.
I'm going to take this opportunity to do a little plug.
Sure.
Our podcast this week has got someone who raced against
him,
Mark Donahue, and that would be Brian Redman.
Yes.
So had an absolutely phenomenal time with Mr. Redman, and we talked about it. And if you want to hear about the story of Brian Redman's cat, You need to tune in Wednesday night at 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, and it'll also be all over YouTube and everything.
And for those of you who think, well, why are we talking about somebody's pet? At the end of the runoffs every single year, the flagging and communications crew at the runoffs give a toast, and that toast is to Brian Redmond's cat.
Right, which is, as legend has it, buried in the carousel.
Yes.
Here at Road America. That's why we brought up the story, and it is you may or may not be interesting to find out what the whole lore is. But anyway, so if you have a chance to join us this weekend for that, or this Wednesday night at 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, live-ish. It'll premiere at that point in time, and then of course you'll be able to find it on the YouTube. It's the Racing Wire Podcast Network, and it's called Inside the SCCA. So little plug. Thank you. But anyway,
well, clock is still running, Brian, and now 10 minutes remaining on the clock. And you see here as the field has now gathered up behind the safety car. And just as I was talking about coming out of full course caution conditions for our small bore racers in the previous race, Brian, it's going to play out here. We've got an even larger field.
Yeah. So someone had mentioned in the chat that some of the cameras are having some issues.
That is true.
Weather is not the friend of our equipment, unfortunately. Weather and electronics typically don't mix well, as I'm sure any of you might know. So we're doing our best we can to keep as many of them running as possible, but that is a little bit of the situation here on those.
Yeah, I should mention that our director here, Jordan Worth, doing a yeoman's job of trying to hide those technical deficiencies from you as this day goes on. I want to thank him for that. He's doing a great job.
Yeah. So we're doing the best we can to give you all of the all the best that we can.
That's right. Hey, if it means anything, Brian, none of our cameras have caused a full course caution.
That's
today.
true. Good point. Good point. All right, let's run down the top 10 here. Eric Yeagle, Ricky Holmstrom, Gail Corley, Andrew Jansen, and David Daugherty. That's your top 5. Then we've got Riley Salyer, Matt Wolf, Connor Kelleher, Stuart Black, and Frank Schwartz. That's how they stand right now as we get to the just past 9 minutes to go here, 8:45. So hopefully, let me pull up the screen here. Still trying to get that car out of there at the kink. So we're and it's now moving a little bit. So the good news is I don't think there's anything to clean up, and if there was, they would have done it by now. So once we get this car into a safe location, we should be able to go back to green as quick as possible. And how frustrated is it to be, you've been there, to be Eric Yeagle with that huge 9-second lead that just completely disappeared with that full course yellow? It's just got to be tough.
I have had it happen to me, and I will say that I folded under the pressure.
Yeah.
I put the car off on the restart because my aggression levels got amped up so high. So
Well, and you have to look out the front windshield. You can't look in the rear view mirror. You can't change what has happened now. You just need to find a way to refocus yourself as we get ready to go back to green here eventually, and really just try to. And he's at the biggest advantage because being out front, he will not have to deal with the spray on the restart, and that will be a little bit of an advantage for him.
That's right. All right, we've just gotten word from race control that everything is cleaned back up. The lights are going to be extinguished on the pace car, and we're going to be going back to green flag racing here at Road America. We're going to have, right now, we've got just a touch over 7 minutes remaining on the clock. So as the pace car brings the field through speed fill, and by the way, Brian, have you noticed that no matter how much rain there is, the flame in Speedville never gets extinguished?
Yep.
So we've got the field now, probably front of the field, probably coming up towards the kink now. And we'll be going back to green flag racing here momentarily. And there you go. Well, lights are still on the pace car. They will get shut out here in just a few moments, much like our camera feed.
Also, good to see Good to see Kent Carter out there. I know he's going around in 26, but he had some difficulties with his car. He had a mass airflow sensor failure yesterday, which took him out of qualifying. They scrambled to get a new one and got it in late last night or early this morning. So he's probably just trying to figure out how to make the whole thing work again.
Exactly. Hey, want to welcome Tom Pendergrass to the chat. Tom, a B-Spec racer out from the West Coast. I think you interviewed Tom, one of your earliest Inside the SCCA podcast, and
we talked about racing on the cheap.
That's right, and well, I guess one way to do it cheap is not run a lot of laps. And what Tom is saying is that they're going to have to hustle to get more than one lap at speed here as the safety car now bringing the field through Canada Corner. And as you see the field stretching all the way back, that, I talked about that the Ford Fiesta, the blue and yellow Fiesta of James Hugger. It had come down the pit lane at one point. It went back out on track, came down the pit lane again. He now finds himself at the back of the field. I think Hugger may be actually he's a number of laps down right now, running 34th position.
Real quick, anybody tuning in right now to look to find the Spec Miata race, it's going to be after lunch. We had a huge delay earlier for an oil cleanup that was almost an hour long, and so we've moved the schedule back. So we're going to do after lunch. Lunch is next after this, then Spec Miata after lunch. So if you're tuning in right now looking for Spec Miata, it'll be here in just a little bit. All right, lights are on the pace car. Pace car is on pit lane. Time for the big pull up the hill to get this going. With 5 minutes left in this race, probably 2 race laps is what we're going to get here, folks.
Eric Yeagle, he had 8 seconds on the field. That advantage is now gone, Brian, as they come under the NTT data bridge. And green flag is in the air, and we are back to racing. And all our racers down the hill, they're looking to jump on it and to maybe make up a couple positions here.
Official word from race control. Green, white, checker is coming. We've got the green. Next time by the white. 2 laps to go here in B-Spec.
All right, as they come down into turn number 1, Yeagle is your leader.
Already.
Side by side going into turn 1 for the battle for second. Gale Corley in the 111 car. Looks like he might have gotten around Ricky Holmstrom as he just went real deep down to the inside. Andrew Jansen, David Doherty, Riley Salyer, your top 6 as they come under that Arians Bridge and go down to what I think is the toughest corner here for me, Brian, turn 3.
That is what's happening right now. What a great situation for Eric Yeagle up front to see that side-by-side action. He already had a 2 or 3 car length lead going into 1. Let's see what it is when he get down to turn 5 here. We'll hopefully get a good view here depending on how our cameras. All right, great. They're coming down towards turn 5 this time by. This will be the real test here. How big is the lead? Has he been able to stretch it out? It looks like he has a little bit, maybe 2 or 3, maybe 4 car lengths.
All right, and then the 111 car moves back up in the second. That's Gale Corley, Brian, who got around Ricky Holmstrom going into turn 1. Jansen, Doherty there. Doherty trying to make up some positions. Great move down to the inside. I've been told not to talk about him, but looked like record boy Rob Miles making up a couple positions on the start there. Sorry, Mike Collins. All right.
6 miles to go here for the win. Will it be Eric Yeagle or will it be one of the guys chasing him down, Holmstrom, Corley, or Jansen? That is what the situation is. Everybody tiptoeing through this area, trying to keep it on the racetrack to get the next few lap and a half to go. Still, Eric Yeagle out front, no issues so far.
Well, we'll see here. This is probably one of the more difficult portions of the track here, Brian, as it drops to off-camber.
Yep.
Cars will normally start to push down on the second half of it. We've seen where Yeagle has been able to stretch out a 4 or 5 car length lead. A lot of that was because Holmstrom and Corley were battling it out going into turn number 1. They should be able to draft back, but so far Yeagle has not set a wheel wrong. And look at that as Holmstrom is right on the back of the 111 car, trying to draft him all the way through the kink and make their way down through the kettle bottoms in the Canada corner.
There was side-by-side action through that area. David Doherty making the move on Andrew Jansen, trying to move himself into 4th place. Eric Yeagle right now putting a rain driving clinic on, staying out in front while all the other cars battle behind him.
And we've seen here, Brian, as we watch here coming through the cake, starting to see a little bit where the water is again getting evacuated, getting pushed off the race line, which may be helping Eric Yeagle out. We have heard from a number of these B-Spec racers that these wet weather tires, the spec tires are being provided by Goodyear, have been close to magical. Look at this move down to the inside and coming deep. That was Bill Collins.
Yeah.
with a real big power move going down in the 14. We'll see how he does. Collins had been running down in 12th, as high as 9th. He may have picked up 2 positions there as we start our final lap.
White flag is in the air, 14 corners, 4.1 miles. Can Eric Yeagle stay up front for this lap while Ricky Holmstrom and Gail Corley try to do whatever they can to catch back up to his rear bumper? A 6-car length lead going in. All he has to do now is keep the car between the white lines, and Eric Yeagle is going to have a chance to take this first race weekend win here at Road America. Now they come under the Aaron's Bridge. No issues at all right now. All of these cars figuring it out on this final lap. There is Yeagle right there at the exit of turn 3 with Corley and Holmstrom trying to hunt him down. But look at that lead. He has put on an absolute clinic so far in this race.
He's been able to maintain that advantage over the course of 4 miles, just about 3 miles remaining now as the rest of this field is stretched out. We talked about that power move by Bill Collins going in the 14. He moves up now to 9th position. He's got our pole sitter, Stuart Black, now up into 9th position as he has tried to make that recovery drive, but such a huge gap now. It really is just a 3-car fight for the lead as Jansen Salyer, who is our 2020 national champion, David Doherty, our multi-time national champion, quite a bit back from those top 3.
Right, and unlike on the first lap where Yeagle was gifted a 9-second lead because of an incident right at the front of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th place battle where everyone had to check up and he was able to pull away. This is all driver skill here. There was no gift coming off of this full course yellow, and he has just driven away here in the final 2 laps of this race. And if he can keep it going, goes just wide like he's supposed to there at the exit of 6. Coming under the Speedville Bridge, a more side-by-side action. Holmstrom trying to get around Corley to try to get the 2nd spot on the podium. We've got about 4 corners to go here in this B-Spec race.
And I just got a message from another driver I love so much. He says, who cares about Wrecker Boy? It's more about Wrecker Boy's wife and the Jello shots that she brings to the Labor Day double at Summit Point every year. So, but not enough about that. Let's here as we've got Yeagle continuing side-by-side action a little bit further back in the field. That was Salyer and Doherty in the battle for 5th position as they come through the kink a little bit further back. But Yeagle, he's only got 3 more corners, Brian.
All right, yeah, he's got to negotiate Canada corner, turn 13, 14. We're going to see him come into our view right now. That is the red car. That is Eric Yeagle in the number 46 Honda Fit. He's out of Brownsville, Indiana. He's got 2 corners to go and a big pull up the hill to the start-finish line. And it looks like he has got everything together here. No pressure from behind. All he has to do, keep it on the racetrack for this final corner, pull up the hill. A lot of side-by-side action deeper into the field here. We will see him coming up over the hill. Checkered flag is in the air for Eric Yeagle. There he is. An absolute perfect race for the Brownsville, Indiana driver. Eric Yeagle in first, Gail Corley in second, Ricky Holmstrom is third. Coming across the line, 4th through 10th, Rick Salyer, David Doherty, Andrew Jasson, Stuart Black moves up to 3rd place on the final lap, along with Connor Kelleher. He moves up to 8th. Then you've got Matt Wolf and Joe McClugan. Woo!
Great finish there, and Eric Yeagle, as we said, what a finish for him. And so there we go. I was joking with his wife this morning, Sydney Davis Yeagle, because of course I got the name wrong. Yeah, the gender of their beautiful daughter wrong. And I made a comment just kind of jokingly, as Sydney and I have been joking for years. I said I'll correct my mistake if he drives well.
Well, and he did.
Yeah, and so there you go. Eric Yeagle, your winner today in B-Spec. Now, Brian, we do have a special guest with us here. We said that we were going to have a very special announcement coming up. I want to welcome to the booth Eric Prill from Sports Car Club of America. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. What an exciting way to wrap up the first part of today's racing.
That's right. That's right. So you told me yesterday we got to have a little bit of time. We've got a big announcement. I've been teasing it all day long. Everyone thinks it's going to be the announcement for where we're going to do the next group of runoffs after Road America.
Okay.
It's not that.
It is not that.
It is not
It's
that.
It is not
Well,
that.
now we've been able to confirm that.
Should we just play 20? Should we just play 20 questions?
That's right.
Yes.
Is it about the big raise that you're giving Greg and I for next year?
This announcement is not about that.
Okay.
Not yet. Not yet.
Is it
It can't be, and it can't be about the weather this afternoon because no one can predict that. Although I did hear from Race Control that they had put the call into Mother Nature for some better weather this afternoon.
Okay.
So here's to hoping. All joking aside, hats off to everybody who's been out in the elements today.
No question.
It has been brutal. I mean, that rain has just been
and it's not just the racers, all the volunteers that help put these events on. As I spoke to a number of our flaggers this morning down at the gearbox before they ever went on track. They were ruining this day.
And it's not that you're returning to go for another national championship, right?
No, it is not that. It is.
So
not that.
what is it?
Okay. Well, this is. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Sunoco has been a really long-time partner. It has been linked with SCCA for decades. And when I say decades, I mean let's think back to the 60s and the 70s when you had the Sunoco branded Camaro and
Penske
Trans Am
cars with Mark Donahue in them.
and the Can-Am cars. And then, of course, the first car ever under 2 minutes. Can you imagine running a sub 2 minute lap here in 1973?
Yeah.
Was that Porsche 917 and Mark Donahue Penske racing car. And those, of course, very famously donned the Sunoco brand. And SCCA has certainly enjoyed partnership since 2001 as the official fuel of SCCA. Every car racing at the National Championship Runoffs for decades has been fueled by Sunoco. So today we're pleased to announce an agreement with Sunoco to become the presenting sponsor of the National Championship Runoffs for the next couple of years.
Awesome.
So that'll start this year with the 60th running of the National Championship Runoffs presented by Sunoco. That's the first time we've been able to say that. Later this year in October. We're obviously excited to expand our partnership with Sunoco. They've been great to racers. In fact, I think we saw a Sunoco branded car winning H production just a couple of races ago. And we look forward to tie such an iconic brand to SCCA's most iconic brand being the Runoffs.
Everybody forgets about all the work that goes on behind the scenes to put together a runoffs and to get these sponsorships together, and it's not easy. It's not easy to do it. And when you get someone who has been such a part of the fabric of motorsports for decades, since the start of motorsports in our club, but all across, it's also in other types of professional racing as well. To get them to believe in us enough to be our presenting sponsor, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it's. When you talk to the folks at Sunoco and Fred McConnell, who's been a great advocate of SCCA, he's the head of marketing at Sunoco, the former SCCA racer. Actually, not former. He's back. In fact,
great to know.
He has a B-Spec car that he raced in Texas earlier this year. It is important to them. We are part of their fabric as well. Every racer that's here on the grounds at Road America, but not just at Road America here, but all throughout the year, everybody that races with SCCA.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, anything else you want to announce?
No, I think that's probably.
I mean, now that we got that out of the way, can we get to that whole how you're giving Brian and I a big pay raise next year?
Let's take that conversation offline. Yeah.
All right, we'll have that one for you tomorrow.
No, thank you guys are doing an awesome job here, and it's so exciting. What a huge turnout.
Oh gosh, yes.
I guess we'll find out at the end of the weekend once we see what the number of cars on track were, but potentially likely the largest non-runoffs race we've ever had in the history of the club. 80 years young this year, so just amazing, and you guys are doing a bang-up job covering the action here, and
thank you.
We look forward to some great racing this afternoon and maybe some dry weather in the future as well.
Well, and if this turnout's any indication as to what we're going to have in October, wee-haw.
yeah, it should be a good one, and almost makes me want to hop back in the car. Maybe at some point we should all hop in the car and go play at the runoffs again.
I think
or at some other
may be
race.
A little bit too long for some of us, absolutely.
All right. So before we get to our break here, I want to let everybody know that we're going to go back to racing at 1:05 p.m. Central Time. So it's not very long from now, about a half hour or so. Yeah. We're going to get right back to Ace and try to get us back on schedule after our delays this morning. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back at 1:05 5 p.m. Central Time. Spec Miata is next. So stay with us, everybody. We'll see you in a few minutes.
We are back at Road America for the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. And here is something I don't think we have seen all weekend, Greg. I see a large orange orb in the sky.
That's because you weren't here with us yesterday. It lasted for all of about a minute and a half.
Well, it's been out for about 5 minutes, and they'll probably go away soon. Anyway.
All right, so first race up after lunch, and thanks everybody for sticking with us during that very short lunch period. 70 cars deep, Spec Miata, and as Brandon Kesmerick and I were calling qualifying yesterday, as the track conditions went from damp to dry, it was incredibly exciting, and you can see here not nearly as much standing water out on track, Brian, as there was just a half hour ago. And I suspect with 70 racers out on track, it's going to really start to drive quick. Let's run down the top 30 here in a 70-car field. Starting 30th, driving the number 44 machine out of Lakewood, Illinois, it's Alex Bertignoli. Danny Stain, starting 29th today. He's out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He drives the number 39 car. Sean Noonan's out of Newburgh, New York, representing the New York region of the SCCA. He's driving the number 0 machine. He starts 28th. Avery Stuckert will start 27th. He's from Heartland, Wisconsin, drives the 31 car. Rob Hines, who finished third here at the last time we ran the national championship runoffs at Road America. The number 4 car starts 26th. Logan Stretch starting 25th today. He's in the number 98 machine. He's now out of Arlington, Texas. Austin Pierce starting 24th. The Genesco, Illinois driver of the number 58 car starts 24th. Matthew Dirks will start 23rd. He's driving the number 176 Mazda Miata. He's from Johnstown, Colorado. While Savannah, Georgia's Michael Carter starts 22nd in the 08 car. Vinny Mescalis will start 21st. He's from Dallas, Texas. He drives the 112 Mazda Miata. Kyle Greenhill will start 20th. Kyle's out of Libertyville, Illinois. He drives the 142 car, while Matthew Novak from Bartlett, Illinois starts 19th in the 11 Mazda Miata. Starting 18th, driving the number 85 Mazda Miata from San Jose, California, it's John Casey with Max Schweid starting 17th. Max is out of Boca Raton, Florida, and he is in the number 198 Mazda Miata. Noah Harmon will start 16th today. Noah's from Orlando, Florida. He drives the number 99 car. From Hilton Head, South Carolina, it's Bobby Gossett. The number 48 machine starts 15th today. Reigning co-champion in Spec Miata from Arlington, Virginia, driving the number 6 is Nick Bruni. He starts 14th. Starting 13th today, driving the number 1 Mazda Miata from Austin, Texas, representing the Lone Star region of the SCCA, Joseph Federl. With Ethan Jacobs driving the 199 Mazda. He's from Oshkosh, and he starts 12th. Nick Leveroni's from Mendon, Massachusetts, representing the New England region. He starts 11th today in the number 19 car. Miles Hewitt driving the number 17 Mazda Miata. He's from Houston, Texas, and he starts 10th. Domenico Luigi will start 9th today. He's in the number 46 car. He's from Binghamton, New York, represents the Glen region of the SCCA. Jonathan Davis starts 8th. He's from Wadsworth, Ohio, drives the number 16 car, while the number 13 car from Miami, Florida is driven by Alfredo Sedan. He starts 7th. Starting 6th, Travis Wiley from Mooresville, North Carolina, representing the Lone Star region. He starts 6th. Ethan Goulart will start 5th today. Ethan's from Shelton, Connecticut, representing the New England region. He drives the number 80 car. Starting 4th, Tyler Brown from Muskego, Wisconsin. He's in the number 07 machine, with Brett Kowalski starting 3rd on the inside of row number 2. He's from Las Cruces, New Mexico, driving the number 15 machine. And so your front row today: Lake Zurich, Illinois' Sean Varwig. He drives the number 02 car. He represents the Chicago region of the SCCA, and with a qualifying time of 2:53.763. From Weatherby Lake, Missouri, representing the Kansas City region of the SCCA, he's in the number 78 Mazda Miata. It's Ethan Ayers.
All right, some questions in the chat. Russ Turner asking about why some cars that are normally up front are starting in the middle of the pack. By the way, a 70-car field here. We don't have time to go to all the starting lineup, so we do the top 30. But anyway, lots of schmozzles in yesterday's qualifying sessions, and not a lot of green flag time. So that was part of it.
And this qualifying session, much like conditions today, started very, very damp, very wet, dried out at the very end. All the fastest lap times set on the very last 2 laps. And because of the amount of traffic with 70 cars, a lot of drivers, they just could not find a gap.
Exactly. So we're getting ready to get this thing underway here. We're going to go 25 minutes, hopefully green flag the whole way.
but we still have some wet stuff on the racetrack. So, and of course, Russ Turner, typical Spec Racer 4 driver, he's just hoping that these guys dry out. Yeah, typical. National champion, typical. But he's hoping these guys dry out the track so Spec Racer 4 gets a dry race. Love that. Love that.
All right, lights are out on the pace car, Brian, as that beautiful CH Chevy Corvette brings the field up through the Bill Mitchell bend, and we'll be getting underway again. These are 25-minute timed races this afternoon, and we've got a lot of them for you, Brian. Got 7 races on tap for you this afternoon. We do it all over again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Here we go as we get them. That's actually about as lined up as I've ever seen a Spec Miata field.
Until you get about 30 rows deep, Brian.
Well, that's okay. I'm not sure we care about how they're lined up 30 rows deep. But man, look at that. That is absolutely beautiful as these 70 cars start heading their way up the hill for what will hopefully be a green flag. And we will see the starter come into our view here, and the green flag is in the air. 70 Miatas all going down 3 wide there in the back. That might be Danny Stain on the inside as they head down to turn 1 for the first time.
And Brian, Sean Varwig in the 02 machine, he did not get a good start on that outside lane. Backed up the entire group behind him. Backed up Tyler Brown, Travis Wiley as well. As they go down into turn 1, Ethan Ayers, that 78 machine, had almost a 2.5 car length advantage over Varwig as they came down under braking in the 1.
All right, I don't know what the over-under was on the chance for 70 cars to make it through turn 1 without any issues, but that's exactly what we just did here, folks. Now they head down to turn 3 for the first time. Now, if one of these cars at the end spins, I'm going to look like a real dork, but that's okay. Here they come now. They'll be going through turn 3 and heading down towards turn 5 for the first time. And here is the view in turn 5. We'll see them popping up over the hill here in just a second, and they're going to be 2 or 3 wide, of course. And here they come into turn 5 for the first time.
Into that speed zone at 117 miles an hour. One driver running a little bit wide there. The biggest question is he going to be able to rejoin the field as they go up the hill, and they haven't now. But you can see as they try to rejoin, they almost by nature have to go 3 wide in order to give all that room. It's going to be tough when things compress as they come underneath the Corvette bridge into turn at number 6. Brian, now finally starting to see some drivers straighten out there and get in line, but still very compressed all the way back through the 70-car field.
And as this track dries out, going to be really careful on those curbs because they're still going to be wet. The curbs dry last. And if they get on those painted curbs, it can be really, really slick as the field now goes under the Speedville Bridge, still cooking those brats just fine like they have been all day long.
And so the question was asked, and we heard Russ Turner asking about how did some of these great racers end up a little bit further back in the field. Chuck McTudis, who's been on the front row to start the runoffs, he started 45th. Chris Haldeman back in 44th position right next to him. Matt Reynolds, who's a multi-time E-Production National Champion, starting back in 49th position. And, a lot of these drivers find themselves much further back, I think, than they expected. Jim Drago, multi-time national champion in Spec Miata, he started 34th on the field today. Yep. You just, you got to slot them in somewhere. A lot of drivers in a very tough field here as the racers now still 2 wide coming through the kink, Brian. Yep. As damp as it is, I don't know if that's something I would want to do, but, we'll see here as our leaders now coming out of Canada Corner heading up Bill Mitchell.
There we go, heading up towards Bill Mitchell. I thought we were saying it wrong last year because I thought we were talking about the pilot Billy Mitchell, but no, Bill Mitchell, very different person. Not the person I thought we were honoring with the corner name, but that's okay. Here they come through turn 14, heading up the hill in just a second. We're going to complete lap 1 here. And, that was really close. That's that painted curb you saw as soon as they got off on that paint. Gets a little bit sketchy. Here they come up the hill for the first time, completing lap number 1. Your race leader, Sean Verwig, followed by Ethan Ayers, Brett Kowalski, Tyler Brown, Jonathan Davis, and, Brett Kowalski dropped down to 6th. So it's Varwig, Ayers, Tyler Brown, Travis Wiley, and Jonathan Davis.
Yeah, and of course Tyler Brown there, the sneaky moose car, the Zeros, driving the number 7 car, or the 07 car, pardon me. He's out of Muskego, Wisconsin. He's got, I think, probably the most local knowledge, and we've seen he and the rest of his teammates running here in the Super Tour most of these years. He is a design engineer out of the area. Wow. Coming through turn 1 is They are still. We have drivers trying to turn in as early as possible, using all that. He was the June Sprints winner here, Brian, and this is why I think we should be watching for Brown. He was June Sprints winner here last year, also back in 2019, three-time conference majors champion here in the Northern Conference.
Yeah, those two cars that were probably 25, 30 cars deep into the field went through there side by side, had some contact, almost lost it, but both cars collected it, were able to get back on track and head down towards turn 3. Now, coming up the hill from 5 to 6, pretty much single file for the first 40 cars or so. Those two cars that we saw go side by side, that the 2-2 car of going way back to the field, Max Hewitt and Matteo Azzari, those were the two cars that came together, collected themselves without any issues and moved on. Here they come now. Out of 6, that's what we see in the distance, coming right at us into turn 7. Now through Speedville. And you can see, Greg, you could already see a drying line starting to form there, and we are only 2 laps into this race.
Well, you know, again, we talked about how much better this track is draining now post repave. Wow, look at how close they are coming out of turn 8 through the Turry Downs there, almost leaning on one another as they come through there, as they now straighten up.
So the danger here, though, once it starts to dry, is that if you can start racing on what grip you have on the dry line and you just barely put your wheels off that dry line, it's going to get really slick. So you have to be really precise in this situation.
Well, you know, this isn't an HPDE. This isn't a lapping day or a test day. You know, the track is drying out where what we consider to be the racing line, where all these drivers and racers are going right now. But if you want to make a pass, Brian, you are going to have to move into that slightly damper portion of the track where your tires have pushed that wet weather off to the sides, and you're not going to see nearly as much grip there. At this point, this early on in the race, we've seen most of our racers look to just get in line and use that draft. But there's a pass for position going into 14.
Right.
And that appears to be one of the Wheels America cars, one of the stretch machines, making a pass there coming out of 14.
And here they come across the line again. Now your race leader, still Sean Varwick, followed by Travis Wiley, Ethan Ayers, Tyler Brown, and Jonathan Davis. That's how they stand right now after 2 laps of green flag action here.
That's right, a little bit of a gap now opening up between with Varwick and Wiley, who just ran the fastest lap of the race, back to Ayers and Brown. Not much. When I say a bit of a gap, Brian, we're talking about 0.8 of a second, about car length and a quarter, maybe.
That's right.
But still here, where you're going to find, again, with that experimentation a little bit further back in the field, is we just had another pass. That was, I believe, it was actually being. Yeah, it looks like, well, we'll get back to that pass, but it looks like we had a couple of drivers a little bit further back in the field, 2 teammates from East Street Racing, Jim Drago and Rob Hines.
Okay.
Rob Hines here, that was the lead car in the light blue number 4, Jim Drago in the white with green number 02. I know Drago now, first time out for a brand new build for him, but they are considerably off the pace and much further back in the field right now.
All right. So here is the delta we're looking at right now. Our first lap was a 3:06, already down to a 3:01 was the fast lap on the second lap, and that is just going to get faster and faster and faster as this car, and now we've got a car off in the distance there, able to pull it together and get back on the racetrack. What a nice bit of driving there.
Where we have just now seen, Brian, that there's almost as much grip in the grass as there is on the racetrack. But so producer Brendan made a very good point as we see Drago and Hines hanging back from the rest of the field, working and starting to pick up some speed. What is the thought, and we'll get the number on that car in just a moment. What is the thought that Drago and Hines are looking to try? Remember that the fastest times in qualifying yesterday were set in conditions like this, very damp conditions, that they're working together away from the rest of the field, basically writing off this race and trying to put in qualifying times to move up the grid for tomorrow's race.
That is a great idea. If you can think about that and be a presence of mind enough to have that as your plan going in, especially considering how far back they were starting anyway. They were never going to be on the podium in this race unless something really weird happened. So if that's what they're doing, I'll have to try to get a hold of Rob tonight and ask him And national champion Russ Turner agrees with producer Brendan. So another instance where Brendan is smarter than the both of us.
Hey, did I mention it was my idea and I was just giving credit to Brendan?
Oh.
So that
No.
Brendan's had a hard day, and I just didn't want him to.
First of all, no, you didn't, because that's not the truth.
Who am I to take credit for other people's ideas? All right, let's see here. Moving to the inside, we just saw the number 6 machine of Nick Bruni try to make a pass there. Is Bruni again sitting a little bit further back in the field?
Ooh.
Oh wow!
That is not the fast way through turn one.
And that was Nick Bruni right there. We've got another driver off at turn 1. Just heard that the number 9 machine has pulled off. Looks like his race is now done. And you'll have to give me a moment here as I go through 70 cars to look for the number 9.
Yeah, it certainly does look like Hines and Drago made that long. That first lap or their second lap was a 3:18 lap. Yeah. So they're conniving something.
The number 9 is Leland Warner that he has pulled off. And getting word that the 102 car a little bit off the pace as well. That they're covering him with a white flag currently is he's just now making his way down. Well, he's not making his way to turn 5 yet. He's far behind this field right here going into 5.
All right, so the track has now improved 7 seconds from lap 1 with Ethan Jacobs going purple. Yep, nice big dry line. Ethan Jacobs just goes with a 2:59.4. Now we're going to have to go back and look at the Rob Hines, Jim Drago to see if they're going to come down to that level as well.
All right, and we've got a couple cars that have gotten together, Brian, over at turn 5. You can see as they're waving that yellow flag pretty vigorously. We've got some of our flaggers there responding currently. There's that slow-moving car, by the way, the 140 car coming down. And we'll get the number here in just a moment as we've got more cars getting together coming out of 6, and that we knew was going to go wrong there. We've talked earlier this morning, Brian, about how coming underneath the bridge, there's a big blind spot there. And we're going to probably see more here as that's Drago with Hines with him as they come. And we'll see here as we've got 2 cars disabled there on the outside of turn number 7. We'll see if this brings out a full course caution.
We're at 13 and a half minutes to go in this race right now. So if they do have to go full course yellow, we're halfway through. Still up front, Varwig, Wiley, Brown, and Jacobs. That's your top 4 right now. And now we're going to go full course yellow.
And Brian, I think our leader just went off in the last couple corners of the course. We'll see here if the 0-2 of Varwig, and indeed Sean Varwig as our leaders come across the line. Don't see him here. Tyler Brown, who we talked about just a little bit earlier, from Muskego, Wisconsin, he is your new leader. Ethan Jacobs second, Ethan Ayers third, Jonathan Davis, Ethan Gould. 3 Ethans in the top 5, Brian. How did you
the law
plan that
firm
one?
of Ethan, and
Ethan. Joseph Federo in the number 1 car, 6. Miles Hewitt, Justin Casey, Nick Bruni moves up into 9th. Michael Carter moves into 10th. Carter started 22nd. He's now 10th. We talked about Nick Bruni. He started 14th. He is now up to 9th. Justin Casey started 18th. Justin Casey, Brian, is your 8th place runner right now.
What a great move here we got. There's the 2 cars at the exit of 5 that all that waving yellow was happening. So they're going to have to go get those. Then we got the 2 cars there. So, all right, let's do this. Let's do a call to grid and take our break. When we get back, we'll get it all sorted out. We'll be right back with you.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And we'll be back here in just a few moments with more action from Road America.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel of over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
All right, we are back here at Road America, still working on getting the cars out of the Turn 6 area.
And Brian, we've got a little bit more information about all the drivers that are involved here. They are now showing as being lapped down. John Varwig, who was our leader at the time, and I don't believe he was involved in these incidents, but he did have some issues, did not complete the last lap. Alfredo Zidane out of Miami, Florida in the number 13 car. Dexter Suba, Weston Dunchak, Frankie Barroso, Chris Haldeman, the drivers involved.
All right, bad news here for the racing action here. We're going to go checkered flag here. We're going to go black flag all here so that everybody can get inside. But this race has been called. They're not going to get it cleaned up in time with 7 minutes left in this race. So that's what I'm hearing now from race control.
All right, so let's run down the finishing order here. He finished off the 2023 June sprints by taking the win in the feature race. Tyler Brown, he's going to win this year's sprint race in the number 07 car. Ethan Jacobs in the number 199 car from Oshkosh. He'll finish second. Ethan Ayers will finish third in the number 78 car. Jonathan Davis, Ethan Goulart, Joseph Federal, Miles Hewitt, Justin Casey, Nick Bruni, Michael Carter rounds out your top 10. So, Brian, let's make another call to the grid for our next race group. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid.
All right, let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have our next race of the day. Stay with us, everybody.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best
company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to the historic, iconic, any other icks I can put in there? Road America in the Kettle Moraine Forest, the beautiful Kettle Moraine Forest, Wisconsin here, the National Park of Speed. I'm getting them all in here.
Do it all at once,
for the
Brian.
69th annual consecutive WeatherTech Chicago region June sprints, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA. Have I gotten them all?
We're almost checking all the boxes.
We're back here. Race number 4 or 5, Spec Racer Ford. This is going to be a hoot, and the starting lineups go for it.
That's right. It's group number 4. It's race number 5.
Yes,
Brian.
exactly.
All right, let's run down the starting order here. We're going to give you, once again, the top 30 starters. As we had, get ready for this, we had 70 drivers set qualifying times here yesterday. And again, what was a damp track starting to dry, a little bit more so than what we had in Spec Miata. But let's run down this starting order. Starting 30th, driving the number 71, Spec Race Ford Gen 3, the Elite Autosports machine of Mark Greb. Craig Wheatley's in the number 98 car. He starts 29th today. He's in the SRG Autosports machine. Brad Gorodana is in the Garadona and Associates Spec Race Ford Gen 3, 68 car, starts 28th. Zach Della will start 27th today in the number 95 FX Autolab machine. He is from Heartland, Wisconsin. Matt Gray will start 26th. Matt's driving the number 64 Ryan Company's machine. He is from Shaksa, Minnesota, with William Hendricks starting 25th. Williams in the 101 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the BWS racing machine representing the New England region. Ben Jacobs will start 24th. Ben's in the number 171 Spec Racer Ford. He's from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, representing the Milwaukee region of the SCCA. With Hallett Race Shops, Liam Flanagan driving the number 92 machine. He starts 23rd today. He's from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Tom Burt starts 22nd. Tom's in the number 45. Flat Out Motorsports, Spec Race Ford Gen 3 from Shoreline, Washington, representing the Northwest region. And then we've got Cal Club's Robert Edmondson. He's from Manhattan Beach, California. The driver of the Tix MBI Racing, Spec Race Ford, starts 21st. Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon. He's going to start 20th today. He's in the number 99 Liquid Death Flat Out Motorsports machine. Judson Holt, the Lupe Tortilla entry from Houston, Texas, will start 19th. He's in the 188 car. Joseph Malley is also from Houston, Texas. He drives the 199 car. He starts 18th. Starting 17th is Paul Marino from Chatsworth, California, in the MBI Impress Communications car. He starts 17th. Todd Vanacore starts 16th today. He's from Ormond Beach, Florida. He drives the 119 Vanacore Homes machine with Jean-Luc Liverato starting 15th. He's in the number 8 Spec Racer Ford ETIPM Racing. Spec Race Ford Gen 3. Richard Stevens starts 14th. He's in the number 56 Dalrymple Racing Services machine, and he is from Bixby, Oklahoma. Colin Clark will start 13th. He's in the number 23 machine. He's from Houston, Texas. And then we've got Peyton Long, starts 12th. Peyton's from Greenbrier, Arkansas, He's in the number 43 machine, and he's in the Hallett Race Shop Saybelt machine. Dave Ogburn will start 11th. Dave's in the number 108 Sim Seats Dave Ogburn driver coaching machine. He's from San Angelo, Texas. Mark Ballangy will start 10th. He's in the number 197 MBI Racing machine from Shafter, California. Then we've got Russell King. Russell is from representing the Land O'Lakes Lakes region. He's from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and he will start 9th. Dan McBreen starts 8th in the 157 car. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, and he represents PM Racing. Jace Petty from Oakland, Illinois, will start 7th today. He's in the number 02 machine, while Clay Russell will start 6th. Clay's from Spartanburg, South Carolina. He's in the Angry Llama Moran Tugboats machine, and he's from Spartanburg, South Carolina. Caleb Rothel will start 5th. He's in the number 2 GBM Racing Elite Autosport Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from West Bend, Wisconsin. And row number 2, starting 4th, driving the number 07 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 from Hillsborough Beach, Florida, in the Crowned Eagle Racing machine. It's Sandy Satullo III. Starting 3rd in the number 19 Elite Autosport Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 two-time national champion Bobby Sack. He's from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, and now onto your front row. We'll talk about this young man a little bit later, but starting second on the field today from Burlington, Wisconsin, actually now from Charlotte, North Carolina, representing JHR Racing. He's in the number 44 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. It's Josh Hansen, and your pole sitter representing PM Racing and the Central Florida region of the SCCA from Lakeland, Florida, with a qualifying time of 2 minutes, 36 seconds, .915, Brian Schofield.
All right, so unlike our earlier race with Spec Miata, where all the cars were bunched up nice and tight going into the start of this race, we still have cars going in the carousel as the leaders come out on turn 14 right now.
Still lined up nose to tail.
Right, so if we get a start here, I don't know, I'm going to be really, really surprised. But we'll see what happens. Although keeping them strung out will make it safer through turn 1 deep in the field.
Absolutely.
So there's a pluses and a minus going on here. Also, I got to keep an eye on folks on Bobby Sack in the third place starting here. He has been an absolute machine this year. He has been consistently the fastest driver on a Super Tour in Spec Racer Ford most of the year. He's got that car really hooked up, and he's looking to go to the runoffs this year here at Road America. So keep an eye on all of them. But yeah, you can see this field is way, way strung out. But they look really good in the first 10, 15 rows here. So maybe that's enough to get a green flag here.
And green flag, Brian, is in the air, and we are underway. And look at that jump by Brian Schofield on Josh Hansen. Hansen there with the outside lane backing up quite a bit as they make their way down to turn 1. And also, look at that big dry line on the front straight.
Yeah, you got that nice big dry line, 2 wide, side by side, going through turn 1. Let's see how all of these 3 wide deeper into the field here. The nice part is there is some width out there. They can go wide and not have too many issues and come back onto the racetrack. So far, the first 30, 40 cars negotiating it just fine. Now they're going to head down to turn 3 for the first time. A little single file action now as they come out of 3, start up the little hill towards the long straightaway down towards turn number 5.
Yeah, and as they start to come down the Marine sweep, I thought that perhaps Hansen might have a chance as that dry line going into 1, Brian, is all the way driver's left, and with Schofield maybe getting pinched a little bit to the inside, maybe he wouldn't have got a good exit out of the corner, but we saw there coming out of 3, that was definitely not the case, and now the ghost in the machine going through turn 5 over there. And I think Brian Schofield is still your leader with Hansen a little bit further back. I was talking to Josh Hansen a little bit earlier this morning. Again, 20 years old. He just moved down to Charlotte, North Carolina, my home, where he's taken a job as an instructor for the Ford Performance Driving School over at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Oh, and we've got a big wreck there.
Big wreck
coming out of turn number 5. With a considerable track blockage there.
Yep.
Schofield is your leader with Hansen second, sliding into third. That was, I think, Sandy Satullo got around Bobby Sachs and moved the 07 machine now up into third position. And given that track blockage, Brian, I think the only thing that we can end up doing here is going to a full course caution in just a moment, assuming those cars get back, unless those cars get back underway.
Well, even if they don't, there's a front end of one of the cars has been dislodged, and that's on the track there. So they're going to have to get out there and clean it up a little bit. But as long as this track is, they can probably let them race all the way to start-finish before they throw that full course yellow, if that's what they do. But they want to get that pace car out in front of these cars as well. So we'll see what happens. There's still no official word from race control as to what they're going to do here as they come now through the kink for the first time. Now your lead is coming up through 13. We'll see what race control decides to do here. Little action here coming into turn 14. And now we're going to go full course yellow, just as we suspected here.
And just before we went to full course yellow, we saw Jace Petty in the gray 02 machine try to make a dive under Clay Russell going into turn 14. I think Russell was able to hold him off. Indeed, he was. We see the drivers as they come down the front straight, Brian, hands in the air to let the drivers know behind that indeed that there is something that's going on. In this case, that the fact that we've got the safety car picking up our leader, Brian Schofield, that we didn't want to have that big compression. But right now it's Schofield, Hansen, Satullo, Sack, Clay Russell, Caleb. We're showing Caleb Rothel in 5th position. I thought that perhaps Jace Petty had gotten past him at the line. Dan McBreen 8th, Mark Ballingy 9th, Russ King in 10th.
All right, so let's take the opportunity here under full course caution to take our break. We'll do a call to grid, take our break, and then we come back. Hopefully we'll get this one cleaned up fast and get back to racing here.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Road America. We've got an incident between 5 and 6 that we're cleaning up right now. That is the reason we have slowed down, and I still see a lot of emergency crews there doing their thing. Going to get those cars cleaned up as quick as possible so we can get back to some green flag racing action here. At the moment, we still have 18 minutes left in this race, so a good chance to get this cleaned up and get back out there with some green flag action, Greg.
Yes, and indeed. So hopefully we'll get that cleaned up. So let's take a look at who was involved. We had Craig Jansen out of Dallas, Texas in the number 184 machine. He started 37th. We had Jay Rosenthal, who started 40th. He's out of Woodland Hills, California. He started 40th in the number 55 car. Now, we had also received a word that Scott Barr, driver of the 149 machine, he started 31st today. He had a tire go down. And we haven't heard whether or not that might have precipitated those two cars getting together. We don't know about that. We saw him get the car back and come down the pit lane.
Now, I am seeing a debris flag at the exit of the carousel. So I don't know if someone's kicked up some. Oh, yeah, okay, so I do see it. So right there, if you look, if we could stay with this camera for a second, Jordan, you can see a piece of black something right there in the middle of the track, just right or driver's right of the center line. Right under
the double S's in the middle of the
Correct.
mission.
So that's what that is there for. Probably during this session, the slower, while the cars are slowed down, they get a car out there real quick to pick that up. Don't know what it is, but it's certainly big enough where the corner workers decided to throw that debris flag out there. So.
Yeah, and also heard some reports of a little argy-bargy, to quote Calvin Fish.
I love Cal Fish.
There between Jean-Luc Liverato and Robert Edmondson. Liverato starting 15th in the number 8 car. Edmondson starting 21st in the number 22 machine. A little side-to-side contact.
There we.
All right, and
so
sounds like the 87 car, which was another car that had some technical issues, has now been hooked up and is on his way out.
It looks like all of the cars that were involved have been are in the process of leaving the racetrack. So I think we probably will get one more yellow flag lap, unfortunately. But when we come back, we should be able to, we're going to get one more, and then we can get everything back in action here.
And so, as we've gotten word that the incident down that we saw over by turn 5 has been cleaned up, there was a call, Robert Wilkie, who had some issues and might have been one of the reasons for that debris coming out of turn 10. The 87 machine out of Prior Lake, Minnesota, he has been picked up and he is being brought back to the paddock as well. So it looks like his race now complete.
15 minutes to go at this moment. So my guess is that we'll probably have about 10 minutes, maybe 11 minutes left in this race once we go back to green flag racing.
All right,
so
we have the 105 car coming down the pit lane as well now. That was Tyler Stevens out of Bixby, Oklahoma. He's getting his car looked at, and we've got another car on the pit lane, and I believe, and we had trouble with this car, with trying to get the number of this car earlier. This is the 92, the Saybelt car on the pit lane, as you don't normally see crew members bouncing up and down on the fiberglass nose of these Spec Racer Fords to try and get them to seat properly, but we are seeing that now.
So honestly, what they probably were bouncing up and down on was that little aluminum spot under tray to get that back down so they get air into the front of the car. And there's just a tiny slit, maybe about 2.5, 3 inches wide. That's all of the air intake for the radiators on these cars, or as my friends on the other side of the pond would say, radiators. And if you get that smushed together, you lose all the air and you overheat. So my guess is that's what they were doing. If your feet are small enough to get in there to step on it.
Yeah.
So that works out pretty well to try to at least get them back out, then they can fix it tonight once they get done. So let's reset the top 10 here as we get ready to hopefully go back to race action. Brian Schofield is your leader, Joshua Hansen second, followed by Sandy Satullo, Bobby Sack, Robeson Clay Russell, Caleb Rothel, Jace Petty is 7th, Dan McBreen is 8th, Liam Flanagan is 9th, and Mark Ballingy is 10th. Now, I think I may have accidentally referred to Bobby Sack earlier as Brian Sack, so if I did, apologies to that. It was Bobby Sack I was talking about earlier, who's been so good this year. So,
and so Russ Turner goes to the chat. He says sometimes that aluminum pan, Brian does bend up and locks the fiberglass nose, blocking the air.
Been there, done that. Have the T-shirt. All right, as you can see here, turn 5, everything's gone and out of the way. And we will hopefully go back to, I have no reason to believe that we won't, but I have not heard officially, but we should go back to green flag racing this time by. All right, 12:42 on the clock at the moment. As we see, hopefully soon, the cars coming into our view
so
here.
Brian, let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group.
Great idea.
Attention to the paddock. Second call to the grid for race number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula X drivers, please head to the grid.
It's really awesome to have one of the top Spec Racer 4 drivers in our chat helping us out here, pulling up the associate producer duties. Henry Tabor also in the chat. He is a Spec Racer 4 driver as well. He was here last year for the sprints, had a big wreck, and we're glad to see he's healthy again and back racing. And we had him on the podcast. What a nice kid who's got a really good future in this sport. So also a rally driver.
Yes.
So But good to have Henry in the chat with us. Rusty Hendricks in the chat. So, yeah, a little bit of sun on the front straight, peeking through every now and then. So,
all right, we've just got word that debris flag that's being shown coming out of the carousel. They're going to pull that down because now every one of our drivers has seen that big piece of debris sitting about a little less than a third of the way over towards the other edge of the track, which of course means that somebody's going to hit it.
Oh,
Brian.
absolutely.
The
There's
first
no
time,
question.
as soon as that green flag comes out, it's a goner.
Absolutely no question that will not be there very long once we get back to green flag racing. So the question is, where will it end up? Somewhere in Canada Corner. So if you look here on this camera, don't switch, Jordan. On the left of the king,
no matter
here,
what it looks like, don't switch.
Exactly. We do not want to get off track there because that is just mud and awfulness, and it will take you right into that cement wall there. So really want to tell the drivers. Hopefully they've been watching our feed and doing some reconnaissance before they go out to know that is a no-no.
That is definitely not somewhere you want to be.
That is a big old no-no. Anyway.
All right, so we have our drivers putting some more heat in those tires. And Brian, as they have been circulating, again, we've seen that there is more than just a dry line appearing. That this track, as that sun has started to come out, as the temperature is now north of 75 degrees ambient air temperature here, really starting to dry out. There's not going to be a lot of grip because most of the rubber has been washed off, obviously, through today, but the pace car is now on the pit lane, turning things back over to our current leader and our pole sitter today, Brian Schofield.
That's right. So now the big danger is those painted curbs. You start to get a little racy. You start to go in a little bit wider than you were one lap to the next, and those curbs are the last to dry out, and they are super sketch. So you want to make sure you stay off those curbs here. Now we come back. Green flag is in the air as we head down to turn one. Good news this time, we're single file going down there. That should help get everybody through there as good as possible. That's what 70 Spec Racer Fords look like as they all barrel down towards, three wide. The 19 car.
That was Bobby Sack getting into the back of Schofield. Got Schofield very much crossed up, but Schofield managed to recover the car, Brian. They all continued through their great recovery by the 07 machine. And I think the 44 car of Josh Hansen might have been caught out maybe by that contact, but it looks like he may have lost the position on that restart here. We'll take a look as our racers, when they come down into turn number 5.
That was an incredible coming together of skill and luck there for Schofield to not completely barrel through the three cars in front of him and head off into the gravel at turn 1. What a great job there. 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go. If we stay green, that's probably 3 laps here.
And look at this. Schofield, after getting tapped by Bobby Sack, he now moves to the lead, Brian. Sack up to second. It moves Schofield all the way back to 4th behind Josh Hansen. Schofield, though, getting a great run out of turn 5. We'll see in a few moments here whether or not he's able to get around that orange number 44 of Josh Hansen. We're going to see Hansen again, by the way, a little bit later today in the SMX race as our leaders now come out of the hurry downs. And it is Schofield. Not only did he get around Hansen, but it looks as though Clay Russell is a 2-time national champion. He got around Josh Hansen as well, so moving Hansen back to the 5th position.
Right now your race leader is Sandy Situlo. That's what it was coming out of that corner, heading under the Speedville bridge there. Sandy Situlo was your leader, and I believe it was Bobby Sack right behind him. Here they all come through the kink here. Is that's the section I said you don't want to get on the other side of those curbs because that is just mud there. There's no way to control your car at that point. Looks like we've got another car off at turn 7 that they're going to have to try to go and get. Hopefully they can do it under a local yellow.
Yeah, and that may be, I'm trying to get the number on that car. Well, we'll get that number. It might be the 1-7 car that has gone off, Brian, and it sounds like they've some suspension damage, so likely going to have to send some emergency teams out to go get it.
All right, at the line this time by, you've got Situlo, Sack, Schofield, Hansen, and Clay Russell. That's how they look right now.
And actually, they it was called in the corner as the 17. I believe it was actually the 12 of Russell King.
Right.
In the light blue, almost Gulf livery car, again with mechanical damage.
All right, so I had the timing and scoring screen refreshed a little late here. Satullo, Sack, Schofield, and Russell. That's your top 4. Joshua Hansen's now dropped down to 6th. Caleb Rothel is now, I'm dropped down to 5th, I should say. Caleb Rothel is up to 6th place.
All right, Satullo now leading the field up the hill towards the Corvette Bridge over at turn 6, and we're starting to see a little bit of a breakaway here, Brian, but it looks like big surprise. I think we see that I think Schofield has dropped a little bit further back in the pack now. It looked as though as they came out of turn 5 and started to head up the hill, he might have been mired back around 8th or 9th position. Let's take a look. Nope, take it back. That was another blue and silver machine as Brian Schofield there still sitting at 3rd, and he and Clay Russell now have come right to the back of Sandy Satullo and Bobby Sack.
That's right. Those 4 cars, a lot of experience. I mean, a whole ton of Spec Racer Ford experience in the top 4 there. And they will work to try to pull away from Joshua Hansen and Caleb Rothel. That's what their attempt is going to be. Now they're already getting racy going through that little corner, that little right-left after the kink. You want to try to drive that kind of in a straight line, but it's really hard to do when you're side by side with another car.
And one driver was a little surprised, hasn't been able to move forward. Dave Ogburn currently sitting in 14th position, Brian, in the number 108 machine. Of course, he was the 2024 One Lap of America overall winner, a test driver for Goodyear here. And he started a little bit further back in the pack and just has not been able to move that car forward.
Yeah, that was a great little car, that Porsche that they took around the one lap. A Goodyear, of course, Goodyear-clad Porsche.
Yes.
But on the One Lap of America, big win for him. Again, crossing the line this time, Satullo, Sack, Schofield, Russell. No changes up front as we get down to about 2 laps to go.
No, but here is a big change. You'll notice here now, side by side, 2x2 going into turn 1. We've got a new person here who has joined the fight, Brian. That is that blue and silverish number 2 machine of Caleb Rothel out of West Bend.
3 wide.
Yeah, as we go 3 wide and 1. But now we're seeing Satullo, Sack, Schofield, Rothel starting to open up a bit of a gap back to Clay Russell and Josh Hansen.
That's absolutely the case. Next time by, white flag will be out, so just a little under 8 miles to go.
All right, we may have once again an incident coming out of turn 6, going into turn 7. We'll track that in just a moment and see if that still exists.
Yeah, I think this was the car they were talking about trying to get out of the way a couple of laps ago.
Yeah.
I think they're covering the problem at 7 with the flag at 6. So.
Yeah, matter of fact, I think we actually have that's right, with the broken suspension.
Right.
That we actually have safety workers on the scene over there.
Right.
Unfortunately, the camera that we have up in that area, some technical issues.
Rain issues.
Yes.
There we go. There is Satullo right behind him. You've got Bobby Sack. Bobby Sack, I think, just waiting for the right time here on the final lap to make his move. He's really, really cagey. We actually talked about this and what you do on a final lap. He prefers to lead going into the final lap. He always wants to be in front. He's not in front this time, but he's going to make the best of it. Got about 6 miles and about 17, 18 turns to go here. Maybe 20 turns.
All right.
I ran out of fingers and toes.
That's exactly right. Looks like they've gotten that car cleared out from turn 7, but with our leaders already working their last lap, it'll probably end up being a non-issue for them.
Wow, with all your top 5 there stacked up, there's nothing decided here with about 1 lap to go. No idea who's going to win this race. No idea who's going to finish where on the podium. It's going to be an exciting lap, Greg.
All right, and here they come out of turn 14 up the hill. And it is now popping to the inside, trying to make the push. Schofield and Sack, I believe, trying to get around Satullo here as they come across the line. Sack, your new leader. Schofield in the second. Clay Russell in the number 31 machine. He works up to 3rd. Satullo gets shuffled back from the lead, back into 4th. And then we have Josh Hansen and Caleb Rothel running 6th and 5th, respectively, running wide. Who was that ran wide? I think that might have been Rothel.
Well, I think it was Rothel who pushed Schofield up to, wow, we got 3 cars off here in turn 14. I think that was Schofield. I'm sorry. I think that was Rothel who pushed Schofield from 4th and 3rd all the way to the lead there. What a great move by Rothel to decide to go with the dance partner and take Schofield to the front.
All right, we'll get the numbers on that last wreck. We know the 188 car was involved, and luckily most of the drivers there are able to kind of get off course, so there's a crossover road right by there. The 91 car was involved. That car has not continued. That was Justin Elder.
Hopefully we can pick up our leaders. Here they come through Speedville. That is Schofield out front. Right behind him, I believe, is the 9 car. No, I don't know who that is. That might be Bobby Sack in the 19 car in second.
All right, as they come out, there he is. Schofield is your leader. Behind Schofield, it is, that is Clay Russell in the 31 machine. Then Bobby Sack dropping
side by side now, going down towards Canada Corner. That's Russell on the inside, Schofield on the outside. And there's a yellow flag at Canada Corner, so he's going to get the pass done before Canada Corner if it's going to work out. And we won't know until we see him coming out of 14, but that pass had to happen before Canada Corner. And it does look like Clay Russell got around him.
And we still have that local caution going into 14, Brian, with the Elder car, and we've got the workers responding there. Now they should have the opportunity to pass once they get past that incident. So we're going to still have that drag race up the hill, and it is 2 cars battling for the lead, Brian, on the last lap.
Here they come down to the line for the final time. In front is Clay Russell. In second place is Brian Schofield. That's how they're going to be at the finish. I'm sorry, second place, Bobby Sack, then Brian Schofield and Sandy Satullo. Holy moly.
Wow, wow, wow.
Woo. That is, I'm going to have to pull out another blood pressure pill because that was a lot going on there in that final lap. What a great finish.
And Brian, I want to double check this because I'm showing on our timing and scoring system that Bobby Sack finished in 5th position. I have Russell with the win, fastest lap of all on the very last lap. Schofield 2nd, Satullo 3rd, Caleb Rothel 4th, Bobby Sack 5th.
Yeah.
And then Josh Hansen 6th, Colin Clark and Peyton Long 7th and 8th. Dan McBreen works his way up to 9th position. The number 56 car, that is Richard Stevens, who started 14th. He finishes 10th. Caleb Schrader 11th, Dave Ogburn 12th, Chase Petty lucky 13th, Todd Vanacore 14th, Mark Greb, Carter Kunkel, Umberto Belletti, Robert Edmondson, John-Luc Liverato, and Tyler Fox rounding out the top 20.
I think that was a situation as my timing and scoring screen didn't refresh fast enough as they crossed the line, and that's why I had Bobby Sack in second. But wow, what a big change there on the final lap.
Yeah, and we always see this when we're allowed to run to the checker, Brian, here. We see it in Spec Miata, we see it in Spec Racer Ford all the time. The draft, the pull up that hill is so strong. And it was once again with Clay Russell taking the win. All right, let's make a final call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. That's Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X. Please head to the grid. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, and Formula X racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments from Road America.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour to the Chicago region, to the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago region June sprints here. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is here, and we have got our next race ready to go. Formula Atlanta Continental and FX. Let's get to our starting grid.
All right, Brian, let's get it rolling here. We had 38 drivers, or I can't do my math, 36 drivers set qualifying times here today. What we're going to do is we're going to have a split start. We're going to have our Formula Atlantic drivers behind one of our two beautiful Chevrolet Corvette pace cars here at Road America. We're going to have our Formula Continental and Formula X drivers behind the second. Let's start with them. Starting 16th, driving the number 127 Van Diemen RF06 in Formula Continental, it's Hartley McDonald. Trevor Russell from Tucson, Arizona, also in a Van Diemen, is going to start 15th. He's in the number 32 car. Bill Walschlager from Litchfield Park, Arizona, is in a Van Diemen RF97. He starts 14th. Starting 13th. And I just forgot one. Starting 13th, driving the number the number 23 machine from Fitchburg. Thank you. This is turning out to be a very long day for Gregg. From Fitchburg, Wisconsin, driving a Van Diemen RF99, it's Rockford Bauckham. Starting 12th, driving the number 8, Formula Continental Van Diemen from Waterford, Michigan, representing the Detroit region of the SCCA, Sean Gennari. Starting 11th, got Ken Denault. Ken is our sole Formula X driver. He's in the number 99 Formula Mazda. Starting 10th, driving the number 85 Van Diemen RF03. It's another Formula Continental machine from Louisville, Texas, Eric Presby. Chris Charno will start 9th. Chris is from St. Petersburg, Florida. He's driving an RF01, another Van Diemen. Then we've got Dean Kurluck. He is in the number 45 Van Diemen RF01. He's from Orchard Lake, Michigan, and he starts in 8th position, starting 7th. We've got John Jansen. He is from Barnesville, Minnesota, driving a USF 2000 machine, and that is the number 4 car, starting in 6th position, driving the number 3. Driving the number 50 Formula Continental from Barrington, Illinois, Hayden Eade. Starting 5th, driving the number 19 Formula Continental Citation from Muncie, Indiana, John LaRue. Tim Miner is going to start 4th. He's driving the number 81 Formula Continental Citation. He is from Fredericksburg, Virginia. Then we've got Bill Johnson. He is starting 3rd in the number 3 Formula Continental Van Diemen from Leawood, Kansas. Starting 2nd, David Ott is starting 2nd. He is from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, driving a Reynard 87. That's a 04 car. And your pole sitter in Formula Continental, Michael Verison, 7-time national champion in Formula V, here racing in Formula Continental, and he's in the number 65 Van Diemen. In Formula Atlantic, we have now, let's run down our starters. Starting in 16th position, Camille Kopko from Lakemore, Illinois. He's in the number 14 machine. Starting in, and actually he was starting 14th. Let's start. We've got Derek Lamanna. He's starting 16th. Andrew Bernardi is going to start 15th, starting 14th. As we mentioned, is Camille Kopko. This is turning into a very long day. Shane Kennedy is going to start 13th. He's in the number 63 cars from Golden, Colorado, starting 12th. Jeff Kacher in the number 31 machines from Denver, Colorado. Starting 12th is Alex Conger. He is in the number 28 Star Pro Formula Mazda, starting in 11th position. Michael LaFontaine, he is in the number 27 Swift with Bruce Hamilton. Starting in 10th, Bruce Hamilton starting in 9th position. He is in the number 0 Swift. John McAleer starting 8th with Rob Radman 7th. And we'll get to the rest of the field here in just a minute, Brian.
That's right. We've got ourselves a green flag here as we get going in our action right now. Formula Atlantic cars all heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. We are 2 and 3 wide. This could end up not so good, but we'll find out if it worked out here in just a second. Look at them slot in just like they show. One slower car they're now being driven by most of the field. Hopefully they can get around him without any issues here as they head down to turn 3. And that should be pretty okay. And here comes our second field now, coming up through turn 13 and 14 with our second pace car. They're going to come up here up the hill now once they come out of turn 14. Not as lined up as I'm sure they'd like them to be, but with the green flag already out for the first group, we will definitely get a green flag this time by. They have no choice. Right? So here they come up the hill now. We'll get the second start here in just a second. And we will see the green flag here. And then we will see all of those cars one more time. A big split in this split start. You almost want to get them a lot closer together to give more of a time between the two groups, but we've got them now heading down towards turn 1 for the first time. This is our Formula Continentals and our Formula X group. Lots of side-by-side action here as well.
And as they come down into turn 1, it is still Michael Verrison's. He's in that white number 65. He edges ahead of Tim Miner, also in a white machine. I think it's the white with the red car, the number 81 machine, as they come out of turn 1, start to make the run down into turns 2 and 3, but very closely packed there up at the front of the field. We do have just the single Formula X car. He was mixed in with that field as the racers come down into turn 5 now for the very first time. And now that I've thoroughly embarrassed myself, Brian, here at the front of the field in Formula Atlantic, we had Larry Howard starting in 5th, Dudley Fleck 4th, Brandon Schwartz 3rd, and your front row was Hans Peter and J.R. Osborne. And now that I've thoroughly embarrassed myself in front of our Grand Marshal here at the 69th consecutive June Sprints, let me bring in a wonderful lady, Lynn St. James.
Thank you. This is confusing.
It's hard when you've got two basic races split like that.
Oh my God, there's so many cars on the track, and
Yeah.
all these groups. It's so impressive, though. It really is impressive.
So welcome to our little broadcast here, and we really appreciate the Grand Marshal for this event. When you get asked to be a Grand Marshal for something like that, how special is this?
It's very special, except that everybody then says to me, so what do you do? And I'm like, I don't really know. I have to wait till I get there, and then they tell me. I get to wave a flag once in a while, I think, and hand out some trophies, and once in a while get to hang out with you guys and do an interview.
Well, we are very honored to have you with you. Of course, a long and storied career, a trailblazer of many, many different sorts. And when you see what we do here at this level in these days compared to where you're normally at with a lot of pro races, it's a pretty impressive show, isn't it?
Well, it is. I mean, I started in SCCA, so, this is where, this is coming back to my roots to be able to see how it all starts for so many drivers.
Yep.
And I thought probably I would be running this type of FCCA races forever. But at the meanwhile, of course, as often happens, I ran out of money, and I figured, okay, I've got to get sponsors. And well, how do you get sponsors? Well, you got to at least try to run in professional racing rather than amateur. And so that, I lived in South Florida. And IMSA, or at that time, IMSA was very big down there with the 24 hours of Daytona, the 12 hours of Sebring. So I went sponsor searching and got Ford Motor Company in 1981. So this is just full circle, though, because it's the passion, it's some skill that you all try to gain. I actually came here in 1983 and ran the June Sprints in a Formula Ford so that I could learn to be a better race car driver. And, I've never been so overwhelmed in my life.
Absolutely. And probably back in '83, the Formula Ford field was huge.
It was huge. It was one class as big as these two classes.
Yep.
Right.
So in this first lap, J.R. Osborne is our race leader in Formula Atlantic. He is in the citation. Then you've got Dudley Fleck, Larry Howard, Brandon Schwartz, and Adrian Morral. That's how the Formula Atlantic field has shaken out here early. Looking at Formula Continental after the first lap, Timothy Miner, Michael Verrisons, John Burton LaRue, Dean Kurelik, and Bill Johnson.
Well, I would say it's somebody who might have been racing with you. We've got a local caution now coming out of the Hurry Downs over at turn 8, going into the carousel. That yellow has now been withdrawn. So might have had a car go around. We'll try and get word on the number there from race control. But I was going to mention Dudley Fleck, who we've got near the front of the field now in Formula Atlantic. He took the win in Formula Atlantic here for the very first time at the June Sprints in 1986.
Okay.
So he is still working his way through here. And he also finished 3rd at the Runoffs 1 year. But
so that's a seasoned good racer. That's who he is.
That's right.
Exactly. That is exactly what we were talking about. As I think this is now his 40th year of road racing with the SCCA.
Wow.
So with all of your years of experience, today we've had off and on weather conditions. How do you get yourself mentally prepared for all the different, we've got a car off spinning in the kink, and it looks like he's been able to keep it off the wall. What a great bit of luck and skill, probably a little more luck than skill on that one.
At least 3 or 2 or 3 360s, that he did. So
the question is, can he get himself turned around without getting in anybody's way? And if he stalled the car, I don't know if he has an onboard starter for this thing. So he might have to be dead stick there. And if he is, that's going to definitely cause a full course yellow.
And there
full
we go,
course
Brian.
double yellow.
Yeah, full course caution out on the field now. as we'll try to get the field gathered back up, and we'll see if we could, Jordan, if we could check back in, see if that car is still sitting there counter race.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed.
Yep.
Well, the good news is it's far enough down track where cars will be able to see him, and now, now he's going. So hopefully he can flip around and we can withdraw. Oh no!
Oh no, you don't want to be
Come
there.
on, back up, back up, back up. We're like willing him to get out of the way.
Well, and Brian, I'm only having issues because I look back to a year ago where we saw something very similar to this happen that caused a rather large incident. But it looks like he's now been able to get that car back underway. Excellent job there. And hopefully we'll be going back to green flag racing here momentarily.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to get at least one lap under the safe car, and they're going to want to bring everybody together. So let's do this. Let's get our break out of the way so we can be with the action all the way. So we'll do that right now. Let's do a call to grid and get our break.
All right, let's see if I can do that without getting mush-mouthed. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. That's our big four group, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX. Touring 1 and American Sedan, please head to the grid. Race group number 6, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX. Touring 1 and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Road America, the National Park of Speed, and the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Raceway June Sprints. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
We're back here at Road America for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. While we were hopeful that they'd get that one car in the kink out fast and it moved on its own and got out of the way, we thought we'd get back to action quickly. We were then shown another car off in turn 13 right here. Behind those two cars, there's another car there, and that is why we are still under full course yellow. The good news there is that gives us more time to chat with Lynn St. James.
Oh, cool.
So I was asking you before all of our schmozzles happened, when you're dealing with these different varying conditions, getting your mind ready to do and deal with whatever that is, how tough is that?
Well, it's tough, but you learn to manage your brain. I've been told, many times, sorry, that's like somebody ran into the back of someone. I've been told many times when I've challenged not being able to do it, to have someone say to me, so who's in charge of your brain?
No, there you go.
So if you're in charge of your brain and you know that you have to adapt to conditions that are constantly changing, then just go with it. You
Right.
know, I mean, it's you could overthink it, and you could try to overmanage it, and you just have to really adapt and be ready for whatever's out there. I mean, there's a story about you that I've been told also by Dr. Jacques Dallaire is a perfect, wonderful human being that has worked a lot with race car drivers. And it's like you get up in the morning and you look out the window and it's pouring down rain the way it was this morning.
Yes.
And you go, oh my God, it's raining. My car's not set up for that. You have this whole conversation with yourself that this is not good. The guy next to gets up the next morning or gets out that morning, looks out the window and says, oh, it's raining. I'm really good in the rain. Whether you are or not, says, I am really good in the rain. And so who's probably going to have the better race?
Right.
So it's all what you tell yourself, what's your brain.
All right, we're going back to green flag action here with 13 minutes to go here. That was some fantastic work by the Road America safety crew to get us going here. And now all of that great advantages we had from those split starts, they're absolutely erased. And now we've got all of our cars smushed together as they head down to turn 1 again here. And there is a quick move there back in the field of Formula Atlantics up front. Everyone seems to be doing a nice job of negotiating our first corner here. Again, our Formula Atlantic leader, Dudley Fleck, followed by J.R. Osborne, Larry Howard across the line, Brandon Schwartz, and John Mackler. That's your top 5 in Formula Atlantic. Your top 5 in Formula Continental, Timothy Miner, Michael Verisons, Dean Kurlick, Bill Johnson, and now John Burton LaRue has dropped back a couple of positions into 5th place.
Yeah, indeed. And we had both Tim Miner and Michael Verisons nose to tail there in Formula Continental, Brian. Of course, we talked a little bit about Verisons, 7-time national champion in Formula V. Tim Miner was your 2019 Formula Continental national champion, also 2-time Formula 2000 Championship Series winner as well, and that I expect is probably going to be a race that goes all the way to the end here, but they're going to have to start making their way through the back of some of that the slower Formula Atlantic drivers as these two fields, of course, came together under the full course caution.
Then, of course, you've got multiple Indy 500s on your resume, and you've got a teammate in this race as well, right?
I do. Bruce Hamilton is in the number 0 car, and Bruce and I have run a number of vintage races together. Particularly in Indianapolis, we won an Enduro. We came in second in an Enduro. I got to stand on the podium, even though it was a vintage race.
Nice.
Drinking milk.
Awesome. That's fantastic.
And Bruce is up to 6th right now.
Yeah,
great.
He is. He's a great driver, really a great driver. So I enjoyed working with him.
All right, still looking. No changes up front up to this point. The Formula Atlanta cars, here they come right through there. And not quite getting racy yet, but with 12 minutes to go, plenty of time for that to happen. We just want a couple of nice green flag lap sessions. We've had so many incidents with the weather today that now that we have a drying racetrack, it's nice to see some green flag cars. And of course, my favorite cars out here are fastest. We call them wings and things, although it's all wings in this group. And this is one of our fastest groups. Traditionally, Formula Atlantic, one of the showcase classes here in the SCCA. And putting on a great show with a bunch of cars out here this weekend.
This was my dream, was to be able to race Formula Atlantic when I was racing in SCCA. I thought, boy, if I could just race a car like that. Those are real race cars.
Well, back in the day, Formula Atlantic was the stepping stone to IndyCar.
Yeah, absolutely, yep.
Now they have the Road to Indy, which, of course, you were real excited. Jamie Chadwick did a great job in the Indy Next Series over at...
just a few weekends ago. I mean, that was just a fantastic drive, I mean, she was absolutely spot on every lap, totally did not get rattled by anything, and just commanded that race, qualifying and race.
And you were saying, as we were talking during the break, that there's a big difference as driving from the lead and maintaining that lead, and as opposed to trying to work your way to the front. And that had to be a big challenge for her. And we saw that for a number of years in the W Series as well, as she was, I think, a 2-time champion there with many of the races where she just ran flag to flag and had to be able to maintain that and keep the focus over the course of the entire race.
Yeah, it's an experience that is different than any other type of racing experience, and so she, I think that really benefited her.
If you can give me the tones real quick, Greg, I have an announcement I have to make.
I was just going to say, we've got a quick announcement to make here.
Attention in the paddock, car number 34, Spec Racer Ford, Umberto Malete, one of the best names at the racetrack this weekend. Umberto Malete, please report to impound to the SCCA trailer. Car number 34, Spec Racer Ford, Umberto Malete to the SCCA trailer in impound. I don't think he should be driving a Ferrari and not a Spec Racer Ford, but hey, what do I know? What do I know? All right, we've got 9 minutes to go here. Let's reset it. Dudley Fleck, J.R. Osborne, Larry Howard, Brandon Schwartz. That's how they're running up front in Formula Atlantic. Then in Formula Continental, it's about the same as it's been for a while here. Timothy Miner, Michael Verisons, Dean Kurlick, and John Burton LaRue. And all of our cars spread out just enough where there's not a whole lot of action going on up front in these two races. You've got the 2-second lead for Dudley Fleck, and then 10 seconds all the way back to Brandon Schwartz in third. And in Formula Continental, 1.2 seconds back between Miner and Verisons, and then 2.2 seconds back to Kurlick and LaRue. And LaRue is back another 2 seconds from those. So nice little gaps, which is not good if you want to get passing people. I'm not quite sure what pass that was for position going into. But we do have, as you were saying, Greg, some of the faster Continentals are catching the back of the faster. Oh, we've got a car slow there.
And that may be J.R. Osborne. I'm trying to get, I've shown that he's been dropping down through the order, driving the number 05 Van Diemen. He's out of St. Charles, Illinois. And we can see that we've got at least one driver, looks like, being covered. We've got one driver, obviously, now is just driven off at turn 5. Looks like a little Congo line there. But I think we're showing a white flag, which is also for slower moving machinery, going down in the Canada corner. So down under the trees there, down on the kettle bottoms.
Trouble here in turn 5. We've got a car on the inside. It's right on the apex of 5. It looks like, hard to tell from that angle, but it doesn't look like he's high-sided because it looks like it actually sees something underneath the car there from our camera angle. Perfect for this little position here. But it's not in a place that you want to be, and I'm sure he would like to get out of the way if he can, but now he's got 7 cars bearing down on him.
Got the whole field.
That's right.
The rest of the field,
yeah. It's hard because I don't think he can turn his head enough to see what's coming at him to know when to pull ahead, and he's trying to find a way. Now would be a good time to do it if he can. If he doesn't do it now, my guess is that car is not running at the moment.
And there he goes.
There he goes. Perfect.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I'm excited because Bruce Hamilton made it past. He's now 5th.
All right. No, you're absolutely.
I was just going to say he moves up to 5th now as he got around Adrian Morrow there. So Hamilton right back behind John McAleer's number 77 machine.
And now we have a pass here going through the kink. I'm not quite sure I want to go side by side through that section. That should be flat out in these cars, and flat out in these cars should be right around 150, 160 miles per hour coming through there in a Formula Atlantic, but you got to have a pretty good amount of bravery to do that.
Well, thankfully, those are the Continentals, Brian, so they're only doing about 135. And and we'll get the numbers on that those two cars in just a moment here as we're now working lap number 7 here, and probably given the pace that these racers are going at, even with that full course caution, Brian, I think we may still manage to get somewhere around 10 laps, possibly 11 out of this race. But let me make another quick call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, GTX, T1, and American Sedan. Race group 6, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan racers, please head to the grid. Brian, as we see these racers coming to the line side by side, let's pick these drivers out. I believe we had here, as they were coming across, certainly had Greg Labate in his Formula Atlantic, the number 35 machine out of Redondo Beach, California, and also North Barrington Beach, Illinois, Andrew Bernardi, as they were going side by side down the front straight, and that was the battle for, looks like it was the battle for 12th in Formula Atlantic.
So the good thing we're seeing here is that we have all of these different various lines that are happening, and why I say that's good is not necessarily because they're the fastest lines. It means we've got a dry racetrack basically from white line to white line, and that bodes well if we can keep the rain out for the rest of the day. But this is the raciest we've seen any group today because they've got the best conditions of a racetrack that we've had all day as well. There was that one car, looked like it wanted to try to go side by side through that section and said, maybe that's not the smartest thing I could do, and decided that discretion was a better part of valor there. Up front right now, we still have Timothy Miner, Michael Verisons, Dan Kurlick, John Burton LaRue, and Bill Johnson. That's your top 5 in Formula Continental. Look at this group of cars. I think this is the group that we were just talking about, Greg, as they come through here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we just had one of those 4 cars, Brian, go around going into the carousel.
There was some variety of lines
Yes.
that somehow you just mess up where you might make it through, but you mess up where you're going next.
And we've got 2 cars off, Brian. One's to the left, one's to the right. It's the 1-3 machine. And we'll get the number on the other car, the 1-3 machine. Oh, go ahead, Brian.
And it looks like they've come together with debris on the racetrack side to side. So we're probably going to end up bringing this one to a stop again with a full course yellow. And with the amount of time we have left in this race, there's a very good chance that this is going to be full course yellow and checkered flag.
All right, so we've got the 85 machine. That is Eric Presby, that he is off track. And the 1-3 machine, that's Devin Hansen out of Green Bay. As they are on opposite ends of the track there. We'll see if we're able to keep this race going with just a few laps remaining. But the call came in that the team there over at turn 9 wanted those drivers removed as quickly as possible. And as you can see, we do have emergency services teams. They're staged right there under the Speedville Bridge as it is. And apparently there is a lot of debris that's been showered across the surface there.
Can I get some tones real quick, Greg?
Yeah, absolutely.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Car number 8, Spec Racer 4, Jean-Luc Liverato. Please see the race director immediately in impound. Spec Racer 4, number 8, Jean-Luc Liverato. See the race director immediately in impound.
All right, so Brian, we're trying to pick up with the leader. I have a sneaking suspicion that our leader, who is Dudley Fleck right now, out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, may be seeing the checkered flag this next time by if they can pick him up. Larry Howard second, Brendan Schwartz third in Formula Continental. It is Tim Miner. With about a little bit over a half second on Michael Verison's John LaRue, currently running third, a distant third, about 4.5 seconds back from there. Dean Curluck running in fourth.
It was great that they were able to stay green.
Exactly. And okay, and
so we are going to get the checker this time by. It sounds like the cars are off the track there, but there's a lot of debris on the racetrack, and that's what they're worried about. And of course, these cars at this speed, if you have a tire go down coming out of that area going into the kink, that could be absolutely disastrous. So want to get everybody slowed down here.
All right, sounds as though our leaders now, Dudley Fleck, Larry Howard. Well, Dudley Fleck, he's got about an 11-second advantage on the rest of the field right now. Coming down through the Kettle Bottoms into Canada Corner now, we should see him coming up the hill through Thunder Valley.
Yep.
And he is sitting right there in the white car, I believe, second to last in line.
So it's that car right there coming through our screen. That is Dudley Fleck. He is going to come up the hill here for the final time. Get the checkered flag here. And checkered flag is in the air.
And taking the win in Formula Atlantic is going to be Dudley Fleck. Larry Howard, he will be Larry Howard coming out of turn 14 now. He should finish second here. He's in the red and white number 74 machine coming up the hill. Brandon Schwartz was running third when we started our final lap. We just saw John, and actually Schwartz came across John McAleer as well, finishing in fourth. And we'll see, try to check to see which of our Continental racers have taken the checkered flag. Yeah, I don't think they have. Yeah, we're still waiting for them to come up out of turn 14. And here they come now. I believe the two white cars coming up the hill. That is the battle for the lead in Formula Continental. Tim Miner taking the checkered flag. Margin of victory over Michael Verison's 75 hundredths of a second. John LaRue crosses the line about 7 seconds in arrears. He'll take the third step on the podium. Dean Curluck will finish in fourth.
All right, that's going to do it here. Before we take our break, Lynn St. James, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'm exhausted watching all this and trying to keep track of what you guys are seeing. And, you know, wow. Anyway, I like it when I've just got one race car and I got to just worry about it.
So do we.
Well, thank you.
I think you're going to come back just before lunch tomorrow, or just after lunch tomorrow, so we can have a little further, deeper conversation.
Okay, sounds good to me.
And I think I'm almost positive that's only a one-class race. So
well, we're going to do it before the racing starts, so we don't have to concentrate on anything except for hearing your stories. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Thanks. I look forward to it.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. I want to thank everybody. Thank Lynn St. James, our Grand Marshal this year for the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Oh, man, I am having so many issues here today. Thanks, Lynn, for joining us.
Thank you. Everybody have a great rest of the day.
Thank you. All right, let's do one more call to grid, then we'll take our break, and when we come back, some more racing.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for, let me see if I can get this right, Brian. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan. Please head to the grid. Race Group 6, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan. This is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. You are watching the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Race. See, I did it again. Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
And welcome back, everybody, to Road America's 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. More specifically, it's a 69th consecutive, my problems continue, 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, I'm Mushmouth, and that is Brian Bielanski, who never puts a word wrong.
That's right.
And
Never. That's fun.
And now we have heading out on track our big ground pounders. And by the way, Brian, when we were talking to Lynn St. James, our Grand Marshal for the June Sprints, and we asked her, so what do you do as a Grand Marshal? And she said, I don't know. Well, she's starting this race.
Yes.
She is up. You can see her right now on the edge of the starter stand there in her beautiful blue vest there. She is going to be giving the green flag to our big war racers. Let's run down the starting order. We had in this group quite a number of racers, actually. We had 64 drivers set times, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and American Sedan. We're going to give you the top 30 because you all heard last group. I had a lot of trouble counting. Starting 30th, driving the number 142, Touring 1 Ford Mustang from San Antonio, Texas, Paulo Salvatore. Stephen Wiles is going to start 29th. He's driving the number 25 GT1 Chevy Camaro. He's from Kansas City. Hugh Stewart will start 28th. He's in the number 123 Touring 1 BMW M3. Simon Asselin, he's going to be in the 27 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car, moving from GT3 in a Nissan to GT2, starting 26th. Driving the number 7 GT2 BMW M3, Joe Koenig. Brian Garcia is going to start 25th. He's driving the number 70 Dodge Challenger. He's out of St. Charles, Illinois. While Brett Scoggin is starting 24th. He's in the number 151 GTX BMW M4 GT4. Joe Bowden will start 23rd today. He's in the number 45 GT2 Porsche 911 Cup car. He's out of Chicago, Illinois, with Austin Jers starting 22nd. Austin's from Union, Illinois. He's driving the number 131 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Greg Shermer will start 21st. He's in the number 29, GT1 Porsche 911 Cup cars from Davenport, Iowa, with Jack Stanford starting 20th. Jack's in the number 115 Ford Mustang. Then we got Michael Cattlebaum. He is starting 19th today. He's in the number 22 GT2 Chevy Corvette. He's from Houston. With Mark Bowden, your T1 pole sitter today. He starts 18th. He's in the number 46 Mercedes AMG GT4. Patrick Utt will start 17th. Patrick's in the number 49 GT2 Chevy Camaro. With Gian Buvamonte starting 16th. The young man is driving the number 17 Ford Mustang GT2 car. Rick Dittman is in the number 24 GT1 Chevy Corvette. The Lincolnshire, Illinois driver will start 15th. With Justin Elder starting 14th. He's in the number 19 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Brian French will start 13th. Brian's in the number 05 GTX Ligier LMP3 machine. He's from Sheboygan, Wisconsin. With Charlie Peter starting 12th. He's in the number 166 Porsche 911 Cup car. He's from Olathe, Kansas. Then we've got Daniel Bender. Danny is starting 11th. He's in the number 36 GT2 Chevy Camaro. He's from Northbrook, Illinois. With Matt Butson starting 10th. Matthew is in the number 4 GT1 Ford Mustang. He's from Snohomish, Washington. Tim Kesman will start 9th today. He's in the number 118 GT1 Porsche 911 Cup car. He's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. With Lou Gelati starting 8th. Lou's in the number 28 GT2 Chevy Z06. The Chevy Corvette Z06. He's from Princeton, Texas. Jonathan Start will start 7th. He's in the number 51 GT2 Dodge Viper ACR with Brad McAllister starting 6th. He's in the number 2 GT2 Ford Mustang. Ryan McManus will start 5th. He's in the number 07 GT1 Chevy Corvette. He's from Seville, Ohio. With Michael McAleenan starting 4th. He's in the number 3 Lamborghini Huracan. That's another GT1 car. Dave Rullo will start 3rd. He's in the number 31 GT1 Chevy Corvette. With Adam Ramito starting on the outside of the front row. He's in the number 1 GT1 Dodge Challenger and your pole sitter today. Driving the number 57 GT1 Ford Mustang, David Pinterick.
All right, here they come to the green flag. The good news is we are dry on the front half of the racetrack. The bad news is it is raining again in the kink and through Canada Corner and up towards turn 13. So here they come. Pinterick on the outside, Ramito on the inside. That's Ramito on the outside as they come through 1 and head down towards turn 3. Pinterick still trying to hold on to that inside line going towards turn 3.
And look at the moves that Lou Gelati in that black and yellow number 28 Corvette made up, Brian. He started in 8th position. I think he got around Jonathan Start in the GT2 car, as well as Brad McAllister. I think he's moved all the way to the lead. Of course, Gelati, originally from this area, ran for many years with Real-Time Racing, has been working on putting a race course together out in Texas now. But as we see our GT1 leaders coming out of turn 5 and starting to head up the hill, it's Pinteric and Ramito going at it, with McElhenney just a little bit further behind. And so McElhenney, Brian, has won a number of races this season here on the Super Tour in GT1. But the big difference is he did not have these super long straightaways that we have at Road America, and that's where the traditional GT1 cars, I think, are going to have the advantage over that GT3, FIA GT3 Lamborghini.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure every single one of these cars on dry tires. It is now raining in a bunch of different races, and now we're going to go full course yellow here. There's some car off in, I don't know exactly where, but I'm hearing a lot of chatter on the flag.
We're going to try and pick them up. I think it was over by turn, coming out of turn 6, going to turn 7, Brian.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to pick it up here. We have a waving yellow coming out of the carousel here. If you take a look at this shot all the way back towards the exit of turn 9, and
there's one of them.
There we
and
go.
Is that another car off on the right there as well? No, that's not a car. Maybe that's a wheel. I see something dark along the, or it might be just some impact that someone else impacted the wall earlier. But
yeah, absolutely.
So that looks like a Camaro, maybe.
Yeah, that may be one of our American sedan Camaros.
Yep.
Brian, of course, where that car is currently up against the wall, that will make it that may be Kurt Fagel out of Florissant, Missouri. In his 2002 Chevy Camaro. That is Fagel in the number 37 American sedan Chevy Camaro. He's out of the St. Louis region, on the board of directors for the St. Louis region. And where that car is right now, Brian, with the driver's side all the way up against the wall, that's really a difficult position that the driver couldn't get out of the car if he wanted to.
Sure.
Not that you want to get out of the car in that section of track, but it looks like he likely, because of the cage, wouldn't be able to get the passenger
and my wonder is if he got off there at that part of the kink I've been talking about for the last hour or two, where all that mud is, and he could not control it, and just got up in the wall and decided that my safest thing here is to stay up against the wall and not shoot myself across the racetrack, and that might be what happened there. So I know we're early, but we're full course yellow. Let's take our break.
Well, real quick, let's just quickly give a quick rundown on the field here, and then we'll take a break. In GT1, it is David Pinteric with Adam Ramito, then Dave Rullo, Michael McElhenney, and that is your top 4. Ryan McManus rounds out the top 5. In GT2, Brad McAllister with Lou Gelati right behind, then Jonathan Start and Daniel Bender. And that is that's top 4. Charlie Peters in his Porsche Cup car. That rounds out your top 5 in GT2. And in GT3, P.D. Cunningham, who started right outside the top 30 there, started 31st overall. He is in a Honda Civic Type R TCR machine, and he leads the class. George Shishon, second, over a minute down at this point. Joe Christensen, Armin McGregor in your top 4, and only 4 in the class. Touring 1. It's Mark Bowden with Hugh Stewart, Paulo Salvatore, and Brian Goodman. And then finally, in American sedan, Evan Picord, Greg Eaton, Andy McDermott, and Kyle Gilbert. That's your top 4. Kyle Jones currently running 5th. All right, now let's make a call to the grid for our next race group, and then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Race group number 7, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, STU, STL, SMX. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Road America.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Back here at Road America, we are trying to get a car off the wall by the kink there. That is our slowdown at the moment. We've got 17 minutes left in this race, Greg.
Speaking of slowdowns, Brian.
So quick question here for you. Does anybody, it's been raining. This isn't supposed to last long. The track doesn't look nearly as wet as it was earlier. But does anybody come in and roll the dice and put on some wet tires here to try to drive to the front in this thing?
I wouldn't dare do it. We've already gotten reports that the rain is probably going to be stopping in about 6 minutes.
Okay.
Whatever rain there is. So, no, I certainly wouldn't. By the way, and you can see here's the weather map. Thank you, Jordan, for throwing that up. There's not a lot of weather
you're right.
coming our way for quite some time. Meanwhile, you saw that backup coming out of the carousel going down to the kink. You're from California. Have you ever seen anything like that on the 405?
It's like Christmas Eve on the 405.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because we were watching them there down to that standstill going into the kink just as our leaders were coming through 14 and starting to head up the hill. So you can see how big a lineup this is here. Oh, slow down there in the back. Please slow down. And here's another big surprise. See that that black and orange Jaguar sitting in the back? That is multi-time national champion Michael Lewis. Now, Michael usually in this group has to qualify multiple cars because he usually runs in GT3 and also in GT1. And we did not run down his starting order, but he started 46th in the
now
field.
It's really coming down.
All right, so Brian, I'm thinking maybe these drivers pull down the pit lane and put on the wet weather tires.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonder who came up with that idea first.
Brendan. Meanwhile, with all the rain going on down there in the carousel, whoever is starting the rave up down in the carousel with that bubble machine is going to start having some trouble. As now we see that rain starting to migrate up the hill and more towards the front straight here, right in front of us. Though, well, yeah, actually the rain is starting to come down on the front straight. So this should be real good, Brian.
And drops. Our corner workers
Wow.
are.
Look at this, just in the span of like 20 seconds, how the track has changed. Yeah, this could be quite challenging for more than just our challengers. Yeah. As we were saying, so Brian, we start off by saying, Road America, not the track, for an FIA GT3 car in GT1. But that FIA GT3 car, besides all the aero, it's got traction control, it's got ABS, and it's got that's a lot that these very light two-frame 800 horsepower monsters don't have. It also doesn't necessarily, especially having the traction control, doesn't have to worry about laying down smaller amounts of torque with your 800 horsepower monster coming out of some of these slower corners as you dig out of turn 5, you dig out of turn 3, etc.
13 minutes to go here, and I don't see anybody scrambling in the bits of pit lane I can look at right now. But
well, you know, there are a couple teams directly across from us, and I do see wet weather tires on the wall. And you know,
and if you're at the back of this field right now, you've got nothing to lose. It's
sure.
It's a long lapse. You got plenty of time to change tires and get to the back of the field. You've got absolutely nothing now. If you're up front, maybe you roll the dice.
So here's one person who I'd love to see roll the dice, and that is Tom Herb. Tom Herb, he is currently sitting back in 30th position, Brian. Two-time national champion in GT1, took his very first national championship with an absolutely amazing tire change at the 2021 runoffs in Indianapolis. While all the other GT1 cars were out on the field still circulating, he came down the pit lane. His crew threw the wet weather tires on his Mercedes AMG GT3, and he just walked through the rest of the field. And last year, again at Virginia International Raceway, or pardon me, back in 2022, he took the win, again in damp conditions. So if he could get wet weather tires on that car, and given where he is on track, it might be a good gamble for the Fall Line folks to do that for him.
All right, so I see at least 2 teams with tires up on the pit wall right now. And then one of those teams are putting out rain jackets. So, yeah, and here is the wall here that we're seeing. They're up further upstream. If drop the pylon for a second, Jordan. I think one of them might be right. No, it's a little further to the left. Down. Yeah. So, just Mr. Payne, there's a couple of teams who might be ready. We will know in just a minute or two whether or not anybody ducks onto pit lane. Some might just duck onto pit lane to stop racing because they don't have it and they're not ready.
So we do have debris flags out right now in a number of places on track, Brian. Over by turn 8, that's the Hurry Downs.
Right.
There is the Camaro, the 37 car of Fagel, that they have just removed from the exit of the kink. There's also a debris flag being displayed over at turn 12, over at Canada Corner, as well. So you know, we'll see here over at turn 8, over at the Hurry Downs. They're going to be dropping that surface flag. And lights are still on the safety car, Brian. So, you know, again, if you're further back in the field like a Tom Herb, do it.
Make that move right now.
Maybe Michael Lewis, who's also a little bit further back in the field.
Oh, I'm hearing checkered flag this time by.
Yeah, and that's the word. They're gonna checker this race, Brian.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe they're. Well, here's the other option would have been to black flag this race to bring everybody in, but there wouldn't be enough time to get them in to do that and get them all back out.
That's right. All right, so the safety car now bringing the field up the hill where our racers are going to see the checkered flag. So, Brian, why don't we run down we can run down the final order, I think, here. But let me do this. Let me make another call to the grid real quick for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 7, STU, STL, and SMX. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, and SMX. Please head to the grid. All right, let's run down the finishing order here for our greatly abbreviated Big Bore race. Taking the win in GT1, going to be Dave Pinteric with Adam Ramito finishing second. Dave Rulo will finish in third. Michael McElween in fourth. Ryan McManus will finish in fifth. In GT2, it is going to be Brad McAllister in his Ford Mustang taking the win. Lou Gelati finishing second. Jonathan Start in his Viper will finish third. Danny Bender will finish fourth in his Chevy Camaro. And Charlie Peter in his Porsche 911 Cup car will finish in fifth. In GT3, it is... GT3, Petey Cunningham will take the win in his Honda Civic Type R, George Shishon in his Mazda RX-7 will finish second. Joe Christensen in his Honda Civic will finish in third. Armin McGregor will round out the four-car field. In GTX, Brett Scroggin will take the win in his BMW M4 GT4. Brianna Ogden in her Porsche GT4S Club Sport will finish second. Brian French in his Ligier LMP3 car will finish in third. In Touring 1, Mark Bowden takes the win in his Mercedes-AMG GT4 over Hugh Stewart's BMW. Paolo Salvatore will finish third in a Ford Mustang. Brian Goodman, Gary Crook rounds out the top 5 in Touring 1. And now let's move over to American Sedan, where Evan Pecor will take the win in his Ford Mustang. Greg Eaton will finish second. Andy McDermott third. Kyle Gilbert and Kyle Jones round out the top 5.
All right, that's going to do it here. We're going to take our break. When we come back, we will have our STL STU SMX race. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are here live from Road America for the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
All right, we are back here at Road America, where the weather is changing faster than the outfit for the presenters at the Oscars. It's Group 7 up next: STU, STL, SMX.
We've seen more costume changes than Taylor Swift.
That's right,
sure.
than a Taylor Swift concert.
That's
Very
right.
nice. Anyway, we're back here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints, Group number 7, race number 8, and here we go with the starting lineup.
All right, this is Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, and SMX, Spec MX5. We're going to have another split start. We're going to have this STU and STL racers behind our first beautiful Chevy Corvette pace car. We're going to have the SMX drivers behind the second. They're just coming down the pit lane now. I'm going to give you the top 16 in each group. Starting 16th in and we're going to start with SMX. Starting 16th, driving the number 158 Mazda MX-5 from Sykesville, Maryland, Jack Murchison. Dave Pinterick out of his GT1 Mustang and into a Mazda MX-5. He starts 15th in the number 57 machine. He's from Canfield, Ohio. Corbin Collins will start 14th. He's in the number 20 machine. He's from Springfield, Missouri. Jason Fichter starting 13th. He's in the number 71 car. He's from Jupiter, Florida. Camden Hibbett will start 12th. Camden is in the number 32 Mazda. He is representing the Ohio Valley region. Then we've got Max Schweid. He starts 11th today. He's in the number 198 machine. He's from Boca Raton, Florida. Dan Squirick will start 10th. He's in the number 7 Mazda. He's from Peachtree Corners, Georgia, with Cooper Hicks starting 9th. He's in the number 86 car. He's from Simi Valley, California. Helio Metzes from Spring, Texas, represents the Houston region. He starts 8th in the number 27 car. Will Lucas will start 7th. He's in the number 134 Mazda. He's from Dahlonega, Georgia. Did that just to piss you off. Dahlonega, Georgia. There you go. Noah Harmon, he's going to start 6th. He's in the number 14 Mazda. He's from Orlando, Florida. Rocco Pasquarello will start 5th. He's in the number 195 car. He is from Boca Raton. Justin Atticanis will start 4th today. He's in the number 18 car. He's from Richfield, Connecticut. Austin Hill, and we should have some in-car video, hopefully, from Austin here. Always exciting to have in-car video from Austin Hill. He's in the number 8 car, and he starts 3rd. Starting on the front row in SMX, driving the number 24 machine from Winchester, Virginia, it's Camden Gruber, and on the pole, Cam Eben from Appleton, Wisconsin. He is in the number 55 car. Let's now move over to STL and STU. We had 24 drivers in that group set times. I'm going to give you the top 16. Starting 16th, driving the number 89 STL Mazda Miata from Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, Stephen Hawk. Edwin Soto Quinones will start 15th. He's in the number 68 Porsche Boxster. That is an STU machine. Alan Orban is going to start 14th. He is in the number 05 STU Dodge Neon SRT4. John Sewell starts 13th. He's in the number 48 STL Acura Integra with Sean Duncan starting 12th. Sean is in the number 142 STL Honda Civic. Then we got Mikey Taylor. He is in the STL Acura Integra. He starts 11th on the field. Jake Anton will start 10th. He's in the number 59 STL Mazda Miata. Sheboygan Falls, Wisconsin's Brian Mersberger will start 9th. He's in the number 114 STL Mazda Miata. Mike Noble will start 8th. Mike's in the number 172 STU BMW 330i. He's from Minneapolis, with Danny Stain starting 7th. Danny's in the number 09 STL Mazda MX-5. David Palfinier is going to start 6th today. He's in the number 40 STL Mazda MX-5. And your pole sitter in STL, driving the number 98 machine, the Honda Civic SI from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Thank you. It is Caleb Patry. And your final 4 drivers, all in STU. Driving the number 121 STU Toyota GR86 from Salina, Texas, Fred Koch. Then we've got Joe Mosier. He starts 3rd. He is in the number 36 Honda CRX SI in your front row. Driving the number 190 STU Ford Mustang from Coppell, Texas, David Fiorelli. Sean Lovett is your pole sitter with a qualifying time of 2:59.310 in his BMW E46. That is the number 37 car.
All right, here we go. We're about to get it going again. Still some damp track here. I think a couple of these cars went back to the paddock to put on rain tires. That will be good maybe for the first couple of laps of the race, but as this track dries out again, those folks may be in trouble. We'll just have to watch as this thing unfolds to see if that might be the case. And we'll know if a couple of cars go out real fast early and then start coming back to the field just as quickly. All right, here comes the field now heading up the hill. Not terribly well bunched towards the back here, but they're starting to come together. It's also possible these cars are trying to hang tight here because they don't have rain tires. Side by side, 3 wide across the start-finish line here as they come down now towards turn 1.
And as Joe Moser started in third position, made a run down the inside. He gets around the BMW, Brian, of Sean Lovett. Our pole sitter now drops back to the third position as David Fiorelli in that Ford Mustang now jumps to the lead. Then Fred Cook. Then we've got Caleb Patry, our STL leader, in his brand new Honda Civic, as our SMX drivers leave the comfort of the pace car and head up the hill. That is going to leave Cam Evan, your pole sitter, to lead Camden Gruber and the rest of our SMX drivers here as they come underneath the bridge and onto the front straight.
All right, here comes SMX down to the line. 2 wide now, no 3 wide so far with these guys as they come down towards turn 1 for the first time here.
And we saw Camden Gruber in that Planet Miata SMX car. He drops back now, looks like in the third position as our pole sitter. Cam Evan comes right across his nose, takes the traditional line, running a little bit wide. That is, I think that was Justin Adaconis in the green and white number 18 machine, runs very wide coming through turn number 1. Adaconis, multiple race winner this season in SMX.
All right, our front pack now is strung out single file here as they work their way through the first race lap here. Still one good dry line formed pretty much here, and that's going to probably get a little bit better. Oh, got one car going really wide there coming out of the corner right before the Speedville Bridge. And he was able to collect it and get back onto the racetrack. Pretty soon now we're going to see the Spec MX-5 cars coming into our view. And they will probably catch the slower cars here pretty quickly. Oh, one car goes really wide there into the going into turn 5, was able to bring it back onto the racetrack here as they start to go a little more single file now, heading down towards turn 6. Coming out of turn 6, more single file action here. And everyone seems to be negotiating this kind of weird condition racetrack pretty well, Greg.
Indeed, and so big announcement this week in SMX, Brian, as the series has announced that Roush will be the provider of stock engines for these cars. They had Roush heads to begin with, but if you are going to get a brand new engine and order it up from Mazda, it will be provided by Roush. And it also means a couple things. You can have a non-Roush motor in the car, but it won't be sealed, and you may find yourself under a little bit more technical scrutiny back in the tech shed after races.
I need some tones. Big tank slapper there. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. I need a couple of cars to go see the Chief Steward and impound immediately. Spec Racer Ford, driver 61, Brian Schofield, 31, Robeson Clay Russell, 07, Sandy Situlo. You 3 drivers need to go see the Chief Steward in impound. Car number 61, Spec Racer Ford, Brian Schofield, 31, Robeson Clay Russell, and number 07, Sandy Situlo to the Chief Steward in impound.
All right, so big changes up front. We've got here now at the front of the field. It looks as though Camden Gruber has jumped to the front of SMX as we have multiple
big cars off wide
as they come through Bill Mitchell Bend and just lose grip, and as they come across the pavement. And Brian, that tells us now that the pavement more grip than the grass. We didn't see that. Didn't see that earlier, but wow, did he grip up quickly as he came back across the field. I was going to mention in STL, Caleb Patry, who was our pole sitter in that white Civic Coupe, has fallen back a number of positions in class, and we have a new leader in STL, and that is, and it sounds like there was some contact there between those drivers. Danny Stain moves to the lead in STL. Paul Finier second. Patry now falling back to third.
That could have gone really bad in a dozen different ways, and all of the stars aligned for it not to happen. Lots of cars now getting racing. Oh, car going way wide there at the exit of 1. Coming back onto the racetrack. No issues there. What a great save for that situation as well.
Yeah, and what we're seeing, Brian, we are seeing that dry line start to come back in. That as our big four racers in that previous race had gone out, obviously a lot of rain came down and really dampened out the track. But once again, we are seeing here where this track will evacuate that water, it will drain very quickly, and we're already starting to see a dry line come back into play here as we watch our SMX drivers run up the hill into turn number 7. And it looks like Camden Gruber has given up the lead once again here in SMX. But our new leader, and this might be a great time if we can get an onboard with him, Austin Hill in the number 8 machine. He has now jumped to the lead.
We're hearing that the onboard in his car is not working at this moment, which would have been fun, but we've got a whole lot of action here. Lots of side-by-side, lots of nose to tail. Last time this group came out at turn 5, there was cars off to the left, and they were all smushed together, and they somehow made it through just fine. Here comes our leaders in Spec MX-5 coming under the Mission Bridge.
Entering Chipville.
Exactly. Austin Hill, Camden Gruber, Rocco Pasquarelli, and Justin Adaconis. That's your top 4 right now in that Spec MX-5 class.
So with Austin Hill, our leader, and I'm wondering how he has time to fit all of his racing in, as we have another one of our MX-5 drivers run wide coming out of the carousel. He's a junior in high school, and all the while a freshman at Ohio University and a National Honor Society member as well. 3-time Formula Race Promotions Formula Atlantic champion, all at the age of 17, Brian.
Well, that's got a lot going on his plate. I'm tired just thinking about that schedule. And here they come again, 2 and 3 wide here. Here is the in-car camera for Corbin Collins.
From Salmon, Corbin Collins. That's his nickname, by the way.
Okay. He is at the moment in this field right now in 13th place. He is out of Springfield, Missouri.
And he was the NASA Rookie of the Year last year. He's only 15 years old and started Collins Racing Products at 14 years old to help sustain his racing career, and they are selling products. He started off racing in a shifter kart with Buffalo Wild Wings. I don't know if you start that has a weird connotation in it. That's how you keep position. You throw Wild Wings out the window there. But,
there you go. There you go.
But he also like Austin Hill maintains a 4.0 GPA here, as he is the president of his class and also taking college courses. Again, all at age 15. Brian.
Wow. 17 minutes to go here in this 8th race of the day, because race 2 was 2 races. Don't ask me how. But anyway, we are 17 and a half minutes to go here in this race. Let's take a look at our classes right now. Top 5 in SMX, Camden Gruber, Justin Adaconis, Austin Hill, now down to 3rd place, Noah Harmon in 4th, and Roscoe Pasquarella in 5th. In STL, you've got Danny Stain in 1st place, followed by David Palfiner, Caleb Patry, thank you very much, Mike Taylor. You knew I was going to mess that up before I even said it, so you were right there to jump in.
That's it.
John Sewell is in 5th. Mikey Taylor is in 4th in that Accurate Integra. And then going and looking real quickly at STU, David Fiorelli is in 1st, Joe Moser 2nd, Sean Lovett, Thomas Noble, and Ford Koch in 5th place. Whew, a lot of stuff going on here in this. Oh, look at this. Ford 5 wide heading down through the kink. That's not supposed to work, people. And,
no. And that's the Camden Gruber car, the Planet Miata car, jumping out to the lead there in that group, as they're going to all barrel down into Canada Corner, where there is likely not a dry line the entire width of that pavement. Let's stick on there. That is the 142
CRX,
Honda Civic that has gone around. And I was going to say that is Sean Duncan. I was going to say, let's stay coming through Bill Mitchell to see all those MX-5 cars come through, as Camden Gruber is leading the field up the hill there. And coming out of turn 14. And right now, Justin Adaconis is currently your points leader in the Spec MX-5 class here over the season. Ethan Jacobs second. Camden Gruber now working his way 3rd in points. All 3 of them rookies here on the season, as they cross the start-finish line and start to come down into turn 1 with that Honda Civic. It was the Honda Civic mixed in there. He looks like he got that car back underway.
There's the car. It's going to go hard into the wall there at the going into turn 1.
That was the number 55 machine of Cam Eben. Cam, local out of Appleton, Wisconsin, going around, and that looks like a pretty hard hit, Brian.
Yeah, that was a big shunt there, and they're definitely going to have to get this thing slowed down and get some people out there to take a look at that situation. We've got debris on the surface at that area right now. You can see the waving yellow flag out there. You can also see the rescue vehicle going right there as well.
All right, so let's jump back to the action here. Brian, as we now see that Honda Civic leading a number of Spec MX-5 drivers up the hill. Our leader, Camden Gruber, I believe, I take that back. Camden Gruber is now falling back in the 5th position. So big changes at the front. Justin Atticanis, who I mentioned is currently leading SMX here overall this season. He is your leader. Noah Harmon now running in 2nd. Then we've got Camden Gruber, Austin Hill has gotten around Camden Gruber, Rocca Pasquarella as well, Max Schweid in that group. And Brian, we are now going to a full course caution.
Yeah, full course yellow. Safety crew is with that driver. So we're going to slow everybody down here with 14 minutes to go in this race. The full course yellow will go out, and we'll get everybody slowed down here.
All right, so we will we'll check in. Let's do this, Brian. First off, let's check here at STU. Joe Moser, your leader. David Fiorelli, Sean Lovett, your top 3. Although Thomas Noble just ran the fastest lap of the race. In STL, it is Danny Stain, I believe, your leader. Yes, David Paulfinier, Cam Ebb, Caleb Patry. Pardon me, that is your top 3 with John Sewell 4th, Mike Taylor 5th. Let's do this. Let's make a first call to the grid. We'll call our next group, and then we'll take a quick break. We'll try and get a hold on the situation here. We'll fill everybody in when we come back. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8. Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Race group number 8, V2, P1, and P2. Please start heading to the grid. All right, Brian, let's take a break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more of the action from Road America. You're watching the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995, and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Road America under another full course yellow. It's been a rough day here at Road America. Lots of weather-related issues, and now that we're somewhat dry, cars are getting a little racy. Some of these cars in the dry for the first time this weekend because all of their qualifying yesterday was in the wet as well. So, but we are under a full course yellow for a pretty big incident in turn 1. And they're getting everything cleaned up down there now. And we will be watching here with 9 minutes to go in this session.
Somebody put a note in the chat here, Brian. He said Dave Tooker is going to pass 20 cars on the restart. Tooker out of Concord, California. I think we saw him a little bit earlier today as well. And he was the winner of the 2017 NASA NorCal Legends Championship. I'll hand it to anybody who races a Legends car. Oh my God. And 22-year-old Dave Tooker, he's been racing for 14 years. I'll let you do the math. That's what, that's 8 years of 8 years of road racing. Ran his first race at age 7 in karting. There, he talks very highly of himself, and he was also talking. He races a 34 Ford Coupe Legends car, pretty neat there. But Tooker, should we hold these people at bay? Dave Tooker currently sitting, well, quite a distance back, about 15th right now or thereabouts, in SMX.
Let's say hi to some people in the chat while we've got the time. Ethan Burrell is in the chat. Tom Madsen, Aaron Johnson. Murph Dog 328 is in the track. Henry Tabor, of course, we talked about him. He is in the track. Yuri Colazzo.
Yuri Colazzo.
I can never pronounce your name, Yuri. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course. Who races Darth?
Yeah. Darth Miata, or
yeah, it's a Mazda RX-7.
Darth RX-7.
Yeah, he'll remind us of the name, I'm sure. But
well, he calls himself Star Wars Racing Yuri Colazzo.
Right,
so
exactly. I was going to say, huge Star Wars fan. Who I think when we called the race at Homestead, I of course said Star Trek instead of Star Wars.
Yeah.
I'm still hearing about that.
We'll get him straightened out, yeah. Yuri. Anyway, Dive Bomb. Patrick Lipsinick is in the chat for the first time today. Ben Tyler, he is there as well. Patrick, who else? Yeah, lots of good for Gilles, the car guy, is in the chat.
My good friend Deacon Greenfield, STL, and more importantly, STL Honda CRX racer, in the chat. Thank you very much. Hi, Deacon.
Endless Performance says, say my name. Well, I would say your name if your name wasn't Endless Performance.
That's right. Murphy Nichols is in the chat. He says, hello, crew. Thank you so much.
Mayra Torres, hello. Hello, Elio. He's rooting for Elio Meza. Nice, very cool.
And Blair Deffenbaugh thinks that I speak for a living. He is so wrong. Well, right now, I guess I actually do. We won't talk about that today. All right, getting word now, Brian, that the safety car is going to bring the field up the pit lane where our racers will get the checkered flag. So once again, early checkered flag for this race. Let's do this. These are all, for the most part, with a few exceptions, of course. So we got David Fiorelli there in the Mustang, but for the most part, these are very reliable Japanese cars, Brian.
Before we do that, let's just say they have to stop. They have to do a wall repair.
Yes.
So they're not going to get back to racing action here with 6 minutes to go. So that is the reason for the early checkered flag with 6 to go here.
So I want to run down, because I feel fairly safe. That the point I was trying to make here with mostly these very reliable Japanese cars. I feel fairly safe now calling what the finishing order is before they come up the pace the pit lane. In STU, Joe Moser will take the win in his number 36 Honda CRX. David Fiorelli in his Ford Mustang will finish second. Sean Lovett will finish in third. Thomas Noble will finish fourth. Fred Cook will finish in fifth. In STL, Taking the win, Danny Stain with David Palfinier finishing second. Caleb Patry will finish third. John Sewell and Mikey Taylor will finish fourth and fifth in their Acura Integras. And then finally in SMX, we're getting there, I swear, guys. As Blair Deffenbaugh says, I don't have to be able to read for a living. I just have to be able to speak for a living.
That's right.
Justin Atticonis will take another win here this season in SMX with the Ridgefield, Connecticut driver taking, I think it's his fourth or fifth win this season. Austin Hill will finish second. Noah Harmon will finish third. Rocco Pasquarella will finish just off the podium in fourth. And Camden Gruber will finish in fifth. All right, let me make another call to the grid for our next group, Brian. Attention to the paddock. Second call to the grid for FE2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Please head to the grid. Race group number 8, FE2. P1 and P2 racers, please head to the grid. All right, so I think, Brian, at this point, we're going to take another break. We've got some wall repair that we know of, and we will be able to update you pretty soon on when we get back to racing. We've got 2 more sprint races here today at the first day of racing action from Road America and the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We are back here at Road America for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and the DriversEye Live team bringing you all of the race coverage here today. 2 more races today, and then, or is it 3 more?
2 more races today, Brian.
2 more races today, and then we come back and do it all again tomorrow at 8 a.m. Let's get to the starting grid for Group 8.
All right, we've got our 2 prototype car classes, P1 and P2, and then our Formula Enterprise 2 machines. We're going to send out the prototypes behind one of our beautiful Corvette pace cars, and then the FE2s, they will follow behind our second Corvette pace car. Let's run down the top 16 FE2 drivers first. Starting 16th, driving the number 88 machine from Omaha, Nebraska, it's John Witherspoon. Roy Hillenberg will start 15th. He's in the number 111 cars from Friendswood, Texas. Hanover, Massachusetts, Marshall Stocker represents the New England region, and he will start 14th in the 21 car. Starting 13th, driving the number 44 machine from Chatsworth, California, representing Cal Club, Paul Marino. Dean Opperman is representing the Chicago region. He's from Minooka, Illinois. He starts 12th in the 27 car. Starting 11th, driving the number 53 machine from Niles, Michigan, Doug Campbell. Tom Hope will start 10th. He's in the, well, get this, the number 10 car. He is from Downey, California. Chris Jenner-John will start 9th. He's in the number 40 FE2 car. He's from Hartford City, Indiana, representing the Indianapolis region. Jonathan Weisheit will start 8th. Jonathan's in the number 67 car. He's from Baltimore, Maryland, representing the DC region. Blake Pigeon will start 7th. He's in the 109 car, pardon me. He's from Austin, Texas. Darrell Willis will start 6th. He's in the number 20. He's from League City, Texas. Steve Whitston will start 5th today. He's in the number 08 car. He's representing the Milwaukee region, but lives in Georgetown, Texas. John Yateman is scheduled to start 4th. John's in the number 22 car. He's from Cave Creek, Arizona, representing the San Francisco region. Dexter Zuba starting 3rd. He's in the 77 FE2 car from Hollis, New Hampshire, representing New England region, with Adam Jenner-John starting 2nd. He's in the 71 car. He's from Los Angeles, California, representing the Indianapolis region, and your pole sitter in FE2 from Tigard, Oregon, representing the Oregon region, driving the number 99 car, Caleb Schrader. Let's move over now to P1 and P2. We're going to give you the top 16 drivers out of 19 that qualified. Sorry, 17, 18, and 19. Starting 16th, driving the number 0, Prototype 1, Win First Lola, it's Jason Miller. Richard Colburn starting 15th today. He's in the number 97, Prototype 2, Nestendo, with William Niemeyer starting in 14th position. He's in the number 65, Prototype 2, Sorcerer. Daryl Schaff is going to start 13th today. He's in the number 94, Prototype 1, Elan DPO2, with Greg Case starting 12th. He's in the number 9, Prototype 1, Store, WF1. John McAleer starts 11th today. He's in the number 68, Prototype 1, Elan DPO2, with Brian Lindstrand starting 10th. Brian is in the number, Brian is in the number 04, Prototype 2, Van Diemen Prince. He's from Bristol, Wisconsin. Lee Alexander starting 9th. He's in the number 48, Prototype 1, Store WFZ. He's out of Springfield, Tennessee, with Vaughn Scott in his Hadari Firefly. He's out of Royal Oak, Michigan. He's in the number 25 machine. Greg Guyan is starting 7th. Greg's in the number 83, Prototype 2, Store WF1, with Todd Vanacore. He's your reigning national champion in Prototype 1. He's out of Ormond Beach, Florida. The 119 car starts 6th today. Starting 5th, Lucian Pansy in his Prototype 2 Store. He's from San Antonio, Texas, starts 5th, with Jim Davenport starting 4th. Jim is in the number 23, Elan DPO2. It's a Mazda-powered machine. He's from Alamo, California. Not Alabama, California.
Oh, no.
No, he starts 4th. Bart Wolf will start 3rd. Bart is in the number 28, Ligier JS51. He starts 3rd. And your final 2 racers, both in Prototype 2. And I think a lot of this owes to the fact, Brian, that it was quite damp when they qualified. Starting on the outside of the front row, coming out of turn 14, it is Tim Day Jr. in the number 8 Store out of Scottsdale, Arizona. And your pole sitter, Mike Rupert, driving the number 7 Store WF1, hometown Hubertus, Wisconsin.
All right, so here's the situation with this group as we come down to the green flag. These last 2 races had weird qualifying conditions, so we have some really fast cars in the back
For instance, Jim Davenport makes a move all the way from the second row to the front very quickly here. So that might be a situation we want to keep an eye on because there's some racy cars a little deeper into these fields.
Yeah, very damp conditions for qualifying. They went out for qualifying this morning, Brian, as the rain was still coming down. And so we see a lot of the Prototype 2 cars at the front of this field, the lower horsepower, lower torque machines. But we're now seeing, as you mentioned, the P1 machines move forward as they head down now into turn 3. Our Formula Enterprise 2 cars, no worry there. Here, we may still see some of the faster cars towards the back of the field, but most every one of our FE2 racers, we can see it here, Brian, they are all on sticker, brand new tires for this dry track. And it should be one heck of a fight for all of these identically prepared Van Diemen chassis.
And that's what they look like, looking lined up absolutely perfectly as they come up the hill side by side, taking their green flag here. Here they come for the first time, already 3 wide in the 6th row deep there as they come under the bridge here, the TireRack.com starter stand. Now down towards turn 1, still side by side, sometimes 3 wide deep into this field. Ooh, that might be very interesting as we come out here.
And Brian, you'll notice that there's one prototype car that was trailing behind all of our FE2 cars. That is the number 54 car of Jose Paredes out of Flossmoor, Illinois. He did not set a time in qualifying here this morning and did not have the car out yesterday as well. Took the car out during what they call a hardship lap earlier today. But essentially starting at the back of the field because we didn't know what that car would be able to do.
Right. So here comes our prototypes now through the start of the kink. And now all of our cars in FE2 heading down through turn 5 side by side. Lots of cars going wide here. And able to get itself all collected and back on the racetrack. So that's a good sign there.
And got word that Jonathan Weisheit was maybe shading over just a little bit on the start of the race. That did get called in by our start judges. We'll see how things play out for him.
Wow, lots of really tight action here in FE2. All of these identical spec cars, so there's not a huge mechanical advantage from one car to the other. They do have some setup options. We got a slow car here. I'm not quite sure if it has a tire going down. Oh, and now we have a spinner deeper in, and they're just going to tap the wall, kiss the wall. Not too much damage there, I'm sure. And if they can get that car going off the wall.
And I think the light blue machine, that is Amy Hallowell that has gone into the tire wall there. Amy, they call her the Chinese Dragon, 4-time WKA racing champion. And we saw her, she's a 2-time shifter car champion as well. We saw her at Watkins Glen just a couple weeks ago, and she gets that car back underway. You can tell she's trying to make sure that the front of that car is still moving.
Yeah, she doesn't get to race as much as she'd like to, and she always seems to do a really nice job when she does get to come out. She's out of the Alliance Autosports team here at the racetrack.
Yeah, her uncle worked with Bobby Rahal and Nigel Mansell in IndyCar years ago, and won the 92-93 championship with the team. And of course, she's now back behind the wheel herself after just graduating with an engineering degree.
And now we've got all of these FE2s coming up the hill. Oh, we have a car stopped. This was the car that was slow a little bit earlier. That's a really rough place to stop right there. We've got the waving flag at turn 13. It looks like a backup flag at 12 as well.
Yeah, and so again, we think that is the 54 car, again, of Jose Paredes.
Right.
Or actually, no, well, that's not Paredes there. That's stopped
FE2
on track.
car.
That's one of our FE2 machines.
Right.
And we'll try and get a number here, waiting for race control to call that in. As we take a look here, as our prototypes now making their way down the Kettle Bottoms, heading towards Canada Corner. And at the front of the field there in prototypes, Lucian Pancia, currently your leader in P2, with Mike Rupert, Greg Guyan, William Niemeyer, Vaughn Scott in his Hidari Firefly, currently running in 5th. In Prototype 1, it's Davenport, Vanacore, McAleer, Case, and Schaff, your top 5.
Here comes your FE2 field up the hill again towards turn 6. Now we've strung out mostly single file here. Your race leader in FE2 just coming through our frame right there. That is Adam Jennerjohn with Caleb Schrader right before him. Schrader is one of the hot shoes from the from Northwest, but he comes down to Southern California where I see him a lot. But he is really fast. Jennerjohn must be doing well because Schrader really fast in that car. So.
All right, and And we'll know in just a moment who that FE2 racer is.
Hard to tell from that shot that we had whether that car was off of the surface or still on the surface, but they're really waving and trying to get these cars to slow down. So my belief is that that car is still on the racetrack.
Indeed.
Because they would not be working so hard to get these cars to slow down.
And we can see the flaggers trying to wave the drivers over further drivers right to avoid that car, because they certainly, as they come up through Thunder Valley and out of Bill Mitchell Bend, they cannot see that car where it is. It is a very bad spot there. And I believe that may be Chris Jennerjohn. We'll know in just a moment here. No, actually, no. Jennerjohn just completed the lap. Let's take a look. John. Oh no, it is. Well, I'm still working on it, guys.
As we said,
Bear with me.
Jim Davenport's your race leader in P1, followed by Todd Vanacore.
Well, I'll tell you also, Lee Alexander in the number 48 Prototype 1 machine is now dropping down through the order and may not have completed that last lap. But regardless, we've got emergency services workers now responding to that incident. Wow, that looked like just the same shot that we saw a lap before going through the kink there. As we'll get the number here. All right, so now I think I feel a little bit better, as now the only FE2 driver that has not come across the stripe. Well, I don't feel good because none of them have not, and looks like none of our racers who have completed at least a single lap have not completed lap 2. It may actually be Dexter Suba, because it looks like Suba did take the start, but he's our only FE2 machine that did not complete a single lap, Brian.
18 minutes, less than 18 minutes to go in this session. One race to go here after this one, and we'll be getting our day wrapped up here. Back again at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning with the same groups of cars, doing it one more time. Weather's supposed to be much better tomorrow, though.
And the races are supposed to be much longer tomorrow,
That
Brian.
is true. That is true.
They are going to be 13 laps for all except for our big bore group for our GT cars. Those racers will have a 15 lap race as they always do here on feature race day at the June Sprints.
Okay, so we're about to get a rescue vehicle here to give this car some assistance. Oh, we got a car off that looks like got all the way to the gravel track there, but is able to drive through it. That's good news for them. They're back and ready to go. I don't know what car number that was.
Well, we'll see, because he's going to be coming our way here, Brian, on the front straight here momentarily.
And I didn't see the number.
And that, I believe, was the 88 of John Witherspoon out of Omaha, Nebraska, who had a little bit of a wild ride. He's in the white car here, going to be the third driver in line. And Witherspoon currently running.
Kelton Jago and Jim Lebecco, both FE2 drivers in the class, basically telling us that Adam Jennerjohn's been wicked fast.
All right, Brian, and this should be a surprise to nobody, but we are going to a full course caution at Road America here, as we've got the emergency services team there over at Bill Mitchell Bend. And we can see that most of the racers, Brian, they're just coming up over the crest of the hill. They're still absolutely flying, even knowing after 2 laps that there was a disabled car on the track there, and it sounds like what we're getting in the call from the corner there over at turn 13 is that the racers just don't seem to be obeying the yellow flags there and slowing down.
Pretty sure that's Dexter Zuba in that car.
That was as we said, that was the one FE2 racer that took the green, that he did not complete a single lap.
Right. So you may have said that while I was trying to listen to the flag net. So we've got our flag
That's all right,
net
Brian.
in our.
I get paid to talk, not to be listened to.
we sit up here and we've got the flag net in one ear, and I've got Greg in the other ear, and then I have my other voices talking to me as well. So sometimes I don't get to pick up exactly what was going on there.
All right,
let's do a break.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do a break. Let's make the first call to the grid for our next group, as we've got just about 15 minutes remaining on the clock here for our final open wheel race of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 9. Touring 2, touring 3, touring 4 racers. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 9, T2, T3, T4 racers. This is your first call to the grid. All right, Brian, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments. You are watching and listening to the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region SCCA June Sprints, part of the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. We are back here live at Road America. Green flag is back out. Didn't take long to clean up that car, so we're really happy about that. 11 minutes, 36 seconds to go. Let's reset the field right now. FE2, your leader, is Adam Jennerjohn, followed by Caleb Schrader and Darrell Willis. Looking at P1 right now, Jim Davenport, Todd Vanacore, John McAleer, and P2 is Lucien Pancia, Mike Rupert, and Greg Guyan.
And this is the point where Vaughn Scott would say, hey, you know, you're not covering our Prototype 2 race enough, Brian. Actually, there he goes right through turn 5.
Vaughn Scott is in 5th place.
In his Atari Firefly, but the fact being is we went to full course caution primarily because drivers weren't obeying the green flags. Also, we have heard yellow flags, pardon me. We've also heard that, and there's Scott there coming through turn 5. We've also heard that we may have some additional weather coming in here. Wow, what a big slide there through turn number 7, and I think that's actually the old Tim Day Jr. car. Greg Case tells me that he's running Tim Day Jr.'s old store WF1, and the way that we should pick it out, because we have so many carbon fiber prototype cars, he goes, I'm the one wearing the orange visor on my helmet. That's a lot easier to pick out than the numbers on the car.
That might be true.
But we've been hearing that there is, and it's getting dark again here right over top of us here on the front straight, that we may have some more weather coming in. hey, it's not for me. It's for them out on track, Brian. I'm just trying to provide a public service.
10 minutes to go in this race, and weather might be 5 minutes away, I'm being told.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Great.
That
Awesome.
sounds about right. All right, Brian, knowing that, let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Tension in the paddock, tension in the paddock. Second call to the grid for our final race group of the day. T2, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 9, T2, T3, T4. This is your second call to the grid.
Yeah, you think we're punchy today. You'll wait to race number 8 and 9 tomorrow. But we'll be punchy and no voice.
Remember, Brian, I haven't had my coffee since 6:30 this morning.
Oh, there we go. Look at the wind. Stay on this camera, Jordan. Look at the wind off on the left. You can actually see the trees moving. That means that dark cloud's also coming with some wind as well. And with these smaller cars with the wings, especially coming into turn 1 here, we can actually have some problems with that wind.
Well, certainly not only on the front straight, but also as they go down and make the run down to turn 5, as well as they go down the Moraine sweep. That most of the straightaways here at Road America, they're all perpendicular to the direction of the wind. There goes Vaughn Scott, by the way, again. He's in that white with orange striped Hidari Firefly that we just saw go through turn 5.
Yeah, wind's definitely picking up here with a little more than 8.5 minutes to go here.
Down 465 says, I feel your pain, RE Coffee. Thank you very much. Also, in this, and I think, Brendan, this may be more for you, as Jim Lebecco says he doesn't have any of the amazing brats at Road America.
Here comes our prototypes again into the kink now. This is when we got to start getting things done if you're going to try to make a move, and that might not be the place to do it, but here we go. And now they're going to try to get to the rights there to go in the pass down towards Canada Corner. Yeah, the conventional wisdom is that you don't want to do that. We've seen a lot of cars buck the conventional wisdom today, sometimes to their own demise. But it looks like that pass was made for like 5th place in the FE or in the prototype cars. So that would have been Greg Case or Lucian Panacea getting around Greg Case again, I think.
Which is good because Lucian Panacea had a lot of problems with his machine in qualifying this morning, Brian. Even though it had been fairly damp, he made, I think, 3 different runs down the pit lane during that session and just did not seem to have that car running very well. And it seems to be very strong here this afternoon.
So that was Mike Rupert actually getting around Lucian Panacea.
Oh,
so
well.
Sorry, I was wrong. Hard to tell. Kelton Jago says we should get DoorDash to bring us some brats. I love it.
Don't tell Kelton we've had our fill of donuts, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Yes, he'll bring them to me one of these years.
Oh, I know. I know. I mean, if you want, Brian, I will collect them when he brings them to the last Mars race of the season, and I'll bring them to the runoffs with me.
Very nice. That'll be an experiment.
Do you have anything to declare? Yes, I've got a long john sitting in my suitcase. All right.
6 minutes, 42 seconds to go. Let's talk about the field right now. In Prototype 1, Davenport, Vanacore, McAleer, Case, and Rupert. There's your top 5. In FE2, Adam Jennerjohn, Caleb Schrader, Darrell Willis, John Yeatman, and Steve Whitston. And in Prototype 2, giving them some love, Mike Rupert, Lucian Panacea is now in 2nd in Prototype 2.
And here comes the rain, Brian.
And here comes the rain again. So Vaughn Scott worked his way up into 4th place now in that Hidari Firefly.
And in P1, John McAleer just runs the fastest lap of the race. This is a race we need to watch. We're going to try and track them down. And I know, Jordan, this is going to be a pain for you because they're all black carbon fiber cars. Jim Davenport, Todd Vanacore, John McAleer, all separated, I believe, by about 1.5 seconds.
Oh, look at that.
Currently, and now here comes the rain. And this is where we're going to start to see cars getting very loose through turn 8. And we should have our leaders starting to make their way now up out of turn 14 and onto the front straight. Well,
there they are.
There we go, going down into turn 1. Those are our 3 leaders, and Todd Vanacore gets around Jim Davenport. Vanacore in that green and black number 119 machine. He's your reigning national champion, jumps into the lead, and he's going to be slithering into the lead a little bit later. Then we've got John McAleer, who resets fast lap, running in 3rd, and wow. This is going to be a challenge as we still have about 5 minutes remaining on the clock. And another driver off at turn 8. And Brian, we are now going to a full course caution once again here at Road America's drivers. We're getting reports of a number of drivers running off the course. The number 41 machine.
There it is right here. Turn 5,
wow.
That's your whole group of leaders there in P1. I don't know if that's all 3 of them or if that's 2 of them, but those are at least 2 of your leaders.
And Brian, just to let you know, when you talk about discretion being the better part of valor,
right?
I just saw the James French machine come down the pit lane, and that car, and James French was our 2021 Formula Atlantic National Champion. He decided, I'm done. Yeah, with a lap to go, and yeah, our leaders now, we got to pick up who our leader is.
Yeah.
Now, as 2 of the top 3 are down to turn 5, I think John McAleer is our new leader. Oh, did the pace car just spin? No, the pace car is going back by the wall. I just saw the rear of the pace car in that shot. I thought it spun at the end of the pit lane. All right. Yeah, as we've gone full course caution, and whoever our leader is going to get the checkered flag. I believe it is John McAleer in that white and black number 68.
Well,
and whoever maybe we'll look up now. They're coming out of Canada Corner now. They're going to be coming up into turn 13. Jordan, if we can get that shot. And yes, it is John McAleer, your leader in the number 68 Elan DPO2.
When he crosses the line, so that's definitely Devonport and Vanacore
over
down
turn
there
5.
in turn 5. What a tough way to end this race for those guys. And we'll see if the FE2 group was able to all keep on the racetrack for the last lap here, and see if those order has changed at all also.
It's getting awfully quiet here, Brian. Is now coming up and across the line. It is going to be John McAleer, your Prototype 1 winner, and we've got a lot of racers that have just decided, I'm not taking the checkered flag. I'm coming down the pit lane. Greg Case will finish second in Prototype 1 out of Peoria, Illinois, the Store WF1 driver.
Well,
and we'll see here, Daryl Schaff, who was running 5th when this final lap started, Brian, if he can limp his car around, Daryl Schaff should finish on the last step of the Prototype 1 podium.
Yeah, and you can see how the track deteriorated so quickly there in the kink.
All right, coming across the line, Lucian Pancia. He is going to be your Prototype 2 winner.
And then
Mike Rupert will finish second. Greg Guyan will round out the top 3. As it looks as though now Richard Colburn comes across the line in 4th in P2, and the question is whether Niemeyer or Von Scott will come to the line first. Niemeyer in the 65, he'll finish 4th. Von Scott will finish 5th in Prototype 2. In FE2, Adam Jennerjohn takes the win over Caleb Schrader. Margin of victory, 2.5. Darrell Willis will come home in 3rd. John Yateman in the number 22 machine will finish in 4th. Steve Whitston will should finish in 5th. We're still waiting for Whitston to come out of the final corner and head up the hill to complete our race. But Brian, let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 9, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 9, T2, T3, T4, please head to the grid. And just as I was saying that, Steve Whitston crossed the line in 4th.
Before we go to our break here, a lot of these cars that were on the grid with dry race tires.
Yes.
So my guess is that some of them have ran back to their paddock to switch some tires.
Indeed.
So we'll see if they are able to get to the grid in time, or if they're going to have to start at the back of the grid because they went to change tires.
Or whether they declare this a rain race and they're given time to all make those changes. We'll see.
Sort all that out while we're in our break. When we come back, we'll tell you all about it. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at the 69th consecutive WeatherTech Chicago region June sprints from Road America. Stay with us, everybody. One more race to go after we take a short break.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
And we are back for our final race of the day in a now again wet racetrack here at Road America Group 9, Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4. And let's get back to the starting lineups. Take it away, Greg.
All right, Brian, we had quite a number of racers, 42 in fact, in this race group, set qualifying times over the course of the weekend. Let's run down the top 30. Starting 30th, driving the number 117, Touring 4 Mazda MX-5 from Houston, Texas, it's Ethan Barker. Scotty B. White starts 29th today. He's out of Auburn, Washington, driving the number 0 Touring 4 Mustang. Richard Mooney starts 28th. He's driving the number 29 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. He's from Dane, Wisconsin. And then we've got Fort Mill, South Carolina's Christian Braunlich. He's going to be starting second today in Touring 4, 27th overall in the number 83 Mazda RX-8. Patrick Price, he's going to start 26th on the field today. He's in the number 12 Touring 3 Nissan 350Z. Your Touring 4 pole sitter today, starting 25th overall. He is in the number 00 Mazda MX-5. It's Mark Cefalo. Ryan Szajkowski will start 24th.
Nice job, by the way.
Thank you very much. He is driving the number 09 Touring 3 BMW 330i from Kiel, Wisconsin, while Andrea King, she is scheduled to start 23rd today. She is in the number 08 Touring 3 BMW 330ci. She is from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Robert Wellington starting 22nd. Robert's in the number 42 Touring 2 BMW 235IR, while Ross Murray is driving the number 74 Touring 3 Ford Mustang, the Marina del Rey, California. Driver starts 21st. Aaron Staley will start 20th. Aaron's in the number 68 Volkswagen Golf out of Richfield, Minnesota. That's a T3 car, starting 19th today in a T3 Nissan 370Z from Lakeville, Minnesota. James Berlin, that's the 04 machine. Then we've got Anthony Pacelli. Anthony's going to start 14th today, and I'm sure he's upset, Brian, because we are gridding these drivers based on their practice times from yesterday, not our qualifying times from today, where Anthony's all-wheel drive Super Impreza WRX was pretty much the class of the field. The Mauritown, Virginia driver starts 18th.
Well, go ahead.
Roger Eagleton will start 17th today. He's in the number 111 Touring 2 Ford Mustang. He's out of Burlingame, California, with John Lagitas starting 16th. He's in number 7 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. He's from Heartland, Wisconsin. Renton, Washington's Gamel Aguilar Gomez will start 15th today on the field. He's in the number 109 Touring 3 Nissan 370Z. Nick Hammond also in Touring 3, also in a Nissan 370Z. He's from Elkhart, Wisconsin. He starts 14th in the number 41 car. We've got Bassam Abdallah. He is in the number 22 Touring 2 BMW 240IR. And the Austin, Texas driver starts lucky 13. Starting 12th, driving the number 11 Touring 3 BMW 330ci, representing the Northwest region, it's Todd Clark. Derek Chan's going to start 11th. He's in the number 86 Touring 3 Nissan 350Z. He's from Rosemount, Minnesota, with Tom O'Toole starting 10th. Tom is driving the Touring 2 BMW M2 CSR. He's from Wilmette, Illinois. He starts at 10th. Starting 9th, driving the number 122 Touring 3 BMW 330i from Jordan, Minnesota, Derek Wagner. Robbie Eglund will start 8th. Robbie's in the number 06 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. Then we've got Salina, Texas's John Steller. He is driving a BMW M2 Club Sport in Touring 2. He starts 7th in the 21 car. Matt O'Toole starts 6th. Matt's in the number 3 Touring 2 Porsche 997.2, the Cup car. He's from Glenville, Illinois. Sean Lovett's going to start 5th. Sean is in the number 37 Touring 3 BMW E46. He's from Santa Rosa, California. Max Fedler will start 4th today. He is in the Touring 2 BMW 240IR. That's the number 5 car, with Brian Spiewak starting on the inside of row number 2. He's driving the number 15 BMW M3s from Inner Grove Heights, Minnesota. I don't know what Outer Grove Heights would be like though. And your front row today, driving the number 45 Touring 2 Porsche 911 Cup car, the 997.1 machine from Winnetka, Illinois, multi-time champion Mark Bowden. And your pole sitter, driving the number 66 BMW M2 Club Sport from Olathe, Kansas, it's Charlie Peter.
Now, you mentioned that
Anthony Pacelli's probably upset that he doesn't get his qualifying time because he had the all-wheel drive in the wet weather. Well, guess what? The conditions right now pretty much the same. He still has an all-wheel drive car, and let's see how he pulls up through the field starting 18th. I wonder how long it's going to take him to get to the front in these weather conditions.
Yeah, indeed. And, I think this may be the same Subaru that Chip Herr ran to second at the National Championship Runoffs in STU back in 2022 before Chip took the win a year later. So we'll see how that does. As long as Anthony can keep that turbo spinning on that WRX, he should be in very good shape.
Right.
As we've got there's an answer, Brian, as the green flag is in the air. Anthony Pacelli, he's on the pit lane.
Wow.
I believe, following the pace car.
I wonder if he's coming in to get rain tires.
I wonder, and I believe that is Pacelli, who's just now we see coming down the pit lane.
Let's see what happens here, if we can figure out what his plan is. And he's coming into the pit lane. I can actually see him from my window here as the cars go into turn 1 without any issues, to the best that I can tell at the moment.
And without any crew, without any tires, Brian.
Right.
So
must have had some sort of a problem.
Exactly.
All right, so here they come, negotiating turn 1. So far, everybody doing a pretty good job at tiptoeing through the tulips there. Getting through turn 1, now heading down. But the big question is going to be getting down to turn 5 with the downhill and having a hard time getting on the brakes. That's going to be the big test here for these touring 2, 3, and 4 drivers, as to how well their car is hooked up and whether or not they were able to go and get some rain tires. And maybe some rolled the dice that this track may dry out fast, and they stayed on wet tires here.
Well, we are starting to see some sun peek through the clouds over by Canada Corner. But Brian, at this rate, as damp as this track is, I don't know if it'll be fully dried out by the time we get to the end of this 25-minute timed race. We still have a number of drivers 2x2. Mark Cephalo in his Touring 4 machine making good movement there as they came through turn 5 and up the hill. There's a pretty big gap in the field now behind Cephalo, who started 25th. And moving back to the back half of the course. We've got a lot of T4 cars. Braunlich, Mooney, White, Barker, Angelica Spray, who was also very quick in that, what became a very short qualifying session this morning. We'll see how she plays out in her Scion.
All right, I'm not quite sure if Pacelli went back out on the racetrack or went behind the pit wall, but he's no longer on pit lane, at least where he stopped to talk to the one crew member that was there. And we will keep a watch out for that. But here is our cars, our leaders now coming into the kink for the first time under race conditions. And they are taking their time at the moment, just trying to figure out how this racetrack is going to drive. It is completely soaked down through the kink this time. Side by side, that's one of the Planet Miata. I believe that might be Corbin or Cam Evans here. No, I don't know who that is. No, that's Mark Cephalo.
That's Mark Cephalo.
Yes, it is.
In the 00 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5.
And a lot of times in these wet conditions, the Touring 4 cars are actually a faster car than the Touring 2 and Touring 3 cars. So we'll see how he goes up through the field as well.
All right, and we have gotten word that Anthony Pacelli, he did get the car back out on track, obviously quite a bit behind the lead pack here, almost a half lap behind. We'll see how much ground he can make up, but he's going to have a very tough run.
He's probably the only guy on the racetrack open for a full course yellow right now.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but here they go. I know. I should knock on wood or something, right? Knock on fake wood.
That's right. making a real strong move there. The Chevy Corvette of Robbie Eglin.
Oh, big spinner here. Yeah,
and as I speak,
that's a Corvette.
That is Robbie Eglin, who I was just going to say made a great move coming out of 13, and he is now up against the wall coming out of the final corner, turn 14.
He should be able to drive away. He barely tapped the wall there, so as long as there's no tire rub with any kind of fender damage, he should. And if he can get the car out of the wet grass, he should be able to get started or get back going here.
All right, so as our racers are completing lap number 1, let's take a quick rundown as we watch the Eglin Corvette get back out onto the pavement, and he's just going to take the car up to the pit lane. In Touring 2, Charlie Peter in his BMW M2 Club Sport, he is your leader. Max Fedler second, Brian Spiewak third, John stellar start for John. He is currently running 4th in class. In Touring 3, Sean Lovett, who's running 3rd overall right now in his E46 BMW, is your leader. Derek Wagner second, Derek Chan, Aaron Staley rounding out the top 4 with Todd Clark running in 5th. Should mention that Staley in his Golf R, that is also an all-wheel drive machine, as we just see him in that gray 68 machine come through turn 5 just ahead of Mark Cefalo. Might see him start to make his way through some of the rear-wheel drive Touring 3 traffic. And then Touring 4, it is Mark Cefalo, Scotty B. White, Christian Braunlich, and Joe at the Spray, Ethan Barker. They're your top 4.
Yeah, Mark Cefalo already on the move. I'm seeing him pick off a couple of cars on this second race lap here. 20 minutes to go in this final race of the day. We're going to come back and do it again tomorrow at 8 a.m. And just for those who might be wondering, the weather conditions tomorrow, the forecast much better today. Just a slight chance of rain tomorrow, which means we'll get rain in every race.
So Mark Cefalo, who started 25th, Brian, after one lap, up to 13th position and still making up positions.
Right.
Again, he was our fastest driver in that aborted qualifying session where none of our racers got anything more than an outlap. We follow him there as he goes through the kink, following Aaron Staley's Volkswagen Golf. Again, the Golf, an all-wheel drive car, and it just looks as though it's doing what all-wheel drive cars many times do, is actually push a little bit, get a little bit of four-wheel drift. As Cefalo carried more speed through the kink, was able to just drive around them as they went through the kettle bottoms down towards Canada Corner.
All right, here comes our leaders now, coming up and across the line again. And right now, Charlie Peter is doing a great job here of staying out front. Just turned the fastest lap of the race with a 2:46.7. So it does appear that much of the rain has slowed in lots of areas of this racetrack right now. And if that is the case, it'll start to drought. You can oh, yeah, it is pouring in one.
Perfect timing. There we go. All right, so
that's just Jordan like waiting for me to say something and then puts up the thing to make me look stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you, Director Jordan. Appreciate that. My own director's out to get me, people. No, we love Jordan. That's awesome. Anyway, Charlie Peter, Max Felder, Sean Lovett, those are your top 3 cars right now.
Yeah, and we talk about multi-generational racers in SCCA. Our overall leader, Charlie Peter, second-generation racer. His father, Hans Peter, was 2007 Formula Atlantic National Champion, 2006 and 2007 C-Spec racer, national champion as well. He says his greatest accomplishment is being able to race alongside his father. And you know, we look at that and where we have Charlie, who's 27 years old. He's been racing now for 19 years. And then, you know, we look at the other side of the equation here, Brian, where we've got Bassem Abdallah. Bassem is driving a 2016 BMW 240IR. I think he's running now 6th or 7th overall. He's running 6th overall. He's out of Austin, Texas. This is his second wheel-to-wheel race ever in that it's a blue, yellow, red, kind of Red Bull colored livery car. Matter of fact, there he is coming underneath the Speedville Bridge. Bassem going into Speedville right now.
You know, it's funny when I pick on Jordan for putting that camera up, but right now here at start finish, it is not raining, and this start is so long. This racetrack, a quarter mile away. That's how far it is to turn 1 from here, and it was pouring in turn 1. Completely different weather, and we're only a quarter mile apart on the same straightaway. Okay, I'm trying to redeem myself.
Yeah.
Is it working?
No, not
probably not. But no, it's true. It is true. Slightly true.
All right, well, we are now 8 minutes into this race, and I don't want to say anything that's going to jinx it, Brian.
Shush yourself. And here we go. We got some cars here coming through the kink. It does look like the kink is drying out just a tiny bit at the moment.
And there's Staley and Cefalo going at it once again. The big difference is Staley, that's a T3 car, that Volkswagen Golf. And Cefalo is currently your leader in Touring 4. But let's take a look at how far they've come up through the order in those machines right now. Staley up to it's still 12th and 13th for Staley and Cefalo. They haven't made any advancements here in the last 2 laps.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gap now between those 2 cars and the next set of cars for them to get around. So they're going to have to get a little move on here with 16 and a half minutes to go in this race, a little less than 16 and a half. And there is Mark Cefalo trying to get around that Volkswagen Golf there as they pull up the hill. I think that Golf looks like it's got a little more power up the hill, but the Miata is really nice in the twisty bits.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, we're seeing that where Staley just not able to hold was not able to really hold back Cephalo through the kink. But as soon as they get to Canada Corner, start to power up and have to dig out of Canada Corner, go up into Thunder Valley. That's where he has challenges. And not only that, we see that the BMW 330 of Derek, probably not Derek Wagner, that is James Berlin in the Touring 3 Nissan 370Z is able to get around Cephalo as well as they come down into turn 1. Let's go break things down here quickly by class. We'll start off with Touring 4, where Mark Cephalo is your leader. Scotty B. White, currently only 2 positions back out on back behind him on track right now. Scotty B, about 6 seconds back from Mark Cephalo, runs second. Christian Braunlich in his Mazda RX-8, running in third. In Touring 3, it's Sean Lovett, Derek Wagner, Derek Chan, and then your leaders in Touring 2, Charlie Peter, Max Fedler, and John Steller.
Can I get some tones?
Absolutely, sir.
Attention in the paddock. Car number 49, Formula F, John Luxon. To the race director, please, in impound. You need to see him today. John Luxon, driver of car number 49, Formula F. To see the race director in impound, you need to see him today. All right, 14 and a half minutes ago. Let's take this opportunity to take our break, our last break of the day. We'll get it out of the way, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll go green flag all the way to the finish here. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is the 69th consecutive running of the WeatherTech Chicago Region June Sprints. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
And we are back here at Road America under the Mission Bridge we're taking a look at here. This is our final race of the day, Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4. And as you can see, this track dries out so darn fast now. Already a dry line forming on lots of different portions of the racetrack here as we get to 10 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this race.
Yeah, but Brian, we could see just watching watching that BMW come through Bill Mitchell and then through turn 14. Yes, they're finding more speed. They're finding a little bit more grip, but they are starting to really push these cars to the very limits. As we found at least one car where there maybe wasn't as much grip as he wanted or needed.
Well, and part of the problem here is I think you've got some cars on rain tires on a drying racetrack. So,
all right, let's see if we can get the number on that car.
Yeah, and the question is, can he get it started and do a quick little Yui here and get going?
And it sounded like, Brian, this car there was in a group of 4 cars or so, that there may have been a little bit of it got a little congested there coming out of the kink as he went off. And that car, it is stuck in the mud. He's not going anywhere, is the call from the corner station.
And they are not going to want to leave that there.
And he is sitting there counter race right now, Brian, watching all the traffic come to him. We're still trying to get the number on that machine.
Well, and we have a time certain end to the day that we have to get to, so I have a feeling.
Well, and I'm going to watch here because it does appear, I know we do have that, we do have a fixed time. It looks to be, from the headlights, it looks to be a Mustang. And I'm not sure, and the call that came in, I did not get a number, but it is a blue Mustang.
Okay.
So I'm going to take a look, see if it's got,
come on, come on.
Yeah, oh no.
Keep going.
All right. And it's car number 7. I was going to say, it didn't look like Scotty B. White.
No.
That is John Lagitas in a Ford Mustang out of Heartland, Wisconsin. He started 16th today. And obviously now he's going to find himself considerably further down in the order if it matters, if he wants to continue on and not bring that car down the pit lane.
All right, 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We are still green here in Touring 2, Touring 3, Touring 4, race group number 9, race number 10 of the day. We want to remind everybody to come back and join us at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Also want to remind everybody, if you haven't done it already, smash the like button. Also, do that little subscribe thing with the bell so you know every time we come on. And that would be really, really cool. Helps the algorithm, which we always appreciate as well.
I love the boomer, the boomer descriptions these days.
I'm being picked on for my YouTube lingo junk. No, it's personal.
It's personal.
Anyway, do all that YouTube stuff to make everybody know that we're out here, and we would really appreciate that.
So it is Todd Clark that we keep watching coming out of 13 and go to 14 and getting like a 40-degree slip angle on the car. The black with the diagonal yellow stripes on the side of the car. That is Todd Clark. And he has raced an SRO GT4. He's had podiums in Indy and also COTA with his son, and took the win last year in Touring 3 at Sebring. And we can see, and he's right at the back of that group right now. Clark really starting to push the envelope with that machine. He is currently running 4th in Touring 3, but Brian, the reason why he's trying to pick up pace, and I think we should continue to follow that BMW, because just ahead of him, Derek Chan and Derek Wagner, they are running 2nd and 3rd in Touring 3. That is the battle right now for the last 2 podium positions in the class here as they come down under braking here into turn 5.
So, did you say it was Bassam Abdallah who was in his 2nd race ever?
Yes.
Well, I got to tell you, he is now in 5th place, 6th place overall, 5th in class, and he is doing a fantastic job here.
All right, let's watch this battle for 2nd in Touring 3 as well. The Nissan of that is Derek Chan, who gets around Derek Wagner to move up into 2nd position in class. And all 3 of those drivers, Brian, you can see those rear-wheel drive cars just hunting for grip coming through these 90-degree turns. This has been one of the most challenging corners of the weekend here over at turn 8 at the end of the Hurry Downs. Let's see what they start to do going through the carousel. As look at this, Todd Clark pulls right alongside Chan, or probably right alongside Wagner as they go into the carousel. That may not end well.
All right, just under 6 minutes to go. That's going to be about maybe 2 laps, I'm going to guess, depending on when they come across the start line. So I think we're going to get 2 laps in after start finish for our leader right now, who is Charlie Peter out of Olathe, Kansas, in that BMW M2 CSR.
All right, Brian, so Todd Clark now gets around Derek Wagner, so move him into the last podium position here in Touring 3. And there's Bassem Abdallah.
Yep. Look
and
at that.
Abdallah, he's got a little bit of a challenge right behind him. That is Matt, actually that wasn't Matt O'Toole.
No, it was Tom O'Toole, I think.
Tom O'Toole in the BMW M2. And a matter of fact, we see where Matt O'Toole in the bright yellow number 3 Porsche has fallen considerably further back. But let's look at this battle, Brian, still coming up the hill. The second, third, and fourth cars in line. That's the battle for second in Touring 3.
Yeah, Chris DeJong, great point. It looks like a couple of these drivers went out maybe on dry tires, and they're starting to fall back now. We're thinking maybe Derek Chan went out on wet tires, and now he's starting to fall back as well. Also, we should keep an eye on Scotty B. White. He is coming up through the field really fast right now in that T4 Mustang car.
Yeah, indeed.
And
he's right, not right behind, positionally on track. He is behind Mark Cephalo, who's leading Touring 4, still about 5 seconds back from your Touring 4 leader. But he managed to get around a number of Touring 2 and Touring 3 cars, and we know how well Scotty B drives.
Well, and if Scotty B is on dry tires and Mark Cephalo's on wet tires, look out with 4 minutes to go here. He is going to have a good opportunity to catch up and possibly make a move here.
All right, well, I think we just saw them come to the line, and that last time by, Scotty B. White was a second off of Mark Cephalo, and Cephalo, when he needs to, puts Aaron Staley's Touring 3 Volkswagen between the two of them. There's Scotty B now going down into turn 1 all by himself. We can see the distance between he and Aaron Staley's Touring 3 Volkswagen just ahead. So a little bit of a buffer there for Mark Cephalo.
That's good news for Cephalo, especially as time comes out with 3 minutes to go here. I think next time by for our race leader, that's going to be the white flag here. Although they haven't given me the official word from timing and scoring, so maybe we've got 2 laps to go. This is what happens when at the end of the day I try to do math in my head.
That's better you than me.
Well, there's a reason why I'm a journalist and not an engineer, so math in my head, not one of my strong points
There's
here.
a reason why I'm an out-of-work engineer. All right, so... By the way, I'm looking for opportunities, if you know anybody.
All right. And there we're going to move coming out of turn 14 and going up the hill.
Brian, let's continue to watch this
look
battle.
At this group.
Yeah, well, this is the same group we've been watching. This is the battle for second in Touring 3, and they are still bottled up behind a couple cars ahead of them. They are still bottled up behind Matt O'Toole and Tom O'Toole that are battling for position in Touring 2. They are currently, the 2 O'Tooles are sitting 6th and 7th in Touring 2 and leading these 3 Touring 3 machines up the hill. The question is whether or not Clark is going to be able to get around that Nissan, the Nissan of Derek Chan.
All right, so we've just got the word now from timing and scoring. White flag next time by. So when our race leader comes across the line, Charlie Peter in his BMW, he's going to get the white flag, and then we're going to have 4 miles, 14 turns to go here in our final race of the day. Also still keeping an eye on that little battle in T4. There were a couple of cars that Scotty B. White had to get around to get to Mark Cephalo in about a 6-second difference. We will see whether or not that's got a possibility here. Well, and Mark Cephalo, I think someone told him that Scotty B. White is coming because he just laid down his personal best, a 2:55.9, which is about a second faster than Scotty B. White. So someone got in his ear and said, hey, Mark, that pedal on the right, that skinny one, smash it because Scotty's coming.
Kind of like the subscribe button, Brian.
Exactly.
Right.
Smash the subscribe button. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. All right, here coming into turn 7. I believe that is our overall leader. That is Charlie Peter in his BMW, the M2 Club Sport. Actually, no, Charlie Peter, that is not Charlie Peter. Charlie Peter, all white with black down the nose of the car. Yeah, I think we're going to see him coming into, I think this is.
I think it's this one.
No, that is not him.
No.
Well, we'll pick him up soon enough.
He is somewhere
He's coming through Canada
on this
Corner.
racetrack.
He just came through Canada Corner, Brian. He's making his way now up the hill into Bill Mitchell Bend. There is your leader, Charlie Peter. And when he comes across the line, he'll get the white flag, 1 lap remaining. Maybe we can jump back to that battle in Touring 3 that we've been watching.
Real quick, Mark Cephalo's wife, Nicole's in the chat saying, hopefully the crew is giving him splits. That's usually my job when I'm at the racetrack. So I'm pretty certain he's getting the splits. All right, white flag is in the air. Charlie Peter's going to try to get through these next 14 corners, this next 4.1 miles without any issues to take his win here at the June Sprints.
That's right. So we just saw there Scotty B. White. He's still got about 5.5 seconds up to Mark Cephalo. Let's try and jump back to that Touring 3 race if we can. And here they come.
Here they come.
Coming up the hill. And look at this, making a move, jumping now to second in Touring 2. That is Todd Clark in the number 11 BMW, the black with yellow stripes. Derek Chan now falling back into 3rd position in Touring 3. And then Derek Wagner in his black BMW. Big slide there from Wagner. He is now sitting just off the podium there in 4th.
And you can see some cars coming up the front straight here on the right side of the racetrack, looking to cool those those rain tires, get a little bit of water on them before they come down into turn 1. So definitely we've got some cars on rains and some cars on dries, and that's what they're trying to do just to get to the finish of this race. And then you've got a car go a little bit wide.
Well, that's Wagner now sitting in 4th. And Wagner didn't get a good run out of turn 14. He lost about 5 car lengths as they headed up the hill, whereas he's been able to stay very, very close with the 2 cars ahead of him the last number of laps. So we'll see. But there's Charlie Peter. He is your overall leader. Charlie's entering Speedville. Welcome to Speedville, Charlie Peter.
Just about 2 miles go here for the victory for Charlie Peter here.
We've got one of our Touring 4 cars pulling offline to allow Charlie Peter by.
Yep. We've been talking about the battle for second place in Touring 3, but Sean Lovett, while all that's been happening, has a nice 6-second lead right now in his BMW E46. He's in Santa Rosa, California. Another little traffic jam moment. You've got a lot of... Oh, that car just decided, you know what, I'm going to get out of the way. Way out of the way. He's like, I don't like what's coming up in my rear view mirror. That is... Here they come again. This is just great action here.
Yeah, this has been a wonderful race here in Touring 3. Of course, we have quite a bit ahead in that class running in the lead. Sean Lovett in his E46 BMW. He's got about a 6-second advantage on that group here. But wonderful here now as our leader coming up the hill and taking the checkered flag and the win in Touring 2. It's going to be Charlie Peter.
And as we get ready to give the rundown, Greg, I think we should give this race group a round of applause because I believe
green to checker,
this
baby.
is the first green to checker race we have had all day today, and they've had very changing conditions throughout their race. Probably one of the more challenging conditions without the spray of the earlier cars, but definitely a drying racetrack. So good job on these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, coming across the line, finishing second in Touring 2, John Steller. Can I break out that joke again? Actually, his name, they call him Cameron Steller, who had his very first race ever at the Cap Majors here at Road America last year, where he finished second and third. Well, today he finishes second in Touring 2. Max Fedler will finish third in Touring 2. Brian Spiewak finishes just off the podium in fourth. Basim Abdallah moves up a position, finishes fifth overall, fifth in class. In Touring 2, it is Sean Lovett taking the win. Todd Clark will hold off Derek Chan and Derek Wagner finishing second. So Chan takes the last step on the podium. Wagner finishes just off with James Berlin in his Nissan finishing in fifth position. Aaron Staley will finish in sixth. And in Touring 4, going flag to flag, Mark Cephalo, your winner. in his Mazda MX-5. Scotty B. White finishes in second. Ethan Baker in his Mazda MX-5 will finish in third, almost 35 seconds in arrears from Scotty B. White. Kristen Braunlich, though, and Brian, as they came across the line, Braunlich, and I think when we saw those cars go off at turn 7, I think this is what closed things up. Braunlich, who finished just off the podium by 76 one-thousandths of a second. Paulo Salvatore finishes 5th. Angelica Spray finishes in 6th.
Well, it has been a day.
Yes.
This has been one for
It has been a day of racing, Brian.
That's right. It's going to go down in history as one of the most interesting and odd and I mean, we've had so many different things. We've had a lot of this stuff every once in a while, but to jam it all into one day like we've had today is pretty remarkable. I do want to remind everybody who's at the track here, who might be watching the stream. I'm looking at the wind on the checkered flag right now. We do have some more weather coming in tonight, so make sure you batten down the hatches, let your canopies down if you can, because it is going to be possibly a little bit of a rough night here. But the good news is for tomorrow, a much better forecast. It's supposed to be mostly dry.
That is what the weather guessers say,
That's
Brian.
what the weather guessers say, so we will find out if they're correct. And anyway, anything else before we sign off?
Before we wrap up, make sure to join us starting at 8 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Right, I think it is right there on the screen. That's 9 a.m. Eastern Time, and that would be what?
6 a.m. for all my West Coast peeps.
That's absolutely right. Russ Lundberg, you better be there. All right, so for Brian Bielanski, for Jordan Worth, thank you, and for Brendan Kazmarek, I'm Gregg Ginsberg. We'll see you tomorrow morning.